It is a beautiful day in Alabama for some CrossFit for day 2 of the 2024 CrossFit Masters Games. We are inside the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Center. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez. This is already the age group's second event of the day, event number 6. And Tommy, we've already spoken to some people, and I don't know how many of them are looking forward to this interval burn.
You know, doing some recon before the weekend started, pretty much every athlete I talked to had this event circled as, I just got to get through this one. This is the one that's keeping me up at night, the one that I'm tossing and turning, thinking about, coming into today. And you can pretty much see why. Interval work that ends on the Echo bike. One word, pain.
What we are looking at specifically for this age group, we are looking at the women's 65 plus. They will have a buy-in of 30 double unders, 10 pull-ups, and then in the remaining time of each interval, they will have to complete 45 calories on the Echo bike, accumulated through 3 total rounds. 1 minute rest.
Yep, and each interval will decrease in total time to work. So 4 minutes to work on the first round, 3, then 2. So obviously if you finish all of the required calories early, you're done. One thing to note, you do have to get back to your finish mat. That is 1 rep, and if you don't finish it in the interval, you still have to do the buy-in the next time around.
Is there a key to success?
You know, this first one, ready, fire, aim, you'll notice that is out of order. A lot of these athletes feel like you just can't think. You just have to go. So be ready to go right from the right from the first bell. You don't have to think necessarily until you get done with that first round and then take stock a little bit. Keep on rolling, as the great musician Fred Durst said for the band Limp Bizkit. Roll over calories count on this one. So if you can, during those final 5 seconds, really get the fan humming, the bike humming, you're going to get those extra calories after the timer is reset. So that's basically free work after that.
This age group has completed 2 events yesterday. They've already done event 5 today, and now they are in event 6. But we are looking at your overall leader, Patricia McGill. She is going to be to the right side of your screen in the even lanes. Lane number 10, she's already taken 2 first-place finishes in a second yesterday, looking to end with a podium for the end of the day.
2, 1, go.
All right. And they are off. 30 double unders. This is all just buy-in work. They have to do it no matter what before they can start earning calories on the Echo bike.
And just before we came on for the live stream here, the women's 70 plus took on this test with a couple of variations, but there were some athletes that were able to finish and get close to finishing in that second round. So wouldn't be surprised to see some athletes like Patty McGill be able to finish in just 2 intervals.
And your leaders will be in the middle of the screen. So Patty McGill, she will be on the right. That will show you in just a moment. And then Sue Lawson and Denise Moore, that's going to be your 2 and 3, as several athletes already make their way to the bike just about a minute into this event. They will be able to continue this until they reach the 4 minute, and then they will have the 1 minute reset. So those boards in front of them, they have the calories, but the judges are going to help us out. So in between, during that 1 minute rest, they will be giving us the calories so we can keep you all up to date on who is in the lead and where they are each round.
And that's Patricia McGill right there, center of your screen. She was the first athlete to the bike. She was the first athlete to the pull-up bar as well. So they're going to have about 3 minutes of work here total on this bike. So plenty of time to kind of lay into these pedals. Usually when you have a nice long interval like this on the bike, I call it airplane mode, right? The 2 most aggressive parts of a plane flight are the takeoff and the landing. So you want to get on the bike, get the RPMs up quick, get your cruising altitude, and then knowing that the rollover is going to count, on the final few seconds, have that sharp descent, really pour in to get some extra rollover calories.
And something that we did see in the 70 plus division was that pain face. And I think as we get into that second and third interval, that's when, I mean, it's go all out or bust.
Yeah, a few athletes were looking around during that third interval like, really? We got to do this? But you know what? There's no escaping it when you're on the bike.
For this age group, this will be their final event of the day, so get them done early, go home, rest, recover before they take on day 3 and 4. We now have just about all of our athletes on the Echo bike with just over a minute before that first interval is done, and they reset for round 2.
Ladies, you have 1 minute, 60 seconds.
And about a minute left. This is when reality's starting to set in. You know, you had that initial juice from the start of the event. You know, you get to move through the double unders, pull-ups. You get on the bike and you realize you've spent the majority of this interval just cycling away, and really the only feedback you get is just a little number ticking over on the screen. That's a little test of mental fortitude in itself.
And when we talk about a 1 minute rest, Tommy, you and I both know that's not really a rest. That's really enough time for your body to catch up and feel the pain.
And with, you know, having to maybe re-chalk for the pull-ups, getting your jump rope set up again, before you know it, the clock's going to say 20 seconds left.
Patty McGill crosses the finish line in under the first interval.
Patricia McGill, lane number 10.
Tommy, this is not anything. We weren't even paying attention to that. We're sorry for everybody at home. I thought there was no way somebody was going to finish all of the calories in the first interval. She accumulated all 45. That is a third event win for Patty McGill to end day 2 of competition for her.
That was just phenomenal. Like you said, I don't think we expected any athlete this early to finish in just one interval, but you know what? Patty McGill, your overall leader, she won the Open, she won the quarterfinals, she won the semifinals in this age group, and she's, you know, put on a display here as to why she's the favorite. And it's funny, just a second ago you saw her sit up. I think she had a few choice words for how her legs were feeling after that bike, but you know what? She gets the longest rest out of anyone now.
And Patty McGill, she's earned that time to lay on the ground, but truthfully, we saw some people in worse shape after the end of this workout than her, just finishing it in the first round. So now we're going to take a look at where these other athletes stand.
And in lane 15, Julie Holt is your leader on the floor with 36 calories, followed by lane 11, Denise Moore. So Julie Holt, the reigning champion in this division from last year, just 9 calories left. Denise Moore, only 10 calories left. And a handful of other athletes. Lane 4, Christine Long, she's got 34 calories. So a good chunk of these athletes have less than 15 calories to go. They should be able to finish in this next interval.
And Denise Moore, she is sitting second overall. She took home a third, a second, and a third place finish. Oh, we already have some of our female athletes on the Echo bike. Just about a minute in, so very consistent in the paces that we saw to get the buy-in done in the first. But keep in mind, the interval time goes down. The first interval, they had 4 minutes to complete the work. Now they've lost a minute, just 3 minutes. So the clock that we will be keeping on the time will go up to 3. And here's where we'll be looking to see if any of those athletes we have a couple hands in the air. In lane 15, Julie Holt's judge's hand is in the air. Denise Moore's judge's hand is in the air.
Coming down to a little cow.
Just a few more reps for
Denise Moore, Julie Holt. Holt's judge has 1 calories left, so does Denise Moore, but Julie Holt will cross the finish line just ahead of Denise Moore, and they will both lock it in with just 2 intervals down.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
And looks like Sue Lawson just crossed the finish line as well in lane number 9. She had 13 calories left, and she was one of the first to the bike down this round. So even though she didn't have one of the top 3 scores after round 1, she was able to maybe bank a little bit of energy and really hammer this second interval. So Sue Lawson will take 3rd just behind Julie Holt. That was a nice effort from Lawson on that second round.
30 seconds.
Flynn came across.
So 30 seconds until this second of 3 intervals is done.
Wrapping it up here.
Diana Flynn
A
in
couple
lane,
more hands in the air.
in lane 8 on the far side of your screen, sitting on her mat, is done.
In lane 5, Betty Sheffer, she is done.
I believe that's Christine Long in lane 4, along with Marcy Spurlock. A good chunk of these athletes are now done.
If you're just tuning in, that is 45 calories. That is the mark that they're getting to before they can complete this workout. They will have a 1-minute rest, reset the clock, and just 2 minutes for the final interval. But you got to get through that buy-in first. Double unders and then pull-ups.
36. Again, these ladies are going to have one more round. It's going to be 2 minutes of work.
And we'll take a look from our judges here and update you guys in just a moment. We have
20 seconds.
okay, several athletes that close it in, but the ones that are getting close, we have lane 3, Pauline Shasha. She's at 43 calories.
In lane 6, Sue Fraser only has 2 calories left. She's got 43 done.
Susan Goodell in lane 17. She just needs 3 calories left. So another handful of these athletes should be able to lock it in the remaining time.
At their numbers.
It's probably good that this is their last event of the day, Tommy.
No doubt. You see on your screen in the green top, lane 17,
90 seconds.
that's Susan Goodall. She is almost done. Just 3 reps remaining.
This interval just 2 minutes, but from the previous 2 rounds, we noticed that it took them about 1 minute for the buy-in.
David Jensen with only a few reps left. You can see her ripping through these pull-ups. She's about to come off the rig. Her judge's hand in the air, center right of the screen.
1 minute.
Pull-ups looking good, and she will advance to her bike where she will have just 5 cals to go. Or I'm sorry, just 6 cals to go before she locks it in. Her judge's hand is in the air.
Workout is going to end once they reach that 45 cal mark.
And just to her left, Sandra Capozio, she's got only 5 left as well.
30 seconds. This is it, ladies. Lean into it.
Frazier's got 2 cals remaining. In lane number
And Jensen will cross the finish line and lock it in. And then also in our lane number 1, Karen Dawkins, she also finishes under the time cap with just about 10 seconds left until the cap.
Carter heading
Lane 17, Susan Goodall, she is good.
Lane 16, Susan Carter is done.
top.
And that is a wrap for the women's 65 plus division. But Patty McGill finishing all 45 calories on the Echo bike in just the first interval under that 4-minute time cap. She's walking off the floor right now. She looks like she's already recovered. Impressive performance from her, Tommy.
No doubt, knocking all 45 calories out in just under 3 minutes. I mean, I think if you talk to most athletes at the gym, you're thinking about, oh, okay, can I hold a 15 calorie per minute pace during a workout on that Echo bike? They'd be pretty happy with that. And that's the difference here in this sprint. And obviously, you know, Patty being a very high level athlete in this division. And you have to think now, what does this mean for the other divisions? That she was able to knock out 45 in at least one round?
We will soon find out as that wraps up the women's 65 plus division. Stay with us as we welcome one heat of the women's 60 to 64 division in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are now welcoming the women's 60 to 64 division. If you were just here for the 65 plus, you saw what we didn't think could happen. Patty McGill finishing all of the work in just one interval. Interval style workout here, 3 total rounds. First interval 4 minutes, second will be 3 minutes, third 2 minutes, 1 minute rest between, but they gotta get the buy-in first. For this age group, we have 50 double unders, 10 chest to bar, and then accumulate 55 calories on the Echo bike as soon as they can over 3 intervals.
No doubt, and you know, those intervals obviously are dropping in time, so it really puts the pressure on the early rounds. I don't think we're going to see an athlete finish in the first round this time, given that we're adding double unders, we're upping the complexity on the pull-up rig this time. So I think for a lot of these athletes, this is going to be a 2-round workout, really focusing on finishing in 2 rounds.
But in one of your center lanes, lane 10 to the right hand of your screen, we have Betsy Vanderberg, who is your overall leader. She was able to lock in 2 second place finishes and a first place finish with her final event today. Right here.
Yep, and looking at a couple keys here, I mentioned ready, fire, aim. Like with the speed and aggressiveness of this, you don't have time to think, you don't have time to aim, you just got to go, especially in this first interval. And you know, I mentioned keep on rolling earlier in the live stream for this first heat. Rollover calories do count, so make sure you finish strong on the bike at the end of the interval to make sure you maximize those rollover calories, because it's free work.
All right, this is
and 1 heat to go for the 60 to 64 women's age group. They are accumulating 50 double unders. The time on the clock, we are going until that 4-minute work. If you're just joining us, we will have judges handing us papers of the athletes' calories in between, so we can keep you updated on how many calories they have remaining before they can finish this work under the 11-minute time cap.
And you see some athletes already making their way to the pull-up bar. I think that was lane 13, Yvonne Howard out of Diablo CrossFit, one of our NorCal OGs. I saw her husband Craig Howard earlier today, filming her during the early workout. He was pumped. They're just excited to be here. They're one of the early gyms that were pretty much a powerhouse in the team competition.
In lane 5, Ondine Eason already to her bike, but she is quickly joined by several other athletes as we are just 1 minute and 15 seconds into the first interval.
And there's Eason, first athlete to the bike. Kind of a methodical pace. We've seen a couple other athletes get to the bike and start to hammer pretty quickly.
On the bike as well. We are 90 seconds in.
several ladies on their bikes trying to work through those calories again.
They are looking at 55 total calories. So the calories on the Echo bike did increase by 10 from the previous division, and it will remain the same for the next.
And Lynn Watt here in lane 9, she was one of the athletes right when she got on. She was really hammering this first interval. She was pushing a lot harder, noticeably faster turnover in RPMs than the other athletes on either side. You can see her start to slow and look around. Anytime you start looking around on the bike, you're doing everything you can in your power not to look at that screen and not have the harsh reality set in of how many calories you actually biked up into that point.
And Lynn Watt had a solid first day. She was actually sitting in 3rd place heading into today with a 3rd and a 2nd, but then event 5, the chipper just before this one, she took a 12th place, so now sits in 4th, looking to end the day with a strong finish. Just about 1 minute and 10 seconds left before they will have a 1 minute rest and reset.
Starting to see some of the paces slow here. This is where the adrenaline wears off. That first burst on the bike is starting to dissipate a little bit. You're seeing more and more athletes look up, start to look around a little bit, maybe check the clock. That's when you know fatigue is really setting in.
45 seconds.
And we have a tight lead at the top, Tommy. Betsy Vanderberg and Lori Mashiznik separated by just 3 points, with Betsy just ahead of Lori.
Both athletes managing top finishes in both events yesterday, so it's really going to come down to this back and forth, which athletes can maybe take advantage of when the other one slips. I mean, we have an abbreviated schedule here for these older divisions. They don't have the full slate of 10 events. We've adjusted the volume here for them. So there's really limited opportunities for you to make up ground.
Rest.
And athletes will have a 1-minute rest before they begin their second interval. Their second interval will just be 3 minutes long. We'll have the judges tally up the calories from the athletes, and we'll give you an update on where the current standings are as they maybe chalk up, take a deep breath, try to control that breathing. Because I don't know about you, but that echo bike, my heart rate decides to go right on up.
Yeah, and they already have less than 30 seconds of this interval. It's just enough time to let the pain set in on what they just did.
And we were just talking about Lori Mashiznik. She has less than 10 calories, or I'm sorry, we're going to 55 calories. So she's at 36 out of 55 and looks to be your current leader, with the second closest athlete in lane 6, Judith Tynan. She's at 32 calories. And in lane 10, her competitor, who's sitting in first overall, Betsy Vanderberg, also at 32 calories. So Mashiznik with a 4-calorie lead.
We have 6 athletes in the field right now that are past the halfway mark for those 55 calories, but they won't get as much time here in this second interval. So really the athletes that were north of 30, we got about 5 of them, have put themselves in a decent position to maybe make a push and finish in this second round.
And as we approach the 1-minute mark, we already have in lane 10, heading to the bike, Betsy Vanderberg. She is the first one to the bike, and she's looking to keep that lead ahead of Mashiznik, who will be across from her.
And Yvonne Howard in lane 13 is making a good push. And we didn't get to see this in the previous heat with the 65 plus because it did have Patty McGill finish in that first interval, but maybe a few athletes saving just a little bit in the tank to make sure that they get to that bike first in this second round, knowing full well that they can finish.
On the left part of your screen, that is Vanderberg. As she chips away, going into this, she was 32 out of her 55 calories. For this interval, they will go until the 3 minutes on the screen. So just about 1 minute remaining before they reset and have one more interval to accumulate all 55 calories.
"45 seconds.
And we have still a couple athletes trying to get that buy-in work done before they can make their way to the Echo Bike. This is something that we saw in the previous division, is the accumulated fatigue from those chest to bars and double unders, that some weren't even making it to the Echo Bike as we progressed through the intervals.
Hand in the air right here.
Hand is already in the air for Vanderberg. 3 cals to go, Tommy, with 9 seconds left.
And she has to get back to her starting mat, otherwise she has to do the buy-in again.
Oh, and she doesn't get it, which means she'll have to do the buy-in part of the work.
So you saw her judge's hand in the air. Rollover calories do count, so it's more than likely that she has hit the required number of 55 calories. However, the rule is that getting back to your start mat is considered a rep to close the event. So you have to get back to your starting mat before the interval time is done. Otherwise, you have to do the buy-in for the next interval. So Betsy Vanderberg just has to do the double unders and the chest to bars, and then her workout will be done.
But this is a place that she wants to be. She wants to earn that 100 points, keep her in that overall top spot as they finish up half of their competition. At the end of this one, they're halfway there.
10 seconds. Kick off our final.
Yep. And Vanderberg, it is confirmed she has hit the 55 calorie mark. So she can cruise through this section knowing that every other athlete at least has to do work on the bike. And since we only have one heat here, she just has to make sure that there's no slip-ups on the double unders, nice and smooth through the chest to bars, and she's got a buffer to make sure she gets an event win here.
And then behind her, our next best score, we have Lori Mishiznik. She is at 50 calories, just 5 calories left that she'll have to get.
And Mishiznik is on center of your screen, white top, neon green bottoms.
90 seconds.
Just wrapping up her double unders now. She only has 5 calories, so she will be the next athlete to finish. Now you can see in the back of the screen here, Betsy is up on the pull-up bar. Once she is done with these 10,
she's done.
She's done. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see a break here. There's no need for her to go unbroken.
No, she can take all the time she needs. This is the only heat for the division. And she goes to her finish mat, and Betsy is in for her second event win on the weekend.
She's currently sitting at 51 cows in lane 11.
And in lane 13, Yvonne Howard.
Yep, Yvonne Howard. She's got 12 calories left, so she's got a little bit of work to do, but
this time cap is only 2 minutes, or this interval rather, so she's got about 30 seconds. We'll see if her judge's hand can get in the air. She has some company on the other side of the floor.
Can she get these calories with
and Lori Mishiznik was the next athlete ahead of Yvonne Howard. She hasn't come off the pull-up bar yet. So for Yvonne Howard, if she's able to finish this entire interval without Mishiznik getting to the bike, she can make up the 7-calorie difference here to move into second overall.
And she had 43 calories going into this final one. Oof. And coming off that bike, you know how that feels. But Betsy Vanderberg, the only athlete to finish, and almost finished in just 2 intervals if she could have crossed that finish line. But what an incredible performance and great way to end day 2 of competition for Vanderberg.
Yeah, she got all 55 in that second interval, basically just had to get the buy-in for the next round. She was about 5 reps clear the next nearest athlete, and you could see her even when she had to do the remaining buy-in, her proficiency on the pull-up bar, nice smooth kipping pull-ups, no problem with the double unders. And I mean, right now she is in the driver's seat in this division.
Well, that will be a wrap for the women's 60 to 64 age group. We will then welcome 2 heats of the women's 55 to 59 athletes when we return. Welcome back, everybody. Heat 1 of 2 for the women 55 to 59 division are taking the floor for event 6, the last event for these ladies on the day. Intervals. 3 total intervals. They got to accumulate 55 calories on the Echo Bike, but before they can get onto that, they have to go through a buy-in of 60 double unders and 15 chest to bar.
Yeah, as we get into these younger divisions, the buy-in is going to get a little bit more stout, going to put a premium on good technique, quick movement, and fast transitions, because once you get to the bike, man, there's no escaping it. We've seen these athletes have a decent amount of time, to, especially in these first 2 intervals, to put the hurt on.
The first interval, they will have 4 minutes on the clock to complete as much work as possible, a 1-minute reset, then they will move to a 3-minute interval, 1-minute reset, and then a 2-minute interval until that 11-minute time cap. Tommy, we have seen 1 athlete in each division so far finish this workout before all intervals were completed.
Yeah, we saw Patty McGill in the 65 plus finishing that first interval, and then, you know, in the 60 to 64, Betsy Vandenberg finished in the second interval, but still have to finish the buy-in for the next round because she didn't get back to her finish mat. It's going to be interesting to see if any of these athletes can finish in the first 2 rounds, given that we're up in the ante on the buy-in.
And we will keep in mind that the athletes in this heat are going to be putting up a time to beat or calories to beat, as there are 2 heats that we are looking at. And they are off starting with 60 double unders. Previous heat, previous age group had 50, so as Tommy mentioned, we're increasing the reps slightly before then they can go to the bar for 15 chest to bar pull-ups.
These ladies have a buy-in each and every round. It's going to start with 60 of those double unders. Then we've got 15 chest to bar. We are going to accumulate 55 calories. Once they are done with those 55 calories, their workout ends.
And we already have in lane 10, Faith Pahaya. She is already to her chest to bar.
You can see her ripping off butterfly chest to bars. This is going to be the first group I think we're going to see a significant chunk of butterflies. Most of the 60 plus athletes opting for a traditional C-kip. And when it comes to those 2 techniques, the butterfly chest to bars are going to be significantly faster, almost necessary at this point, given the fact that we got 15 instead of 10 on the previous division.
In lane 14, Claudia Jacober, she was your first athlete on the bike. And in lane number 9, right behind her, Cici Fugir, also on her bike, as we are just under a minute and a half into this first interval, making our way all the way up to the 4-minute mark.
You see Cici really pouring into those pedals early on. You're getting a little bit of that body rock, letting her body weight naturally fall into those pedals, trying to leverage as much of her natural body weight into that to get that wheel spinning.
As far as they can in round number 1.
Just a 1-minute reset in between each interval. It's just enough time to maybe take a deep breath, do a little bit of nasal breathing, and re-chalk your hands.
Cici Fugir, your current leader on the right. We have most of the athletes on the bike. We only have 1 athlete still on the floor working through the buy-in. Everyone else has pretty much had 2+ minutes or so.
And Cici is sitting in 21st overall. The beginning of each day, they will reseed, so she's looking to bump up a couple places to get into that final heat, as after this, they will be halfway through their games weekend.
And for the 55 to 59 division, this is the first division, at least on the women's side, that we'll see that has multiple heats. We've been running around 20 athlete heats for 65 plus and 60 to 64. There are only 20 athletes, so only really you get to see your entire competition on the floor at once. But for these athletes and moving downward in the age groups, you know that the top ranked athletes are coming. So you don't get the benefit of getting to play that game with them, seeing them on the floor.
And I just saw in lane 13, Tammy Saunders, she was choosing to let her arms rest a bit, maybe to shake it out for the next set of chest to bar and just use her legs as she alternates between. She is the third athlete up in the center of your screen, neon shirt, using her arms again.
That leads me to believe that she's probably using the pull portion of the handle. You know, obviously with the handles on the bike, you can push, pull simultaneously on either side. Some athletes choose to be a little bit more pull heavy, some a little bit more push heavy. A larger athlete like myself, I'm trying to let my body weight do as much work, lean into the handles and kind of let that leverage push the handles forward.
Where some of these ladies are at.
And interval number 1 is done. We will have our judges tally up the Echo Bike calories. 55 is that total number they're looking to get to. They will bring them over and we'll be able to update you on where our athletes stand as they inch closer to that total number.
And at this point during the break, you're just trying to get your heart rate back down, right? You've been hammering away at that bike for the last 3 minutes. And you're going to have to do 2 movements in double unders and butterfly chest to bar pull-ups if you got that skill in the bag that really spike the heart rate and just make that bike so much more painful.
And it looks like in lane 9, CC Fujir, and in lane 12, Beth Lycopoli, they are both at 30 calories out of 55. So they are your leaders of this heat, as they now start interval number 2 with just 3 minutes on the clock.
And just a couple reps behind them in lane 16, Claudia Ragsdale, an athlete on the right-hand side of your screen, closest to us in the white top, black long leggings. She was at only 2 reps behind, so 28 calories in, and she was one of the last athletes to get to the bike in that first round. So maybe someone who's really just focusing on the bike portion and not necessarily concerning themselves with being the first to the bike, knowing that she has that skill in the bag.
And right next to her in lane 14, Claudia Jacober. She is already to her chest to bar pull-ups, and you'll notice that their judges or somebody is allowed to give them a boost up, which we're seeing from a couple athletes if that one riser isn't enough height for them to jump up.
And you can see Fujir on the left-hand side of your screen. The athlete with the white top, black shorts on the right side of the rig. She ripped off a couple of big sets of chest to bars, and now she's basically reduced to C-kip singles.
And now she will move to her bike. Again, she was at 30 calories going into this. Her and Claudia Jacober both on the bike.
And we're about 6.5 minutes in total for the workout, so she's going to have about 90 seconds to work here on this bike.
But even see the way that she's leaning into it. And as you were saying, Tommy, that push-pull to maximize those calories in the remaining time.
But you can see Claudia Jacober, and just to the left of her, Beth Lycopoli was also tied with Fujir after that first round. Look,
athletes have 1 minute left in this second interval, and then they will just have 1 remaining to try to accumulate all 55 calories.
Looking for a hand in the air that's going to tell you when they are down to their final 5 pounds on that bike. Seeing if anybody can get it done here in round number 2.
you could see Beth here. Look at that face, calm, collected, smooth. She's got her focus point for her eyes. She's not concerned about the number on the screen. And honestly, she's looked more composed than most of the athletes have, at least at this point in the game, knowing that you're on the back half of the second round here.
And there is something about having a composed face and not showing your competitors how much pain you're in. It is a mental aspect of the game.
It's also right, on this bike, you tend to see people get a little wild and all this extra flaring, and that's just kind of wasted energy at that point.
And that will close out interval number 2 of 3, a 1 minute reset, and then the final interval will just have 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes of work.
We'll get an update on the tally of the calories and see who is inching closer to that total of 55.
45 for Fougier. Technical. Definitely doable.
I think we just heard for Fougier 45, but we'll confirm. And yes, so she had 30 after round 1. After round 2, she looks to still be your leader. She is now your leader in this heat. 45 total calories, and then right behind her in lane 12, like a Poli at 44. With 1 to go.
3, 2, 1, work.
All right, final
Last
round.
interval underway. Just 2 minutes on the clock.
Gotta still do that
To
fight.
try and get to those 55 calories, they have to put up a time to beat because we still have one more heat of women for the 55 to 59 division.
This is
And in the center of your screen,
women 55 to 59. It's a big 6 out here.
white top, green shorts with the ponytail behind her. That's Claudia Jacober. She's been the first athlete to the bike because of her proficiency on the pull-up bar. With only a 2-minute interval, we've seen a couple of athletes who were leading early trip up on the buy-in at this portion. And
Back to the pull-up rig.
in the last heat, we saw Yvonne Howard almost make up a 7-calorie gap on the next closest athlete. So if Jacober is able to,
Back to the ring quickly. Look at those numbers.
she's able to maintain these butterfly chest-to-bar pull-ups, she could see herself move up the leaderboard a little bit.
Hoping you can see she had help getting back up on the bar.
Well, it is allowed here, so similar to what you would see at like a traditional gymnastics meet, you are allowed to have your coach help you up to the pull-up bar. That's a safety component that they've added here this weekend just to make sure athletes are able to get secure up on the pull-up bar.
And athletes have just 45 seconds left before the time cap and the end of event 6. We'll see who makes their way first to the Echo Bike.
30 seconds.
With just 30 seconds to go, we have a hand in the air, lane 14. Jacober, she's again first to her bike. She's at 37 calories. Got to get to 55. She has company.
Appropriately headed back to her bike, currently at 44.
Just as Jacober's left off screen, Beth Lucapoli is on her bike too, but I don't think she's going to have enough.
Time.
And that is time for Heat 1 of the women's 55 to 59 division. None of the athletes were able to finish under the time cap in the interval to get 55 cals, but we are going to
Just describe
get the scorecards from the judges so we can at least have an idea of who your leaders are as we head into the second heat of athletes.
And it's important to note that Beth Lucapoli was only 1 calorie behind CC Fougier. Fougier was unable to get back to the bike on that round. Lucapoli was. And with the rollover counting on this event, I think she should be able to make up that 1 rep difference, knowing that the athlete she was chasing didn't get any work that interval.
So Lucapoli was able to get 46 and Fougier 45. So Lucapoli will hold the lead and be your Heat 1 winner going into the second of 2 heats for the 55 to 59 age group. So 46 cals from Lucapoli is that number that we are going to be focused on as the second heat takes the floor. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And the second of two heats for the women's 55 to 59 division are taking the floor. No athlete was able to complete all 55 calories in the former heat, but the calories that they are looking to beat, because those times potentially will hold up, is 46 calories from Beth Licapoli. This is a burner, Tommy. Interval style, a buy-in of double unders, chest to bar, and then accumulating calories over the course of 3 intervals.
And if you're just joining us, this division will do a buy-in of 60 double unders, then 15 chest to bar pull-ups, and then try to accumulate 55 calories on the Echo bike. In round 1, they'll have 4 minutes total of work. Round 2, 3 minutes of work, and then a 2-minute interval to finish things out, with 1 minute of rest in between each interval. This one is nasty.
Is there a key to success? What do they have to keep in mind when they're thinking of how to get to that 55 calories under the time cap?
You know, there is no time to think and try and adjust for this first one. You just got to go ready, fire, aim. You can aim after that first interval is done and maybe reset your sights on what you want to do for the remaining intervals and keep on rolling. Rollover calories count here. Normally, most places they don't, but you know what? With this accumulation, you can. So make sure you finish the interval strong to get the RPMs up and get a few extra rollover calories.
For this division, the women's 55 to 59, Shanna Bunce is your overall leader. She was able to make up some ground. She headed into day 2 in 3rd overall, and now is your leader with a 1st, a 9th, and then in test 5, event 5 rather, she was able to hit a 4th. She will be in lane number 9 on the left side of the floor.
And keep your eye on lane 7. Tia Vesser won the first event today, starting to move up the leaderboard as well. Every event so far, she has gotten better. A 17th in the first event, followed up with a 2nd in event 2, and then opened up today with a win. She is on fire right now.
Damage control with the run. I understand how that goes, Tommy.
You don't got those long getaway sticks like I do.
5'1" in a corner is not going to get me far. 4 minutes on the clock for this first interval. They are getting through 60 double unders. We already have some athletes approaching the bar for 15 chest to bar before they can head to their Echo bike.
2024 next heat. On day 2 of competition.
We saw a good portion of athletes in the first heat do butterfly chest to bar. That's going to be a huge advantage time-wise. They're just so much faster. You can see in the center of the screen, just to the left of Shanna Bunsen, lane 13, Francois Mahier, that she was just flying through those chest to bar pull-ups.
And in lane 15, Maricruz Prieto, she was your first athlete on the bike, right in the center. And there she is to the left as she chips away. 55 is that number that they're looking for.
And the 3 women on the bike on the right side of your screen, the one in the middle, lane number 10, Teuma Ver was the first to the bike on this half of the field as well. And her first couple of pedals on the bike were heavy. She was really trying to get that thing spinning.
Athletes 1 minute and 40 seconds in. 4 minutes is the total time on this first interval. So they have the most amount of time on their first one. And as we were talking about that Echo bike, Tommy, they want to be able to bank it on the front end and the back end because those rollover cals count.
And anytime you have an extended sprint on this Echo bike, I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, I call it airplane mode, right? You get on the bike, you aggressive start, get up to that cruising altitude, something you can hold for a while, and then with the rollover calories counting, make sure you finish strong, you know, because the 2 most aggressive parts of an airplane flight are the takeoff and landing.
In this specific age group, we did not see any athletes finish the amount of calories under the time cap, but in some previous divisions, we did. So I'll be curious to see if your top-end athletes of this age group will be able to finish in the 2nd or 3rd interval. Just over a minute left.
And we got to see some athletes. The top number from the first interval in the previous heat was 30 calories. Both CC Fugir and Beth Licapoli got 30 calories in this first one. So that's the pace that was set by the previous heat that they're looking to chase down, because both of those athletes were able to hold on for the top 2 scores that we've seen thus far.
Coach with 21 calories in the books.
We're starting to see some pretty heavy shoulders right now. Athletes starting to take a deep breath, look around a little bit, probably hoping for that clock to be a little bit further on.
Just about 30 seconds left. This is their longest interval. The next one will just be 3 minutes.
We're gonna run down the line, see where some of these ladies are at on their cows.
And if you're just joining us, we will get an update of where these athletes stand in between as the judges give us their updated calorie count, so we can keep an eye on who is getting close to that 55 accumulated calories.
First rest period in 3, 2, 1.
And that is time for interval 1 of 3.
They've got that 1 minute rest period.
And we'll get a check as they have a, I'm putting it in air quotes, a rest before they reset.
A minute is just enough for you to realize that a minute isn't enough.
It's never enough.
And
even a minute and a half's not enough.
Lane number 10.
You're trying to get as much air in as possible. Try and get the heart rate down,
36, lane number 8.
because you know that it's going to spike the minute you get back onto those dubs and chest to bar pull-ups.
We're getting a couple of our calories updated here. And it looks like we have two athletes who have accumulated 36 calories. Joanne Cooper in lane 8 has accumulated 36 calories. And then right next to her in lane 10, we've been talking about her, Tiu Maver, also at 36 calories. And you said from the previous heat, 30 calories was kind of the benchmark that we were looking at.
Yeah, and just to highlight as to why these women are the top-ranked athletes, on the left-hand side of your screen, basically the entire middle portion, lanes 7 through 15, all north of 30 calories. So this heat is already setting ahead of the pace that we saw from the previous heat.
Again, this is heat number 2 of the women, 55.
This interval, just 3 minutes to get the work done.
Set in the previous heat, 46.
Leaders at 36 calories need to get up to 55.
That boost going right to work on her chest bars at lane number 12. The first athlete to start chipping away at that high-end portion of the pull-ups.
As we almost approach the 1 minute mark, and wait to see who is first back to that echo bike.
2 minutes, ladies. You have 2 minutes remaining. Ooh, that first minute went by fast.
With just under 2 minutes in lane 12, Julie Schaefer first to the bike. Right behind her in lane 11, Lee Coates. And they are looking each other down. This is one of the reasons why I like the format of this, Tommy, is you can stare down your competitor.
Oh, no doubt.
Can get to the 55 cows to end out round number
And
2.
Tiu Maver in lane 10 was the third athlete to the bike. She was in a similar position last time and able to basically make up the difference on the bike.
And then in lane 8, our other athlete that was at 36 calories, Joanne Cooper, she just now made it back to her bike.
On the left-hand side of your screen, Francois Mahier, the short crop hair and she was one of the top athletes as well, 33 calories after that first round. She was basically just a few seconds behind Coates getting to the bike, and early on was holding just a little bit higher RPM.
So we have just about 30 seconds until that interval is up. We'll see if any hands can get in the air. If not, no worries. We've had no athletes from the previous heat that finished under the cap. We do have a hand in the air. I think that's lane 10. Yup, that is Maver.
Gonna have to kick it as we are at 10 seconds.
And they do have to make it back to their lane marker. Her judge has 2 calories left. And with just 2 seconds, She will not get it. Rollover does count.
I'm not going to lie. I think TU might have made just a slight mistake there. She stopped pedaling before time was called. And for her, knowing that even if she gets it after the time through the rollover, all she has to do is the buy-in. I mean, a little bit of extra effort there. You know, you never want to judge that because all of these athletes are putting in their best effort, but a little bit of situational awareness in that moment could have saved her having to get back to the bike if the rollover doesn't get her there.
And Tommy, you were talking about Francois Mahier. Mahier, thank you. She has just 4 calories left.
Yep. TU 1 calorie shy. So that couple of extra pedals there with that remaining time before she stopped early could have gotten her there. So she's, even if she did, she would have had to still do the buy-in because she didn't make it back to her mat. But a good sign for TU. She's in 2nd overall coming into this event. The woman she's chasing, Shanna Bunce, only made it to the bike in the final 5 seconds of that interval. Shanna hit a wall on the chest to bar pull-ups, so this could be an opportunity for TU to move into the overall lead with just 6 points back of Shanna Bunce.
And this is our shortest interval of 3. The time went back down. They only have 2 minutes to try to get to or as close to that 55 total calories in this division.
Then we can come knock out that 1 pound.
With just a couple athletes on the chest to bar, still some chipping away.
In that center of your screen here, on the left-hand side on the pull-up rig, that's Francois Mahier. And just to her right, Lee Coates. They've been one of the first 2 athletes to the bike consistently in each interval, and they're only 3 reps separated from each other on the bike. So could be the battle for 2nd.
And also keeping in mind Beth Licapoli from the previous heat, she was able to accumulate 46 calories. We've already had a handful of athletes bypass that. And first back to the bike in lane number 12, Julie Schaefer. She's been one of your first athletes through several heats. And also in lane 11, Lee Coates also back to your bike with only 20 seconds left before the time cap, and Coates, her judge's hand is in the air.
And this is huge because TU Maver has not gotten to the bike yet. She could make up the difference here. Same with Francois Mahier.
Just 10 seconds. She's got to go. She's in the right-hand middle of your screen running to the bike. She's got to pedal if she wants to get 1 calorie with 3 seconds left to go, and she couldn't make it back to her nameplate. So we had no athletes in this division, the women's 55 to 59, that were able to complete the entire workout. So the calories accumulated is going to count. I think
Nobody got across the line.
that TU might have been able, because of that rollover, to get 1 in the 3 seconds she had on the bike.
They're selling their soul out there.
Yeah, she had just about 5 seconds to get that number.
So Lee Coates was able to get all 55 calories, but not cross her line. And we did also have TU at 55 calories. So we'll have to go back and check to see what that tie break is, since neither athlete was able to make it back to their start line.
Yep, that is the final rep of the workout that you have to get done in order to have completed the workout in its entirety. Both women, though, a great effort getting to all 55 calories when we saw most of the field struggle to get to that number.
And just keeping in mind from the previous heat, we had 6 athletes who were able to finish ahead of Beth Licapoli. So our Heat 1 leader will take a 7th overall for the final event of the day for this age group, the women 55 to 59. We will take a short break and we will be back shortly. The men will take the floor, starting with men's 65 plus. of competition is underway inside the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex for the 2024 CrossFit Masters Games. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez as we welcome in the men's age group for test number 6. For a lot of these age groups, this will actually be their final test of day 2.
For the 65 plus men, they've had 3 tests so far. They just finished one earlier, and they got a bruiser to end out Friday here. 3 different intervals. The first interval will be 4 minutes of work, the second 3 minutes of work, the third 2 minutes of work, and a 1 minute rest in between. They'll have a buy-in, which is some double unders, some chest to bar pull-ups, and then they're gonna try and accumulate 75 calories on the Echo bike.
Oof. So before they can get to that Echo bike, this age group, it's the men 65 plus, they will have 30 double unders and 10 chest to bar pull-ups. When we were watching the women's 65 plus division, I still can't believe it, Tommy, but we had one athlete who accumulated all of her 45 calories in that first interval.
Yeah, Patty McGill came out and just threw the gauntlet down and dared anyone to pick it up. I mean, everyone was shocked when suddenly the hand went up in the air from her judge, and I doubt we're going to see that again, but in the very least, like, what a way to kick this event off by someone just absolutely torching it. So these gentlemen have their work cut out for them for sure.
75 total calories. Their first interval will be 4 minutes, then a 1 minute reset. Their second interval, 3 minutes, and then a 1 minute reset. And then to get all 75 or as many calories accumulated as possible with just a final 2 minute interval. Our overall leader after 3 events, Freddie Cherry, with 282 points, a 4th, a 2nd, and a 3rd.
Yep, Freddie Cherry with just a 9-point lead over second place John George. Dan Miller rounding out your podium positions 3 events in, so they're the top 2 athletes. 18 points total separate them, so plenty of opportunity to, make a move up or down for all 3 of these gentlemen.
And event number 6, the final event on the day for the men 65 plus, is underway, getting to work on 30 double unders.
1 minute of rest. Round 2, 3 minutes
before they can go home, rest, recover, rinse and repeat for 2 more days of competition. But we already have a judge's hand in the air.
And
as a couple of athletes move through their chest to bar.
And Freddie Cherry right there in the mix with most every athlete on the floor, save a few out there on those pull-ups. And this is really the kicker here, I think, for these older age divisions, the pulling volume, the chest to bar volume over time, especially under fatigue. And already we have
David Hippensteel,
our first athlete to the bike. Yeah, David Hippensteel, the calling card for him. He's a multi-year games champion, one of the most decorated Masters athletes. One of the things he has always excelled at over the years is the higher skilled gymnastics. Higher skilled gymnastics, muscle-ups, ring muscle-ups, bar muscle-ups, those are actually his favorite movements in CrossFit. Anytime you ask him what he wants to see, higher level pulling.
He never likes when they, as he would call it, water down the programming. He wants the high skill. David Hippensteel right now, he sits in 10th overall with a 14th, a 6th, and an 8th. So looking up to make some ground on day 2 of competition. This is the only heat that we'll see for the 65 plus men. As now we have all athletes on the Echo bike with just over 2 minutes to go, and that is David Hippensteel on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, Hippensteel had just about 3 minutes of work he is going to be able to do on this Echo bike. Moving methodically through this first minute. We're just barely past the halfway mark in this interval, and you can see some athletes already starting to feel the pain set in here on the what we call the devil's tricycle.
75 calories is where they're looking to make it over the course of 3 intervals. But if they do get to that number before the end of each interval, that'll be it. But they do have to cross back to their starting mat. Now I'm nervous, Tommy. I'm always looking for a hand since I missed it in the 65 plus for the ladies.
Yeah, Patty McGill, she may have snuck one by us in that first heat. Not going to happen again.
No. All the senses are aware of what's happening. They're approaching just about 1 minute left in this first interval.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Dan Miller, lane 12. He was just to the right of Freddie Cherry when we were looking at him early on the pull-up bar. Dan Miller, one of the larger athletes in the field. If you actually see the athletes on your screen here, he's dead center. Fourth athlete from the right. One of the larger athletes in the field. You know, having the taller, heavier athlete on this bike is a bit of an advantage, right? As you lean into each one of those pedals, on top of your natural leg drive, what you're able to allow your body weight to kind of bolster that leg drive and lean into those pedals certainly helps, especially when you're tired.
And we already have a hand in the air. Lane number 12, Dan Miller. A couple other hands in the air. 15 seconds. And 1 calorie. Dan Miller's got to get off the bike. Go, go, go. Cross the finish line is just trying to tell him. Dan Miller, Tommy, he did it. That won't be 1, not 2, but 3 event wins to kick off Dan Miller's 2024 CrossFit Games in the first interval. There's a little shout out to his family that's watching at home. They were hyped to see that we're saying his name, and we're saying it again as he finished. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, 75 calories on the Echo bike with buy-in work.
He looks a little confused right now. Maybe he wasn't sure if he was supposed to make it back to the mat, because that is an additional rep that's part of this event. You have to get back to the mat before the end of the interval, or otherwise you have to do the buy-in for the next round.
Well, good thing that his judge kind of sherped him along, and now he can take a seat and relax. I actually am watching him though. He just chalked up. So there might have been a little bit.
Oh, there's some confusion here. I think there's some confusion from the judge about the total number of calories, because he actually was sent off early.
So we got to 45 calories, which was actually the amount of calories that the women's 65 plus had to reach. Those calories do increase though for the men. They have to get to 75. So just to update you, the judges just brought over the scores from the athletes. And we have 4 athletes that were able to get to 45 calories in that first round. So we said Dan Miller was one of them. He's on your screen in the middle, facing backwards on the rig, Dan Miller. Freddie Cherry, your overall winner, or your overall leader rather, who we brought up at the top of the show.
Less than 2 minutes to go.
In lane 16, we don't have him on his screen right now, but he also had 45 calories. Dan Brannigan. And then in a lane 11, John George, who sits in second overall. They are all at 45 calories. Now they are about halfway through the second interval. The time on top of your screen that they're getting to is going to be 3 minutes. We have a couple hands in the air, but I think that they might also think that it was 45 calories. So a little bit of communication that we're working through as we go. 75 total calories.
75 calories as we approach the 1 minute mark.
As they make it through their second interval.
And you can see Dan Miller on the left side of your screen. A little frustration from him on being sent a little bit early with the miscommunication around the number of calories, but able to rally and kind of dial back in. That's a tough thing to have to do, but you know what? credit to him as an athlete, being able to reset, refocus and lock back in, because right now, whether or not he got sent off earlier or not, he's still in the driver's seat to win this event.
Yeah, and with his third games appearance, that's one of those things that you have to learn how to regain your composure if you get a no rep or there's miscommunication, and just reset your mind, get back into the heat of things. And you can see there he's pushing it at the end. Tommy, in some of the earlier heats, we spoke of pushing it at the beginning and pushing it at the end because rollover does count. Dan Miller's judge's hand is in the air, and we have one other judge's hand in the air, as they will have a 1 minute rest now before their third and final interval, which will only be 2 minutes long. We'll have the judges give us an update, but we just heard Freddie Cherry. So he was the athlete to the left of Dan Miller with his judge's hand in the air. He just has 1 calorie left, but we'll get an update to see where Dan and the other athletes are in just a moment.
And Dan's only going to be 1 or 2 calories behind him, but it's important to note that Freddie has gotten to the bike first ahead of Dan. So even if Dan has been able to make up ground on the bike, just by virtue of only 1 calorie being left for Freddie, that could give him the advantage to be able to finish this event first.
Athletes, 10 seconds.
So Freddie Cherry, he is at 74 calories, so just 1 calorie remains in his final set. And Dan Miller, who is going to be to his right, is at 72 calories, so he still has 3 that he needs to accumulate in this final round. So Dan Miller, he is all the way to the right, and then right next to him is Cherry, as they both chip away at their set of 30 double unders rather.
And both Cherry and Miller have had a slip up on this rope already.
Fellas heading back very quickly, getting done with those jumps very, very fast. To the Napa. Making his way back quickly. All with headline.
That's Miller on the right, Cherry on the left with the hat. Both athletes just a few reps shy of finishing this event.
Just 2 minutes in this interval. Freddie Cherry sits 18 points ahead of Dan Miller. But in lane 8, we have Thomas Ackerman
He was at
on the bike.
He was at 58 calories coming in to this round. So you can see down in lane 17 and 15, Brian Hanlon
back on the bike.
Osvaldo Tunanamba.
And Dan Miller just suffered from a no rep, wasn't able to make contact with his chest. He has 3 reps left, but it is Freddie Cherry, who will lock in his first event win on the weekend. Just about 30 seconds remains.
And that's huge for Freddie. And Dan has yet to get to the bike, and there was a couple of athletes that were close behind him.
Just 10 seconds left, a couple judges' hands in the air. I don't know if it'll be enough. They do have to cross the finish line. And although John Guthrie was able to accumulate all 75 calories, he wasn't able to cross the finish line. We'll get an update to see where the other standings of athletes are. In this age group, 65 plus, there is only 1 heat. But Freddie Cherry will stay in that overall first place position as he heads into day 3 of competition.
Impressive performance from Freddie Cherry. And Dan Miller was right there, so close to finishing, but in that third and final interval, the chest to bar pull-up volume and the fatigue came back to bite him.
Something that these athletes have to take into consideration when they're deciding how hot to go out, knowing that there are 3 total intervals. And just looking at the tallies now, in lane 17, Brian Hanlon, he was able to accumulate all 75 calories. Also in lane 14, John Guthrie, who we saw. And in lane 12, Dan Miller was still just 1 calorie shy of finishing. to give him a 4th position. Stay with us. We'll be right back with your men's 60 to 64 age group. Our next heat of our men's age group, 60 to 64 division. Welcome to the floor, gentlemen. This is event 6. They are getting done with the intervals for the day, and this one can be quite damaging depending on your pace. So they are looking to accumulate in this age group 85 calories on the Echo Bike, but before they can even touch that, there is a buy-in of 50 double unders and 10 chest to bar.
And as we've seen in the previous heat here for the men 65 plus, being able to maintain those big chunks of chest to bar pull-ups even late into the event, because seemingly we're going to see most of these athletes have to use all 3 intervals to their advantage. The grip, the upper body pulling tends to fade, especially as that heart rate spikes later and later into this test.
How it'll work, we have 3 total intervals. The first one, they will have the most time. 4 minutes on the clock, rest 1 minute. 3 minutes on the clock, rest 1 minute, and then 2 minutes to get as many as possible or as close to that 85 total calories on the Echo Bike. Just a couple of athletes we were able to see cross the finish line under that time cap, but they did have 10 calories less on the Echo Bike. So we'll see how this age group fares as we increase the reps for the double under buy-in and the cals.
Yeah, we're looking at 20 extra double unders for this division, give or take 10 to 15 for these athletes, 10 to 15 seconds less per interval that they're going to have based on just the sheer workload that they have to get done sooner. So you couple that with 10 more calories on the bike they have to do, this is going to be a stout task for them.
All right, again, we've got the
And event number 6 for the 60 to 64 is underway. 50 double unders. Tommy, any steps to success or keys to success that we're looking at?
Well, the first one I had listed is ready, fire, aim. You have to come out hot on this first one. You can't think about the later 2 intervals. You have to make hay while the sun is shining, and then you can kind of set your sights and aim accordingly during that first break and maybe reassess. You know, we get rollover calories on the bike here once the timer is up. Those still count towards your overall score. So if you can really make a push on the end of the interval, take advantage of the fact that the rollovers count and keep on rolling, baby.
And Joe Ames, he is in the center of your screen on his pull-ups. He is your overall leader, sitting in first place, 294 points. About exactly 30 points ahead of Peter Harvey, who sits in second. And Ames is already moving on to his Echo Bike, as several athletes are already chipping away at those 85 calories.
We see Ames and Tom Famery two of the top 3 athletes coming into this weekend. Ames on the left, he's in first place overall after winning the event this morning. Famery moved up into 3rd with a 3rd place in this morning's event. He has back-to-back top 3 finishes, so after a little bit of a rough start, not the roughest of starts, a 10th place to start the weekend, he has been able to rally and keep going.
85 calories.
Just about 2 minutes left for their first interval.
All the fellas making pretty quick work.
And something I enjoy watching, Tommy, is how the faces of these athletes look from this interval in comparison to the 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, in this type of movement on the bike, posture and face is a window into your soul in the moment. And as you start to see athletes get really fatigued, you see them get a little bit more floppy on the bike. You can see the pain start to pour in, and really there's no hiding because you're just stuck on that seat.
About 30 seconds left of interval number 1. 85 is that sweet spot to calories on the bike. Already finished one workout of the day. It was a chipper style, and then this will be their 2nd and last event of the day to close out day 2 of competition for our men's 60 to 64 division.
1 minute, guys. 60 seconds.
We're about a minute left in this first interval. That's when you start to see the pain faces really come out. This is where you have to dig and trust your aerobic conditioning, the time that you've spent putting in some work, some hard intervals on the bike. Anyone who's done hard intervals knows exactly what's going through their body right now. The legs are starting to fill up. The lungs are starting to get heavy.
I would be stunned if we saw any hands.
And just one age group, one heat for this age group. So these are all of your competitors trying to put up that time to beat, lock in an event win to close out day 2. About 15 seconds left on the clock, and then we'll have the judges update us on the current standings of calories. And now you can even see the body language in some of the athletes, Tommy, really pushing it to get those rollover calories.
No doubt. Get the RPMs up high just before the finish line. Pedal all the way through until you hear the rest.
And that's it for interval number 1 of 3 for event 6. They will have 1 minute to rest and reset. The second interval, 1 minute less. 3 minutes will be on the clock.
51 here in lane number 10, 54 in lane number 8.
As we watch some of these athletes, Tommy, is there a best way to catch your breath? Do you want to stay standing? Do you want to crouch down? What would you do?
Well, if you listen to your high school football teacher, they probably told you that hands on the knees was a sign of weakness, but really, a lot of these athletes know exactly what feels the most comfortable for them, whether it's hands on the knees, kind of lowering their center of gravity a little bit, or...
So we have a tight race between Peter Harvey, who's at 54 calories, and right next to him, he's going to be the right to him, in lane 10, Joe Ames at 51 calories.
And Peter Harvey got to the bike much later than both Ames, Famery, a few of the other athletes that we thought might walk away from this first interval as the leader, but able to put in some extra work there, getting 54 calories, only 21 calories left. There's a chance if he's able to move through this vine quickly enough that we could see him finish.
Jennings back to his chest of our pull-ups in lane number 16.
Making their way through 10 chest to bar pull-ups.
You can see Joe Ames already on the rig. I really like his technique all the way in the back. He's basically setting up where he's on the pull-up bar where his feet can hit the ground every time while still holding on. And he's basically doing really quick singles, kind of cutting out the eccentric swing portion of the chest to bar pull-up, knowing that he can basically reset quickly and knock out fast singles without having the extra pull on his hands by bearing his body weight.
And he will also already make his way to the bike just under a minute and a half in. Halfway through this interval. And Peter Harvey, he is still chipping away at his chest to bar, also doing a strategy of singles.
Tom Famry on the right-hand side or left-hand side of your screen, right of that framing, just getting to the bike as well. He was at 49. So important to note because Peter Harvey is still on the chest to bar pull-ups.
So this is a window.
Yeah, both of these athletes could pull ahead of him.
Right, here comes Harvey, currently at 54.
1 minute left in this interval. We'll see if we can get any judges' hands in the air as they lean forward and really get that Echo bike to go. 85 calories is what they are looking to get to. Just one interval left after this.
Athletes, 30 seconds.
30 seconds left on the clock.
And these were your leaders. Look at Peter Harvey on the left. Just a slightly faster cadence than Ames, but looks like neither is going to be able to finish in this second interval.
Still no judges' hands in the air with 9 seconds left. And now we have one judge's hand in the air for Harvey. But we'll see how the rollover calories are factored in for the other athletes as they have a 1 minute reset before they will do their third and final interval, which will be just 2 minutes of work.
And the unfortunate reality for Harvey is that he has been one of the last athletes out of this top group to get to the bike. And we saw that in the previous heats too, where he could be in the lead for these early rounds when you do have the extra time on the bike to try and make up ground. But Ames has been able to get to the bike well ahead of Harvey, and we could see that be the difference in this last interval.
And I was talking about what is the best way to sit. Harvey was actually just laying on the floor before he got up to reset. So a couple of different strategies here. In lane 10 though, Joe Ames, he got one extra. No, how many? What's my math? 78. He's at 78 right now. He's got to get to 85. So he has the most calories, with Peter Harvey at 72. So less than 10 for Ames, and just over 10 for Harvey.
30 seconds in, 90 seconds to go.
Keep in mind, this interval is just 2 minutes. And as a couple athletes struggling now on those double unders, that accumulated fatigue starting to set in. We're almost a minute in, and almost the entire right side of our screen was still just working on double unders. But now we have in lane 17, Tony Tursky. He was the first to the bike in under a minute. He's in the green backwards hat, really putting his body into the motion.
Yep, he finished that last interval with 60 calories, so he still has plenty of work to do. So this is an opportunity for him to maybe chew up a few spots on the leaderboard.
And our leaders that we've been talking about, Harvey and Ames, they are still working on their chest to bar, not at the bike yet, with less than 30 seconds. And just as we're saying that, Ames has now made his way to the bike with 7 calories left. We'll wait to see if his judge's hand is now in the air. 5 calories left, 9 seconds left.
You can see him really pouring it in here.
1, but then he's got to run to the finish, man. Oh, and he will finish the calories. I'm not certain that he was able to cross in time, but this is the only heat for that age group, so he will successfully take the event win But keeping in mind, the rollover calories of the other athletes might come into play. We'll wait to see.
Well, for Ames, the next closest athlete was Peter Harvey in the lane next to him. Harvey didn't make it to the bike during that interval, so a little bit of a cushion there. And Ames made a tremendous effort to get those final 7 calories in under 30 seconds.
All right, fellas, I know you're hurt.
So we had some athletes that were close and that did get within the 70 range, but not in the 80s. In lane 17, we had Tony Tursky on the left side who had 78 calories. Then on the right side, it was Joe Ames that had 85. So he is your event 6 winner and will keep 100 points and that overall spot on the leaderboard as he goes into day 3 of competition. Stay with us. We will welcome in our next age group momentarily. We now are welcoming your men's 55 to 59 age group to the floor. This division will have 2 heats, so the men are looking to get all of their calories done because these scores will factor into the next heat. This is event 6 intervals. They have 3 of them, but before they get to their 85 cals that they have to accumulate on the Echo bike, they have to complete 60 double unders and 15 chest to bar.
And the kicker is every interval is going to be reduced by a minute. 4 minutes to start, 1 minute rest after, 3 minutes in the second interval, and then they will finish with 1 lightning quick 2-minute interval. And it's really put the onus on the first couple of intervals, but we have seen some jockeying for position in that final interval based on, you know, the compounding fatigue that this event presents.
This will be the final event on the day for this age group. They had a chipper style workout earlier today, and then they will successfully be halfway through their 2024 CrossFit Games. A new venue, a new setup. It's been fun.
Absolutely, a new city in Birmingham, and it's I will say it has exceeded my expectations because I've never been to Alabama before. So
Me either.
We've had some great food, some great interactions with
have.
the community. Everyone here has been extremely polite and nice to us, and has shown us some Southern hospitality for sure.
Yeah, and it's great to see the friends, family, coaches, community come out as our men's 55 to 59. Heat 1 are underway. They have 4 minutes to complete as much work of those 85 calories as possible, kicking it off with 60 double unders and then 15 chest to bar pull-ups.
Round number 2, 3 minutes of work, followed by that same rest break. Round number 3, if needed, they're going to have 2 minutes of work. They've got to buy in every round. It's going to be 16 double unders now, 15 chest to bars, still going to 80 pounds.
Several athletes making their way to those 15 chest to bar pull-ups. Something that we noticed in earlier rounds, it wasn't necessarily the athlete that made it first to the bike in the first round that stayed victorious. They have to be careful at knowing their bodies on those chest to bars, because we saw a lot of singles in the last heat.
And it really comes down to pull-up integrity, right? You see Lon Allen in lane 16, the first to the bike. What makes me feel optimistic about this event for him is how smooth and effortless those pull-ups look for him. You know, we see a lot of athletes having to revert back to a C kip, a more traditional gymnastics kip, to get those final few reps in. By the looks of it, Lon might be able to do chest to bar pull-ups in the butterfly fashion, which is significantly faster every round.
They can get in before that first 1 minute mandatory rest break.
And now about a minute and 45 seconds in, we are going until the 4-minute time on the clock. So just about halfway through as these men chip away at their 85 calories. Lots of athletes also have their eyes closed, trying to get in the zone, stay composed, not wanting to blow up too early in this event.
And really, you're just trying to remain focused on the task at hand, right? You're trying not to there's a lot of little tricks you can play on the bike. You know, whether you want to look at the calories and see it accumulate, or whether we're seeing it move slowly might mess you up mentally. You may not want to look at the timer. You may just want to be able to be present with yourself and really focus to kind of ignore the pain that's slowly creeping in, and going to start creeping in faster as we get further along in this event.
Because 1 minute of rest in between is not rest. It's chalk your hands and get ready for the next interval.
Yeah, for a lot of these athletes, it's just enough time to chalk their hands, reset their jump rope, take a couple breaths, and then think to themselves, oh geez, again, already? Because we've all had that thought.
Here? And that is 1 minute left before interval 1 is complete.
Lon Allen just had a chuckle with himself as he looked up and realized he still had a whole nother 60 seconds. He's been on the bike longer than anyone at this point.
We've all had that moment where you're evaluating your life choices, because this truly is a choice.
Funny how it always ends up on this implement.
It does. And we were talking with the programmers earlier this morning, and when they were testing out this workout, they tried different styles of bikes. They tried it on the rowing machine, playing around with calories, and they decided that this was the poison that they wanted for these athletes.
And really, I think the community has received the programming for this weekend very well, and it's a testament to the test that they've built. And this is one of the kind of crown jewels, because a lot of athletes pointed at this one specifically and were like, that's evil, but in the best way possible.
It's one that you certainly don't want to have to do more than once. You're not trying to ever PR this one again. But that will wrap up interval 1. They will rest now as we get an update on the tally of calories for these athletes.
Empty 35. Same with Stefano.
Again,
In lane 9, Chris Rowe, he is at 43 calories.
Looks like Caparelli over here.
And we have 2 athletes in lane 10, Limerson Caparelli, and right next to him, John Cavarlo, both at 44 calories. So they are your leaders of heat number 1 with 2 intervals to go. The next one has begun. Now just 3 minutes on the clock.
So Caparelli and Carvalho are your leaders, but remember in that previous heat, in the front of your screen here, lane 16, Lon Allen was the first athlete to the bike. That was because his gymnastics were so excellent. That's going to be something that only favors him as we move further along. These bigger athletes like Caporelli and Carvalho, they're able to get work in on these early rounds, but we've seen them, athletes of their stature, come to a screeching halt in that last one and not be able to actually get any calories on the bike. So that could be where the tipping point is.
And Allen is one of your first athletes back to the chest to bar. What we saw in the first interval, several athletes still working on their double unders.
They can advance back to their bikes.
And already we're seeing both Caporelli and Carvalho start to falter just a little bit, having to take breaks on this second set of double unders.
And Allen at a minute 09, the first athlete back to the bike. He finished interval number 1 at 42 calories. The number they're looking to accumulate to is 85.
First 3 fellas back to the bike as we hit 90 seconds.
Carvalho still working at his double unders, now moving to his chest to bar.
On the screen on your right, the athlete with neon shorts and no shirt.
He's currently sitting at 40 cows.
That's lane 9, Chris Rowe. He was in 3rd place coming into this round. He was one of the first 4 athletes to the bike. So someone to keep your eye on as a sneaky contender to maybe move into the overall lead here if he can catch Allen on this bike.
And speaking of the bike, they have just 45 seconds before this interval is up. And then they will only have one more opportunity to try to hit that 85 calories, knowing that there is still 1 heat left to go in this age group, so they have to put up competitive times if they want to switch into that final heat moving into the 3rd day of competition.
20 seconds.
And John Carvalho, one of the leaders after the first interval, just now getting to his bike.
10 seconds.
With 10 seconds to go.
3, 2, 1, rest.
And that will be the end to interval number 2. 1 minute rest.
And you can see
then
Our numbers.
sorry to cut you off. You can see the difference in posture here. Look at how Allen's moving back to the rig. Lon Allen with the headband here on the near side of your screen. Look at John Carvalho just a few spots down on all fours.
For Allen in lane number 16.
I mean, those are 2 different athletes in terms of the state that they are in heading into this final
30 seconds.
67
round, and I think that's going to be kind of the clue as to who's going to be able to ultimately come out on top.
and knowing when and where you're going to redline and making sure you're managing your breath and ensuring that you don't blow up too early with still a 2-minute interval to go. So Chris Rowe, who Tommy mentioned as a potential sneaky contender, he's at 67 calories, so he was able to jump ahead.
All right, gentlemen.
And Lon Allen also able to jump up ahead, so that's your 1 and 2. Chris Rowe with 67 calories, and Lon Allen 1 calorie behind him at 66. So both men pulling ahead of Caporelli and Carvalho.
And Chris Rowe on your screen here, neon shorts and no shirt. Pretty much the center of your screen here. He has already had to take a break. And in this last interval, it's so quick you don't have the opportunity to take too many breaks, as Rowe has already got his hands on his knees. Allen's already on the pull-up bar.
Yep, all the way to the right of your screen. Still doing chest to bar.
Yeah, already
butterfly.
flying through these butterfly chest to bar pull-ups, and I think that's going to be the difference. He was only 1 calorie behind, and I mentioned earlier that this 3rd and final round is where some of the more gymnastic athletes are able to kind of really make their hay.
And Allen, 19 calories to go with less than a minute on the clock, but the only athlete back to the bike with not much company in sight.
On the bike currently as we approach 40 seconds remaining.
As at this point, he is nearly guaranteed to be ahead of Chris Rowe, who still is not back at his bike.
No one's back at their bike besides Lon Allen, and we're closing in on about 20 seconds left in this heat. It is
20 seconds.
looking really good for Lon Allen to have the top time going into this next heat. Remember, we still have another heat to go, so for an athlete hoping to make his way up the leaderboard, this is certainly going to set himself up nicely to go into Saturday.
And look at the way that he's pushing in these final seconds. Those rollover calories count. His judge's hand is in the air, but he just couldn't finish it up. But he successfully will take the heat win. With one heat to go, we'll see where he ended so that we can have a score to beat as we welcome our second heat of this age group. And look at the body posture now, Tommy.
Yeah, Allen really emptied the tank there, and he almost kind of hurt his case a little bit. Right after the time was up, he held onto the handle and stopped the momentum of the handle and effectively stopped the flywheel. That could have cost him an extra rollover calories if he's trying to, you know, squeeze every little point that he can out of this event.
Typically, we don't get free calories in CrossFit competition, so you want to bank them where you can.
Free calories only count when I'm not weighing and measuring my food.
That is a good point, Tommy. So Lon Allen ended with 83 calories, so just 2 calories shy of the total reps. And then behind him, Chris Rowe, 67. So Lon Allen, quite a bit of a buffer on these other athletes in our one of two heats for the men's 55 to 59. Stay with us. We'll be right back to welcome the second heat of this age group. Welcome back, everybody. This is the second of two heats for the men's 55 to 59 division. Lon Allen putting the score to beat from the previous heat. He was able to accumulate 83 of the 85 calories. We're looking at an interval style workout, a buy-in for each round of 60 double unders, 15 chest to bar, and then work as hard as you can on the Echo bike to get to or as close to 85 cals.
Yep, and you're going to have 3 intervals total, like Lauren said. 4-minute interval to start. After a quick rest, you're going to have a 3-minute, then a 2-minute interval. And if you're one of those fortunate few to get through all of the required calories early, then your workout is done, earning you a little extra rest. But in this 55 to 59 division, we have yet to see that.
What is our key to success for this one?
It's ready, fire, aim. You don't have time to think. You just got to go from this early interval and try and get as much as you can early and try and hold on for dear life. Maybe set your sights accordingly after that first interval during the rest, and really pour in towards the end of this interval because you do get credit for the rollover calories, so it can be a big boost to your score when we're seeing scores separated just by 1 or 2 calories each time.
And in this,
it's important to note, I will, sorry to cut you off, Lauren, but we're seeing some of the bigger, heavier athletes out in front early because they get that added time on the bike. Everyone's going to get to that bike early while they're fresh, but pay attention to who's at the bike first in this first round. Typically, those are the guys with the best gymnastics, and they win out over the long haul.
some sneaky contenders as we get deeper into this workout. And interval number 1 is underway. 4 minutes on the clock, starting with 60 double unders, and we have your 1, 2, and 3 in this heat with Greg Gertis, your overall leader. He was in 4th heading into today, and now sits in 1st after taking a 1st place in the previous event today, event 5.
On these rounds, they've got a buy-in. 60
Yeah, these athletes have already done one event this morning. Your top 4 athletes overall on the leaderboard all finished in the top 3. There was a tie for 3rd in this morning's event, so very tight margins. Only 3 points separate from Greg Gertis in 1st and Vic McQuaid in 2nd.
Athletes are chipping away at 15 chests to bar. And we'll see who is that first athlete to the bike, all the way in lane number 3. Vika Huckman, all the way to the top, the right part of your screen in the white shirt.
Vika really struggled with the handstand walks yesterday. Wasn't able to finish the workout. That triplet we had of handstand walking, sandbag cleans, and rope climbs.
90 seconds in, guys. We're 90 seconds into our first.
Just 90 seconds into this 4-minute interval.
Gonna keep biking for cows, seeing how many they can rack up.
Chipping away, looking to make it to 85
Rest break.
calories. Again, no athlete from Heat 1 was able to accumulate all 85. They got close. Lon Allen with just 2 calories to go. We'll see where his time stacks up with this second heat of our top men.
2 minutes to go.
And now halfway into the first interval, all of our athletes have now made their way to that echo bike, getting to work.
All the gentlemen out here biking away, seeing how many cows we can rack up in round number 1.
90 seconds.
If you're just joining us, we will get an update on where these athletes are with their calories on the echo bike in between each rest of the interval. So with 1 minute and 15 seconds left, they will have a 1-minute reset before interval number 2.
We're on to this event number 6. 1 minute, guys, 60 seconds.
Again, this is heat number 2.
This is where you start to pay attention to posture, Lauren. We're seeing some athletes that maybe went out a little bit too hot. We're seeing their posture sink, their chest drop. They're starting to get a little flaily in on the bike, a little bit more excess movement. You're seeing the pain faces start to set in too. Give you a little clue to who might be in the driver's seat as far as pacing is concerned for these next 2 intervals.
Rollover calories will count. They do not need to reset their monitor after each round.
Expect to hear the 10-second call from the announcers and then see these athletes start to pick up the pace just a little bit.
10 seconds.
There it is, 10 seconds, and just like that, Tommy, it's like you could predict exactly what was going to happen.
It's almost like we've seen like 10 heats of this already.
And that is it for interval number 1. Most of the athletes still on their feet, walking, but a couple already in the bent over position.
38, 55 down in lane number 3 for Huckman.
A couple athletes kneeling down.
See John LeConte with his hands above his head in lane 16. John Kim going for the more traditional hands on knees. We call that the old freshman football conditioning pose.
20 seconds. Greg Curtis at 50.
So Ivica Huckman, who was the first athlete to the Echo Bike, he was able to accumulate 54 calories. We're now taking a look at the right side, and yeah, he will be your leader heading into the second interval, and then behind him, just 4 calories behind with 50 calories, Robert Davis.
We are starting again with that buy-in, those 60 double unders followed by.
So that's your 1 and 2. Ivica Huckman, 54. Robert Davis, 50. Excuse me, we are getting new info that the even numbers are wrong. They're going to update those, but we do know, we have confirmed that Ivica Huckman is at 54 calories.
I just got word that lane 12, I believe Greg Girdis has 50 calories. That's the next highest total, at least as far as this first round is concerned.
And several athletes just a minute in are making their way back to the Echo Bike, and Huckman, him alongside Leonardo Lima, were the first 2 men on the bike.
8 cows in lane number 4.
So Huckman, you're 1. And Girdis, you're 2 into this second interval. This one, the time on the clock is going to 3 minutes for the second of 3 intervals.
Again, these gentlemen are going to 85 cows. Going to see if anybody can get it done in round number 2.
Athletes have just about a minute left to work.
60 seconds, 1 minute.
It's going to be close for Huckman. He's been able to maintain a pretty solid pace throughout.
Going into round number 2. Going to see how far he can make it. He's smiling away.
You see all athletes are on the right-hand side are pretty much well onto their bike calories, and the point spread were pretty close. Lane 12 in the center of your screen. He's wearing a white shirt, and he's got a arm sleeve on his left arm. Greg Girdis, he was the second highest ranked athlete after that first interval. You can see his posture too. He has got keeping that consistent forward lean with his torso. For a bigger guy like that, it allows you to kind of not only get your body weight centered over the pedals on their way down.
And Huckman's judge's hand is in the air. 1 calorie left, 10 seconds to go. He's got to cross the line, and Huckman will be your Event 6 winner. He doesn't need to do any work on that third and final interval. He was the first to the bike for both rounds and was able to maintain that lead and use that power to accumulate the fastest.
Yeah, and this happened to be a groove pitch for him, because you could see him, like we mentioned, the gymnastics ability to get to the bike first, and then to be able to maintain a high clip on that bike the entire way. An impressive performance from Huckman. That's going to move him back up the leaderboard after falling out just a little bit after a rough start on day 2.
Yeah, he will earn 100 points. He was sitting 19th going into this event with a 7th, a 29th, a 21st, and now a first place finish. So he should secure himself in the final heat moving into tomorrow.
All right, final round, gentlemen. This is round number 3.
And keep an eye on Vic McQuaid. He's the center right.
Of those 60 double unders, followed by 15 chest
He's the center right of your screen. Yellow top, black shorts. He's going unbroken on his double unders. He hasn't broken so far. He has moved into second overall with 76. He's the leader on the floor as it stands right now. He was able to pull ahead of Greg Gertis in that second round. You can see beautiful posture, relaxed shoulders, not super high of a jump for his double unders, kind of reducing the total turnaround time for each rep. And he's going to be the first athlete back to the bike again if he can hold on for these chest to bars.
Much time to go.
Just about a minute and 10 seconds for this interval. Lon Allen from the previous heat, 83 calories on the Echo bike. His time or his calories are going to start to matter to see where he can finish within this final field of men.
McQuaid's going to have to get 8 calories to pass Lon Allen, 7 to tie.
7 calories, 45 seconds on the clock.
Oh, here we go, gentlemen.
And Leonardo Lima, one of your first athletes back to the bike, alongside Vic McQuaid in the neon shirt, top of your screen.
And you can see the difference in cadence between McQuaid on the right-hand side and Lima on the white shirt, center of your screen.
McQuaid's judge, hand in the air, 4 calories left. With about 15 seconds left, 2 calories to go. He should be able to make it in. He's getting off the bike, and he will secure a second place finish.
Nice effort from McQuaid. You see on the right-hand side of your screen, Greg Gertis was able to get back to the bike and put some work in. I don't know if he's going to be able to catch Lon Allen's 83 calories from the previous heat, but it looks like he may have 4th locked up in the event if he's able to put a little bit of extra work in.
And we'll hang here for just a moment as we get those final tallies to see who your 1, 2, and 3 of the men's 55 to 59 are. So Ivica Huckman will be your 1. Vic McQuaid will hold on to that second place.
At 2:30. We're going to be back at 2:30 with our women's 50 to 54 division. Don't miss out.
And then Leonardo Lima with 78 calories, so he will take a 4th place overall finish in event 6, giving Lon Allen from heat 1 of the 55 to 59 division a 3rd place time.
Nice effort from Lima on that 3rd and final round, because he was able to pass both Greg Gertis and John Kim, who finished with 74 and 73 calories respectively.
And that will do it for the men's 55 to 59 division. We are going to reset the floor. Our live stream will be back up, Tommy and I, in about an hour to welcome on the women's 50 to 54 division, and we will go all the way through to our 35 plus. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Welcome everybody to the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. We are about halfway done on day 2 of competition inside the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez. It has been fun covering event 6 because this is one that it'll hurt you if you do it the right way. Interval style workout, trying to accumulate a certain amount of calories on the Echo bike. We are taking a look at the women's 50 to 54 division. They are accumulating 65 calories, but before they get to that, they have to buy in 75 double unders and 15 chest to bar for 3 intervals.
Yep, and each interval will be less time for these athletes to work. We'll start with a 4-minute interval, 1-minute break, 3-minute interval, and then the third and final one is just 2 minutes, so not much time at all. It really puts an emphasis on these first couple intervals, at least from what we've seen in the earlier heats.
It does, and for this age group, we will have 2 heats of females, so these women are looking to put that time or that score to beat to see if it can hang on into the next and final heat of women. They've already done 2 workouts on the day, so this will close day 2 of competition for them. They had a chipper earlier today and a snatch speed ladder.
Yeah, closing out the day with just a nasty all-out effort with these intervals, and really with these keys to success, you're going to have to come out hot and not really think about the later 2. You have time to kind of readjust and aim accordingly once you get through that first interval and set your pace. And then we've mentioned this earlier, rollover calories after the time is done and once you're stopped pedaling still count. So if you can, really pour in at the end to get those few extra calories. We're seeing athletes be able to just come up just a few calories shy overall and have only a couple of calories separate multiple placings on the leaderboard. So those rollover calories matter.
And when we're looking at age group programming, depending what division we're covering, the rep scheme changes slightly. In our 65-plus division, we actually saw one athlete break the workout where she was able to hit her designated calories on the Echo bike in the first round. But now, as these ladies in the 50 to 54 need to accumulate 65, I don't think that we'll see any hands in the air in the first or second interval, Tommy.
Yeah, shout out Patty McGill, women's 65 plus, finished it in 1 round, and it's been the talk of the town ever since.
It certainly is, and they are underway back on the clock. We are looking for 4 minutes, the most amount of time that they will have to get as many calories as possible and put a dent into those 65 cals on the Echo bike.
It's just 2 minutes of work if it is needed for these ladies out here. Each and every round, we're going to have a buy-in of 75 double unders.
And we've seen some interesting strategies so far from some of the older divisions. It's really easy to see some athletes that are very proficient on the bike show up early in these early intervals, but if you're not going to be able to finish it in under 2, ultimately the athletes that are really proficient at the gymnastics have been able to kind of claw their way back, because we see some of the athletes that really sell it on the bike not be able to get through the buy-in in the last round.
Ida Keplinger in the neon sports bra center of your screen, 2 in. She was the first. It's a beautiful butterfly chest to bar, accumulating 15. And now she is the first athlete to advance to her bike and get to work with 3 minutes and 45 seconds to chip away at those calories on the Echo bike.
Yeah, Ida Keplinger and Cindy Hinkle in lane 9 basically got to the bike at the same time. So both of these athletes going to have about 2 minutes and 40 seconds at minimum. They were on there already for a few seconds when that time hit to pour into this first round. And for the 65 calories that they have to hit here, they should be able to get well past halfway.
And if you weren't with us earlier in the day, after these women complete their calories on the Echo bike, they will have a 1 minute to reset where our judges on the floor will give us an update of where exactly these athletes stand in their calories, so we will be able to update you on who our leaders are as they continue to get to work into this first of 3 intervals.
seeing a few athletes. You see one in the center of your screen there, just white top, long pants on the center right. They're choosing to actually stand up a little bit and get out of the seat there. I believe that's Lucian Macias. Basically taking a couple beats, popped up out of the seat. It allows you to kind of get those legs fully extended. For some of the athletes, if you're feeling a little tight, feeling a little sore, maybe trying to add some relief to your hips, getting that full extension is just a little bit of a break to kind of maybe save you some energy.
Athletes, you have 1 minute. 1 minute on first block.
1 minute left in this first interval.
Again, these ladies are trying to get as far as they can.
And all the way to the top of your screen, closest to us in lane 14.
1 minute rest, and we will get started on round number 2.
Filaretti Xanthadaki, she's really putting her shoulders and full chest into the bike as she pushes and pulls.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, the athletes are allowed to set their seat height accordingly, but, you know, leg length will ultimately dictate that. But for some of these athletes, the handles of the bike are nearly at their collarbones. So how do you mitigate the adjustment you have to make, or maybe the disadvantage you might be of pulling and pushing those handles? And sometimes that requires you to adjust your torso lean as well.
And that is time of the first interval. 4 minutes is up, a 1 minute rest, and then their next interval will be 3 minutes long. So less time to get to work, but we'll see if they were able to bank a good amount of calories to start off.
35 here.
And right now, really, for some of these athletes, they're starting to look around, see where everyone's at, get a gauge of, you know, how much ground they have to make up in these next two. And for us, you can start to see the postures of these athletes really start to differentiate depending on how bad they're hurting.
Top leader with 25. 20 seconds, ladies, 20 seconds.
So right now we have a tie, and they're going to be the women across from each other. Rachel Robinson in lane 5 and Kim Lennon in lane 6, both at 35 calories.
Back to work in 3, 2,
So just over halfway
All right, ladies, this is the
with the total amount that they need to accumulate with 2 intervals left, but again, less time than the previous interval.
We can get all 65 cows done. They've got their buy-in still of those 75 double unders, followed by 15 chest to bar pull-ups.
A couple other ladies close behind them with 33 calories in that first round. Sherry Stevenson, she's going to be on the right hand of your screen, second woman in lane 12 in the white shirt. And in lane 4, a couple women above her, Gaina Savory, also with 33 calories.
And here's a very crucial part: which athletes have the pulling endurance to be able to continue to rip through these chest to bar pull-ups. We've seen a lot of athletes reduce to singles, doubles, adjusting their kit from a butterfly to a C kit.
We got Gagnon next to the
Pamela Gagnon in lane 8 was the first to the bike, and it's no surprise. She's actually a well-known gymnastics instructor in the field here in the CrossFit community. Longtime gymnast, taught a lot of people how to butterfly pull up, how to do bar muscle ups, ring muscle ups, and as an educator in this space, she's definitely one of the best at that movement in particular.
If you struggle with gymnastics, her tutorial videos on Instagram have been a lifesaver for me, along with several other athletes in the space. We are just over 1 minute in, going until 3 minutes here, so less than 2.
1 minute, athletes, 60 seconds.
Or I'm sorry, just 1 minute left.
Trying to get through as many cows as possible before round 3 begins.
Class Drops her back to her bike as well.
And Tommy, in the earlier divisions, the earlier age groups, this is kind of the make or break point for a lot of the athletes, whether they have gone out too hot or paced it just right.
And all the way at the far end of the screen, you can see black sports bra, short cropped hair. I believe that's Kim Lennon. You can see her really leaning into the handles. While most of the women are starting to ease off their pace, she was really hammering the last minute on the bike. It's a little bit tough to see from here, but she has been putting in some work on the bike. I wouldn't be surprised if she is the overall leader, or at least holding on to the top spot alongside Rachel Robinson.
Kim Lennon had 35 calories going into that and was one of the overall leaders. They will now rest and reset before their third and final interval, which will be just 2 minutes on the clock, as we get an update of where these women are in their Echo Bike calories. If you're just joining us, they are looking to accumulate 65 total in this age group.
And it'll be important to see the spread here, because if an athlete like Pamela Gagnon can close the gap just a little bit here, knowing she'll be able to get to the bike first while some of the other athletes might fall off, could be a prime opportunity to see some placements flip here overall.
Flat track 43. All right, here we go.
And there she is, Kim Lennon, 56. She had 35 in interval 1.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
21 calories in this second one, with 9 calories to go to close this one out.
One final time, 75 double unders, 15 of those chests to bar.
So with Lennon at 56, the next athlete behind her is going to be in the lane next to her, in lane number 4, Gaina Savory at 46, so still 10 reps short of her. Lennon has a pretty good lead, and also keeping in mind that she is going to be, or whoever wins this one is going to be putting up a time to beat with 1 heat left in the women's 50 to 54 age group.
And Lennon just took a break, and it's her 4th break. There's her 5th break so far in this last set of double unders. So, you know, we have just about a minute left in this event. She may be the leader right now, but if she can't get to the bike to do any work, there's a risk that some of these athletes could maybe clip her in the end. And remember, this is just the first of 2 heats, so she's not just competing against these women on the floor. You know, the highest ranked athletes are standing in the corral now watching what you're doing.
Keplinger to the bike first. 45 seconds left. We only have 2 minutes for this final interval. And Keplinger had 38 calories going into this third and final interval.
Less than 30 seconds. Back out working again as well. Less than 20 seconds.
Cindy Hinkle is back to the bike. She was in 3rd overall. She's the only one of the top 3 women after round 2 to go, but you can see Cindy Hinkle. She's just off screen. You can see her now, top of the screen on the bike. She is hurting right now.
And that is time for your 50 to 54 age group, heat 1 of 2. We're gonna wait a moment as we get a total tally on where these women left on the calories on the Echo Bike. Nobody finished, but that's okay. The scores will factor into our next heat of women. Just about getting our scores here. And just bear with us just a moment.
Kim Lennon is ultimately going to walk away with the top score there, but she didn't get any credit in that last round. She didn't make it back to the bike. we saw her struggling with the double unders, and she was basically stuck on the buy-in portion during that last round. So she walks away with the top time in the heat, and she's going to have the mark to beat for the second heat, even though she didn't get some work done. That's something to be wary of for some of these other athletes that come out hot. We're seeing some of the athletes that really hammer the bike early come to basically a screeching halt in this final event.
Kim Lennon, a total of 56 calories on the Echo bike. We will reset and get heat number 2 of the women's 50 to 54 on the floor. Welcome back, everybody. This is heat number 2 of 2 for the women's 50 to 54 division, event 6. This will end the day for these age groups. Interval style with a buy-in of 75 double unders, 15 chest to bar, and then accumulating as many or all of them of the 65 calories so far from the previous heat. No athlete was able to finish, but the score to beat is Kim Lennon with 56 total calories.
And behind Kim in second was Pamela Gagnon with 50 calories. So an open opportunity for any one of these women here in the second heat to take the overall win. And the nature of how the top 2 scores were set is very different. Gagnon took a much more measured approach on the bike, blasting the gymnastics and the buy-in early. Kim Lennon basically sold out on the first 2 rounds on the bike and wasn't able to get through the buy-in late, but what she did in the first 2 rounds was enough.
3 total intervals. The first will be 4 minutes, then athletes will rest 1 minute, then 3 minutes, rest 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then the time is over. Tommy, what are our keys to success for event number 6?
Well, I just mentioned there was 2 different ways to a top score, but really I think for the best it's going to come down to ready, fire, aim. You don't have to worry about the later 2. Really focus early on hammering that first interval. You have more time on the bike in that first interval than the other 2 combined. Also couple that with the fact that you're going to be the most stretched then, so really set yourself up well with a hard first round, and then you get to count your rollover I almost said rollover minutes like it's a cell phone in 95.
But, throwback.
Yeah, but your rollover calories do count on the bike, so make sure you put a hard effort up until the time finishes for your interval to get those extra calories.
Heat number 2 is underway for the women's 50 to 54 age group, accumulating 75 double unders here. We have your 1, 2, and 3 overall leaders with Carol Meason in lane number 9. She's going to be in the center of the left part of our screen. Just 2 points ahead of the next best athlete Taya Gebby, who sits in second overall with the last event of the day.
For the top 6 spots overall coming into this event are only separated by 36 points. So knowing we're still just about to hit the halfway mark, there are about 6 women that are definitely in contention for a podium spot.
Here come the ladies to their bikes.
And several athletes just made their way to the bike.
The center of your screen, white short sleeve top, yellow shorts, center, dead center. That's Jen Dieter. She was the first athlete to the bike in lane 13. Jen is a very experienced athlete, having made the games multiple times and competing regularly on the broader competition circuit.
Looking to knock out as many cows.
Allison Sternod, closest to us in the white shirt. She was one of the second athletes to the bike. This interval is going to be 3 minutes, so just over a minute left. Trying to chip away at those 65 total calories. And now we have all athletes in this final heat of women onto their Echo bike.
Still got plenty of time to chip away at this bike. In the first heat, the top score in this initial round was 35 calories. That was the mark set by both Kim Lennon and Rachel Robinson. Now, Robinson fell off the pace late. Lennon was able to hold on, but that was only due to how much work she did in the first 2 calories. So keep an eye on the posture of these women as we start to get into this final minute, because you could start to see who burned in a little hot, who still looks composed, who's got more in the tank.
Just over a minute left. This is where they are trying to bank those calories.
Athletes, 1 minute, 60 seconds.
Start to see some of the paces slowing here. Lane 16, Ro Moraes starting to ease off the pace just a bit.
Just over 30 seconds left before they get a 1 minute break and reset for 2 more intervals.
And your overall leader, Carol Meason, was just getting to the bike a second ago in lane 9. With about 30 seconds to go, she finally got on the bike. As your overall leader, only 2 points ahead of Taya Gebby. She's missing out on a ton of calories here. I'm not quite sure what happened. We'll have to watch the second interval to see if we get some clues on maybe it was the double unders that tripped her up.
Well, and we just saw her stop maybe 5 to 7 seconds early on that Echo bike as well.
Yeah, typically, and I think that the format of this adjusts how you bike a little bit. Typically, if you know you have to go back to the next movement or the interval starts immediately, or you're not necessarily worried about rollover calories as much, you might stop a few seconds early just to kind of get off the bike and kickstart your recovery. Here, you want to pedal to the end. Make sure you get as many rollover calories as you can, because really, at a minute, you just have enough time to kind of reset your grips, reset your chalk, and your jump rope, and you're not really going to make much headway on recovery anyways.
15 seconds.
So in lane number 11, she's going to be on the left side of our screen, right smack dab in the middle. Kim Purdy, 41 calories. That is your leader as they go into the second interval with 3 minutes on the clock.
3 minutes of work.
Yeah, this left-hand side, you have your
1 minute rest break.
3 of your top overall performers after that first round. Kim Purdy in lane 11, she's got the yellow short sleeve top and black shorts, and then just to her left, Jen Dieter has 35 calories. To Jen's left, you have Stella Bartram and Allison Sternod, both had 33 and 36 calories respectively, so a lot of women that were able to put in some serious work on this first interval.
Going into this event, Kim Purdy sits in 3rd overall.
stout numbers getting put up by these ladies.
So on the far side of the screen, top of the screen on the first of the pull-up bar, she's got a white shirt and black shorts ripping through the chest of bars facing our direction. That's lane 5. That's Janet Black. Now, Janet Black had 35 calories as well. She is one of the most experienced athletes in the field. She's competed in multiple divisions, all the way down to the 44 division, and she was on a team with Atomic CrossFit way back in the days of Carson, California. So she has competed at multiple levels of the Masters division and the team competition.
And Janet Black was the first back to her bike with a minute and a half left.
Purdy back to her bike. Again, she's leading the way currently.
And Gavin looked to have no problems on those chest to bar. I think she broke once for that set of 15. Made it to her bike significantly earlier than we saw in that first interval.
And interestingly enough, Carol Meason made it back to the bike well ahead of what she did last time. So I'm not sure what happened in that first round. Maybe just a couple of slip-ups. Sometimes with double unders, this is compiled.
Stella Marshall back on her bike as well as lane number 50. 45 seconds, ladies.
She's checking on the right side of the floor at the far end, all the way at the top of the screen. Yellow top and black pants in lane 4. That Lori Pruitt was the top performer in that first round with 35 calories. So on this right-hand side with all the even lanes, she's the top performer so far.
Athletes have 20 seconds until the end of their second interval. No judges' hands are in the air. It looks like all of these women will need to do that third and final interval to get as close to that 65 cals as possible, and that is time. Their last opportunity to have a 1-minute reset before our final interval that will be just 2 minutes on the clock. As we await an update on our Echo Bike calories for these athletes.
So I'm just getting an update that Carol Meason fell off of the pull-up bar and rolled backwards. So a bit of a spill there, mishap on the pull-up bar to start that first round. So likely the explanation why she had to take a beat there for a moment, but thankfully she was okay and able to rally and make up some ground in that second round.
And Kim Purdy will still hold the overall lead with 59 calories after 2. Right behind her, Jen Dieter has 52, but also Janet Black has 55. So those are going to be your top 3 athletes. Also on the right side of our floor, and the even side, Lori Pruitt also with 52 calories. So a bit of a race with just 2 minutes left in the final interval of event 6.
And important to note, Janet Black was the first athlete back to the bike in that second round. So she was able to make up some ground on Kim Purdy despite still being in second, and her proficiency with the gymnastics could pay dividends here in this third and final round as we see fatigue start to take its toll.
This body is so time and energy consuming.
So
and you see Kim Purdy had to squat down in the center of your screen. She had to take a significant break there in the double unders, and Janet Black is back to the bar.
60 seconds.
And we have just 1 minute left in this, keeping in mind that from the previous heat, Kim Lennon, 56 calories. Right now, the only athlete ahead of her on those calories is going to be Kim Purdy.
Ooh, and Allison Sternad here in lane 17, very front of your screen. She was only a couple of calories back of Janet Black. She had 54 calories, so she had 5 to make up on Kim Purdy. It's very possible that we could be watching Allison Sternad take the overall lead right now.
Gonna try to get one of these ladies across the line.
With just 20 seconds left, we only have a couple of athletes who are on the bikes. No judge's hands in the air, but Sternad's judge, his hand is in the air and also all the way towards the front.
Janet Black's hand is in the air as well.
And we had 3 judges' hands in the air, none that could finish, but we have at least 3 scores that will bump up ahead of Kim Lennon, as they needed to get to 65 total calories in event 6.
And we're gonna have to go to the scorecard, the judges' scorecard, because Sternad and Black were very close. I hope it wasn't the case, but Sternad stopped a couple of seconds early. She didn't pedal through to the finish, so if she wasn't able to get those extra calories, that could be the difference.
And we're just about to get those scorecards. And in lane 5, Janet Black and Allison Sternad both finishing at 63 calories to take a tie for the event win. That's why you never stop early, Tommy.
Oh man, and with about a second and maybe 2 seconds left, Sternad stopped pedaling. You could see she was just spent. Couple pedals sometimes all it takes to get that extra calorie, but you know what? She gets 100 points regardless. There isn't a tiebreaker in this instance for this event. Her and Janet Black will both get to share 100 points this time around.
So they will share your lead or your event win for event number 6. Second was in lane 4, Lori Pruitt with 61 calories. And then in lane 13, Jen Dieter with 60 calories.
And so Kim Purdy, just for the overall picture here, was 20 points back of Carol Meason and 18 points back of Taya Gebbe. Both of them finished in the middle of the pack here. Carol Meason, because of the spill, is going to be finished towards the bottom. We could see Kim Purdy, by virtue of a top 4 to 5 finish, move into the overall lead.
And that will close out the day for the women's 50 to 54 age group. Make sure you head to Competition Corner. That is where we will have the most updated scores as these women head into day 3 of competition. But we'll reset once again as we welcome the women's 45 to 49 age group. Welcome back, everybody. A nice quick break before we welcome our next age group, the women's 45 to 49 division. These ladies have already completed 5 events in their 2024 Masters event. This is event 6 for them. It will close out the day of competition, and they are looking at an interval style. If you were with us through the previous heat, the reps are going to be a little bit different. So there is a buy-in of 75 calories and then 20 chest-to-bar pull-ups and accumulate 65 calories on that Echo Bike.
And I think with this adjustment, it's just going to put a bigger onus on the gymnastics strength and the gymnastics endurance here. 20 chest-to-bar pull-ups per round is no joke, and especially when you have to hammer the Echo Bike and you know the Devil's Tricycle is waiting for you on the other side.
It is, and we have seen body language changing quite a bit. Some people coming out too hot and burning that candle a little bit too early, but what they're going to be looking at is the first interval. They will have 4 minutes of work to try to get as many of those calories on the Echo Bike as possible to get to 65, a 1-minute rest, then a 3-minute interval, a 1-minute rest, and then a 2-minute interval if they have not yet finished. Tommy, what is our key to success for this one?
Well, I think for a lot of these athletes, really getting off to a strong start in this first interval. You know, not really worrying about what your plan is the rest of the way. Just focusing on this first interval and getting as much as you can, and then reassessing as you go, and then really making sure you have full effort through the end of the interval, all the way to the end, especially if you can pick up the pace a little bit to get extra rollover calories.
And event number 6 for the women's 45 to 49 division is underway as they chip through 75 double unders as one of the 2 movements of their buy-in.
Followed by the rest break. And finally in round number 3, it is just 2 minutes of work.
And we've kind of overlooked the double unders here, but even in that last age division, the 50 to 54, we started to see it take a toll on some of the athletes. By the 3rd round, with your heart rate spiked, your upper body a little blown up, being able to tie these together quickly started to fall off for some of these athletes, and we saw some women not be able to make it back to the bike.
Laura Reed, the center top in the white tank top, black leggings, she was the first to strike at the 20 chest to bar, and she did her whole set unbroken, and now is the first athlete making her way to the Echo bike.
Reed in lane number 7 to the bike first.
In just over a minute of this 4-minute interval. A couple other ladies joining her.
Looks like Ashley Friala
and Charlie Good were your 2nd and 3rd to the bike.
Keller in lane number 13, working on those cows.
Plenty of time to get through a good portion of these calories on the Echo bike. Time on your clock that we will go in this interval is 4 minutes. So just about halfway.
And before that 4-minute mark, again, they're going to have that 1-minute mandatory rest break.
1 of 2 heats for your women's 45 to 49. In our earlier age group before this, the 50 to 55, we did not have any athletes complete their designated calories on the Echo bike. We'll see how or if this age group can complete event number 6.
Athletes, you are at 90 seconds. 90 seconds remaining.
Just saw a couple of athletes off screen look at the clock, realize they still have over a minute left, just kind of chuckle and bow their head back into the bike.
It's one of those workouts where you almost need to put the towel over the calories and not really pay attention to any numbers and just get into that pain cave.
Man, so many athletes last night told me that they didn't think they would sleep well just because they knew that this event was coming. That this was the one they were worried about. They're like, we get to have some fun with the snatch speed ladder, you know, wall balls, some dumbbell work on event 5, that's great, but ending with this bike and knowing that you don't have another event after it, that you get to rest for the day after, adds a little extra spice factor because there's nothing holding you back.
It's the devil on your shoulder that's whispering, you have to go faster. You have to hurt a little bit harder. About 15 seconds left in this first interval, and then we will get an update on where these ladies stand in the calories on their Echo bikes.
3, 2, 1, rest.
And then it's time as they will get off their bikes and have a 1-minute reset before interval 2, which will be a total of 3 minutes long.
Now there's a 28.
24 for Nichols.
Colony with 30.
36
As our judges tally up
29
the calories on the Echo bike, you can see all the ladies have a different strategy on how to rest and recover. Some hunched over, some standing tall.
And those are even some of the little mind games that you can play with yourself, right? Like, You walk back to your mat first, you stand up tall, try and look comfortable. Your other athletes are peeking to see, all right, did anyone else burn out? Does anyone else feel as bad as I feel right now? You talk to some high-level athletes, they'll play those tricks sometimes.
So Laura Reed in lane 7, so the left part of your screen is at 36 calories, but then on the opposite part of the screen, in lane number 12, she is in the black shorts, white top, Charlie Good, with 35 calories. So just 1 point separates your 1 and 2 as they start this second 3-minute interval. Something that we noticed in previous heats is that this is the round that sort of makes or breaks the athletes and decides whether their first strategy with 4 minutes was a good idea or maybe they should have tapered it back just a bit.
Yeah, that initial burst, that initial adrenaline dump is gone. Now your body's racing to try and keep up because your heart rate is spiked. And now you got to do 2 movements like double unders and chest to bar pull-ups that are very rhythmic, and it starts to fall apart. You know you burnt in too fast.
And Laura Reed going unbroken on her chest to bar again, first to the bike at about 1 minute and 15 seconds. And then across from her in lane number 8, and Goon Ludwig's daughter was our second athlete to the bike.
I believe that might be Ashley Fiala in lane 6.
Oh, you're right. Lane 6, not 8.
But Charlie Good in lane 12 made it back to the bike. She was one of the first 4. She was only 1 calorie back, and given how much further ahead Laura Reed got to the bike last time, looks like Charlie may be a little bit faster on the bike, but we've seen the athletes that really rely on making up ground on the bike not be able to do so as these time windows shorten.
Just about 45 seconds left of this 3-minute interval. 65 calories, that is the total calories on the bike that they need to get through. Laura Reed leading the way with 36 entering the second interval.
And for a lot of these athletes that weren't able to get to the bike by the 2-minute mark, remember that's what the interval is next time. So there's going to be a significant portion of this field that doesn't make it to the bike in the third and final interval.
10 seconds.
And here's where you'll see the athletes really put their body in to get those rollover calories as they end their second of 3 intervals with a 1-minute rest to reset. No judges' hands yet in the air. And you can see in lane 15, Anne-Marie Fuse already laying on the ground. We saw that from a couple of other heats.
She's got a good training section, support section here, and she turned immediately and started shaking her head like, this ain't the business.
We all know how that feels.
I would say the prevailing thought after getting off of an Echo Bike sprint is no more.
25 seconds.
So after the first interval, we had Laura Reed leading the way with Charlie Good behind her, and that will hold up as Laura Reed has accumulated 55 calories, so just 10 more left on this interval. But then right behind her, Charlie Good, 53 calories, so 55 and 53. These ladies are close.
Reed picked up 1 calorie during that last interval on Charlie, but she was well ahead of Charlie getting to the bike. Charlie was eerily close to that 2-minute mark before she was able to get to the bike, so I wouldn't be surprised if Charlie Good doesn't make it back to the bike and we see Laura Reed open up her lead just a little bit.
Last one, too. So short, though. 90 seconds.
Laura Reed has been the first athlete to the bike and through the chest to bar in both rounds. currently struggling a bit on the set of double unders. Again, accumulating 75 at this point of the workout. That's a significant amount of double unders for any athlete, especially with all the compounding fatigue from the other events. This is this age group's 6th event on the weekend.
60 seconds.
This is the 6th event in 2 days. It's a high amount of volume. I don't care how much you train. 6 events at competition speed is a lot.
45 seconds.
These ladies are looking to put up a time to beat with 40 seconds left to get through as many calories as possible.
30 seconds.
With less than 30 seconds, it doesn't look like we're going to have any athletes finishing this workout. So now it's a matter of how many calories they can get through.
15 seconds.
Fiala's to the bike, and so is
10
Reed.
seconds.
With 10 seconds to go, you got to grip it and rip it at this
Oh man,
point.
you got to go full Tim Paulson on this one.
Time.
And that will be time for heat 1 of 2 for the women's 45 to 49 division. Reed was in the lead with 55 calories. She had about 10 seconds on the bike. Rollover does count, so we'll see what her total score is. In lane 12 behind her was Charlie Good. I don't think she ever made it back to her bike, but we will check the total scores as the judges hand off the calories on the Echo bike. So Reed was able to gain 2 calories with a score of 57, and she will take the heat win, as Charlie Good did stay the same at 53. So Laura Reed is your heat 1 winner. 57 is going to be the number that we're going to remember as the second heat of the women's 45 to 49 take the floor in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Heat number 2 of the women's 45 to 49 are taking the floor for their final event on the day. 5 events done. This is event number 6. Intervals accumulating 65 total calories on the Echo bike. But before they can touch the Echo bike, they have a buy-in. It's not part of their score, but they have to do the work of 75 double unders, 20 chest to bar within 3 intervals, a 3-minute or a 4-minute, a 3-minute, a 2-minute, 1 minute to reset.
And this division had the chest to bars bumped up by 5 reps from the previous age division, and it proved to be a formidable task, particularly in that third and final interval. So it's going to really put the emphasis for most of these women on getting as much work done as they can in those first 2 intervals.
We've seen several strategies over the course of these age groups. Tommy, what is the key to success that you're going to be keeping your eye on?
Well, with that whole third interval in mind, and knowing that you may not be able to get to the bike in those 2 minutes, it's got to be ready, fire, aim. Just pin your ears back and go for these first 2 rounds, and know that you have to keep working through the end of the time call, because you do get rollover calories. We've seen some athletes stop early and kind of short themselves out of a few extra points here that could be precious placements on the leaderboard.
You should make an announcement to the heat so they remember that. But this is going to be your top heat of the women's 45 to 49 age group, with Kelly Friel in that overall top spot, followed by Allie Crawford and Val Voberl. That is your 1, 2, and 3 after 5 events on their weekend.
Kelly Friel looking like she wants to go back-to-back after winning this division last year in pretty dominant fashion.
And the women are off. We have a 4-minute interval. They are looking to get through 75 double unders before they can make their way to the rig for 20 total chest to bar.
Round number 2 is going to be 3 minutes of work, followed by another rest period. Round number 3 is just 2 minutes of work at the end. Each round is going to have that buy-in, 75 double unders, followed by 20 chest to bar pull-ups. Then we're going to move forward to these echo bikes. We are trying to get to 65 pounds.
Lane 11, Kelly Friel, right on cue, first to the chest to bar pull-ups. I mean, if she holds on this weekend, this will be a 4th consecutive CrossFit Games title across 2 divisions. She won the 40 to 44 division twice as the oldest athlete in the field, and now she's aged up for the past 2 seasons and picking up right where she left off.
And she already took an event 1 earlier today on event 5.
You see Val Voberl's right in lockstep with her, getting to the bike. Friel and Voberl, both the first to get to their echo bikes here. If you're not familiar with the name Val Voberl, you should be. She is an absolute legend in the sport. She podiumed at the CrossFit Games as an individual twice, back in 2010 and then 2013. She represented the USA at the Invitational in 2013. She's just one of the nicest people all around, and actually was the first athlete I got to interview on camera when I was working for CrossFit back in the day.
And these are those age groups where you get to see some of those stories of longevity, and a lot of the trailblazers of the methodology and the sport, to see them still competing. I mean, 5, 10, 12 years into CrossFit.
No doubt, and we, a lot of press, and rightfully so, has gone to athletes like Annie Thor's daughter, Tia Toomey, Cara Saunders, who stepped away from competing, started a family, and come back to this sport. Well, really the first athlete to do it at the highest level in terms of podium finishes was Val Voberl. She finished 3rd in 2010, stepped away for a season to go start a family and have her eldest daughter, and then she came back and podiumed a couple years later. She really was a trailblazer in the women's division.
Proof that the methodology works, proof that the training, and if you do it correctly, you can continue to do it at the highest level through several years of your adult life.
Again, this is heat number 2.
We have just over a minute left of interval number 1.
As many cows as we can.
Laura Reed putting up the top score to beat, 57 calories on the Echo Bike. And I have a funny suspicion that we might get a couple women in this heat to finish this one, Tommy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close. Like you mentioned, Laura Reed was the top scorer at 57 calories. With this being the top women's heat, and given how dominant some of these women have been throughout the weekend, I would not be surprised to see an athlete like Kelly Friel be able to rip this and finish under the time cap.
20 seconds.
About 20 seconds left. This is where you see them really start to lean in and push that pace to get those rollover calories.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, break.
And that will be time for our first interval, a 1-minute reset as we collect the calories from each of these athletes on that first round of the Echo Bike.
Dale at 31. In lane number 19, 32. In lane number 17.
We're already seeing several athletes in the 30s for the first interval. We'll get specifics in just a moment to see which athletes
30 seconds.
are leading the way as they go into their second interval, which will be 1 minute less, just 3 total minutes to get through as many calories as possible after that buy-in.
15 seconds.
And Kelly Friel, she is your overall leader as she heads into the second interval with 49 calories.
Going back to work.
And then Val Voberl, the other woman that we were talking about, will trail her with 43 calories.
And it's important that Kelly Friel and Voberl were the first 2 athletes to the bike in that first round. We mentioned that no one has finished. Friel almost beat the time to beat in the first round with only 16 calories left in the second round. If she can hold on and not slip up too bad on the buy-in portion, she should be able to finish this.
65 is that number that they're looking to get to.
And I want you to clue in on Val Voberl. Back left of your screen, short, sleeveless white top, yellow shorts. She's got a little elbow sleeve. Look how efficient her double unders were. Barely leaving the ground. She was the first to the rig. No wasted movement. That comes from a decade plus of experience competing at the highest level.
Another set of 20 chest to bar pull-ups here.
And you could see her in the back. She's a little bit covered up by an athlete facing away from us, but Val is just ripping these chest to bar pull-ups. She goes 20 unbroken.
And in just over a minute, makes it back to her Echo Bike at the first athlete.
Right here in lane number 10.
3 minutes for the interval.
Only at 43 calories.
Started this interval with 43 calories.
Seconds.
Couple athletes joining her on the bike now.
Seconds, ladies. 90 seconds. Mullins back on the bike.
And Kelly Friel has kind of hit a wall here. You can see her in the black sports bra, black shorts in the center of the rig. She's had to take 3 or 4 breaks already.
There in lane number 12.
Yeah, just a set of 2 to 3 on her chest to bar.
She was only 6 calories ahead of Val Voberl, and Val has been on the bike for nearly a minute now. I think we might be seeing a change of the leadership here.
60 seconds.
Here comes Friel.
And Friel will get on the bike with just about a minute left of this interval.
She should be able to still finish if she really pours into this. 16 calories in a minute is doable. But for Val, you can see her upper left of the screen with that elbow sleeve. She is really picking up the pace here. She looks fantastic. One of the calling cards of her
judges'
at her
hand is in
peak
the air.
was excellent aerobic conditioning and excellent gymnastics, and that goes hand in hand here.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left with just 2 calories. When she gets done with these calories, she has to make it back to her starting mat. And she gets off and she finishes. Val Voberl
15 seconds.
with still 1 interval remaining. Tommy, we thought that some athletes would be able to finish, but in that type of intensity, getting through 65 calories with all of the buy-in work.
1. Rest.
And Kelly Friel's judge's hand was also in the air, so she has just a couple calories to go
She has
with 1 interval.
She looks like she had 3 calories left.
But keep in mind, she only had about a minute after she did the double unders and chest to bar. This final interval is only 2 minutes.
So that means she would have been finishing the buy-in right at the cap. So she's really struggling right now. So if she wants to finish this, she's going to have to dig deep.
Less than 30 seconds.
and she was able to get, in that 1 minute,
15 seconds.
for context, she went from 49 calories to 62 calories. So certainly pushing the pace. She will be
Here we go. 3.
your current leader of the remaining athletes on the floor, with Val Vobril taking the event win. She won't have to do any work in this final interval.
20 chest to bar pull-ups. Then we are back to those cows to try to finish them out.
And behind Kelly Friel, we have a couple of athletes that are within striking distance.
The time domain has decreased to 2
In lane 3,
minutes.
Olivia O'Hara, she's at 56 calories. And in lane 13, Mariska Museweisen, also at 56 calories.
And in lane 12, Marta Bricks, 55. Lane 14, Jenna Larson, 53. So if they're able to actually get to the bike and Friel gets capped, maybe they can
Back to her pull-ups.
clip her at the
She's
finish
at
line.
56 cal mark.
We have just about 1 minute left here on the final interval.
These ladies getting through that
As Kelly Friel is still on her set of double unders.
Come back to her bikes one final time.
I don't know that she'll have enough time to get back to her bike.
You can see Friel's black sports bra, black shorts, center of your screen. She's the leader on the floor, but she's not looking like she's going to get through this buy-in.
As we approach 30 seconds.
Posey, her bike in lane number 8.
Lane 8, Deanna Posey getting back to the bike. She had 53 calories. She could make up some ground
20
here.
seconds, athletes. 20 seconds.
You gotta go, ladies. You're almost there.
Just 15 seconds left.
Mariska Mueisen in lane 13. She was the top scorer behind Friel on the floor. She's on the bike as well.
And these women are sprinting to the bike.
You can see
Roll over
Mueisen's hand in the air.
1. Time.
And we had 2 hands in the air. We will get a total tally of where they ended on the Echo bike, as this is our second and final heat of the women's 45 to 49 division. But Val Vobril, she will take the event win to earn 100 points. Her second event win on the weekend,
Posey had 62
and will
cal.
potentially bump her up on that leaderboard, sitting 3rd overall going into this final event on day 2.
It will for sure help her make up some ground on both Allie Crawford and Kelly Friel, who are the 2 women ahead of her on the leaderboard. I mean, you just have to give Val Vobril credit. This is what made her a multiple-time podium finisher on the individual side. Some just otherworldly capacity and some classic CrossFit movements. And in an event that no other woman finished, she finished an entire round early. And I can't overstate how impressive that is.
Val Vobril will take your event win, and then Olivia O'Hara will finish second with 64 calories on the Echo bike, just 1 away from finishing. And then right behind her with 63 total calories, Mariska Mueisen will take that 3rd place spot to finish out their day of competition at the Masters CrossFit Games. And now we are welcoming our first of two heats of the women's 40 to 44 division. But keep in mind, if you've been with us, notice that each age group has slightly different rep schemes. Our previous age groups had to accumulate 65 calories on the Echo Bike, but now the 40 to 44 division, they are upping the ante. They have to accumulate 80 total calories over the course of 3 intervals, and that's after a buy-in of 75 double unders and 20 chest to bar.
That is a significant bump here. We saw a lot of women struggle in the 45 to 49 just to get back to the bike in the 3rd round, much less finish. And now we're throwing an extra 15 calories on tops. If you're going to finish this in this division under the time cap, you are really going to have to sell out.
The final event of the day for them, a great opportunity to sell out. 3 intervals. The first one's going to be 4 minutes with a 1-minute rest, then 3 minutes with a 1-minute rest, and then 2 minutes with a 1-minute rest, getting as close to or finishing those 80 calories. Do our keys to success stay the same when we're upping the calories this much, Tommy?
Yeah, I think so, especially when you have that similar buy-in of 75 dubs and 20 chest to bars. You can't bank on having time in those first and that last interval, so you know you have to pin your ears back and go on these early intervals, excuse me. So, and keep working to the time cap for each interval. Get those rollover calories. Every single one counts. And I do say, I love where this sits in the weekend as far as being the end of the day type event. If this was switched around like before the snatch or before the wall balls, you would see athletes maybe holding back a little bit. There's no reason to hold back knowing that your day is over after this and you get to go home and rest.
Yeah, it's only 3:34. You got plenty of time to go home, rest, recover, eat your food, get your early bedtime before we're now at just about more than the halfway point, as this age group will complete 10 total events throughout the weekend. This is event 6, 4 minutes in this interval.
And look at some of the athletes here. Pay attention to where their shoulder positioning is, their posture, how high they're jumping. If you see an athlete really having to jump high and hinge at the hip just to kind of get through this initial set of dubs, that's not going to bode well for them later on.
Again, they're going to have 20 of those chest to bar pull-ups that were
Brooke,
to the bikes.
Katrina LeClaire
All the ladies looking super fresh right
was
now.
the first athlete to her set of 20 chest to bar, as her judge's hand is in the air, and then she is our first athlete. A nice little run, a nice trot to try to get to her bike as soon as possible, start accumulating those calories.
That's a transition with authority right there. That is, hey, I'm not scared of this bike. I want to get there as quick as possible and get to work.
And this is the interval with the most time that they are going to have to accumulate calories. With just a minute and a half in, we have all of our women in the 40 to 44 division on their bikes getting to work.
Again, they're going to be biking for calories.
But a significant jump from our previous heat, from 65 calories on the Echo Bike
In
to
the
80.
upper left of your screen with the left elbow pad, that's Chelsea Hansen. She was the first athlete to the bike on this side. She was only just maybe a half step behind LeClaire. So she also sprinted the transition and looks very comfortable on the bike at this pace.
More than halfway through this first interval.
Athletes, 90 seconds.
As these ladies lean into that bike.
First rest period. Judges will transcribe their calorie count onto the whiteboards. And just how we do our best to let you know who's on the plane.
And also just noticing different techniques. In lane 16, Sarah Blunk, you can see she kind of leans with her body. She's closest to us in the white shirt, but then our athlete next to her,
See where these ladies on their
Kadsha Ohala, staying more upright, not leaning into it as much with her shoulders. Just about 30 seconds left on this first interval.
30 seconds.
And then we will check in with our judges as they give us an update on where these ladies stand with how many calories they've been able to accumulate out of that 80 total counts.
10 seconds.
Several athletes' eyes on the clock as they watch it count down with 3, 2, 1, and rest. A 1-minute rest and reset.
That is the completion of round number 1. Let's see where these ladies are at on those cows.
29 for Fittest, lane number 19.
The second interval, they will lose a minute. It will be just a total of 3 minutes after that buy-in to get through as many calories as possible on the Echo Bike.
37 for Garrett down here, lane number 2.
30 seconds. King with 35.
40 for Leclerc in lane number 7.
As we get a quick update
15
on where these athletes have finished. And we got a couple of close races, but with the most accumulated calories in the first round,
Back to work in 3, 2.
Delina Snyder in lane 18 for 47 total calories
Time domain has decreased
in the first. And then a couple athletes in lane 12 and 14, Chelsea Hansen and, Chelsea Hansen
round number 3.
and Aaliyah Navarro
They're going to have that
with
1
39
minute
calories.
rest break. After this 3-minute domain, these ladies working through their buy-in, 75 double unders, followed by those 20 chest of our pull-ups.
This second interval is going to be 3 minutes.
A big chunk out of it, but again, calories, the mark our athletes are shooting for. And with a decreasing amount of work time, there we go, all of our ladies done. With the double unders heading back to the ring, diving right in on their chest of our pull-ups.
Looking to get through 20 chest to bar here.
Those 20 chest of our pull-ups, and we're coming back to the bike.
Less than
Taking
2
as many
minutes.
cows as we can.
With just about 2 minutes left in this interval.
Lane here in lane number 9.
And that's Chelsea Hansen back to the bike, first in the heat.
Rodriguez.
Elizabeth Lane in lane 9 also there as well. She was just 2 calories back
Athletes, 90
of
seconds.
Katrina Leclerc and 1
90
calorie back
seconds.
of Chelsea Hansen.
Leclerc started with the most amount of calories in this round, starting at 40. Again, we are going to 80 calories for these ladies.
Just about 1 minute left on the clock for this second of 3 intervals.
On the bikes.
1 minute, ladies. 1
As we will then
minute, 60
retally
seconds.
up where these women stand on the Echo Bike. Just one of 2 heats for the women's 40 to 44 division.
Our ladies doing a ton of work in that first work period. Second work period doing the same, just not quite as much time to put calories on the board. "30 seconds.
These ladies trying to get as far as they can on these cows.
And Elizabeth Lane in lane 9, top upper right of your screen, sleeveless top, white top, yellow shorts. She's got the short haircut there. She has been steady the entire time.
2, 1, rest.
All
And that will finish up your second of 3 intervals, a 1-minute rest before a 2-minute interval.
And just pay attention to how the athletes recover here.
58 for Leclerc.
Elizabeth Lane took a while to saunter back to the rig. Leclerc immediately off the bike back to the rig.
Elizabeth Lane.
She looks fresh and ready to go. If they're close,
C2.
it looks like maybe Leclerc was holding back just enough to maybe make a push here.
30 seconds.
In lane 12, Chelsea Hansen, center of your screen, yellow top, black shorts with the elbow sleeve. She is looking fresh. She was bouncing, ready to go. Clearly her aerobic conditioning is where it needs to be for this type of an event.
So in lane 12 is going to be your leader, Chelsea Hansen, with 62 calories after 2 intervals. No other athletes, one other athlete in the 60s. We have 60 calories from Elizabeth Lane, so she does have some company. These women looking to put up the score to beat before our second heat.
This last one, Hansen sitting at 62, just 18 calories away.
I want to see, look at Leclerc with the red hair, top right of your screen, how quick she's moving through those double unders. When we've seen other athletes really start to fall apart, she was just blasting those, and she is first back to the rig.
And Leclerc is at 58 calories, so not far off of our top athletes. If she can bank some time here and then pedal on the bike before our 2 minutes is up, she could surpass or get close to their top scores.
Leclerc's off. And to the right, Chelsea Hansen was the first back to the bar again. She took a quick break.
Trying to get back to these.
Hand is up for Hansen.
Rodriguez headed to her bike. She's currently at 44 calories. Here comes Lane.
Navarro on the move in late for saying she's at 53.
And back on the bike is Chelsea Lane, or Elizabeth Lane, sorry.
Less than 30 seconds, ladies. Now's the time. Empty the tank. You've got 20 seconds.
Pay attention to Elizabeth Lane's pace on the left here, upper right of your screen.
15 seconds.
And look at Chelsea Hansen right now. She is really hammering center left of your screen with that elbow sleeve. They were just a couple of calories shy. You can see the difference in pacing here.
3, 2, 1. Time.
And that is time. So no athletes finished all 80 calories, but we'll see what the top scores are as they head into the second of 2 heats for the women's 40 to 44 division.
72 for Hansen.
It sounds like a couple athletes might have been within a 10
71.
cal range of finishing, but we'll get the total scores momentarily so that we know what the score to beat is going into the final heat. So we have a close score in lane 12. We had Chelsea Hansen, 72 calories, and she will take the heat win. And right behind her was Elizabeth Lane at 71 calories. So they were the leaders going into the final and then kept that lead, finishing off heat 1 of the women's 40 to 44 division.
And even though Elizabeth Lane was able to get to the bike first and make up some ground, we showed you at the end, Chelsea Hansen's just sheer effort in emptying the tank on that last little interval was just enough for her to hold on to the overall lead heading into this second heat.
Stay with us, everybody. We will be right back as we reset the floor for heat 2. will now take the floor for the women's 40 to 44 division for their final event on the day. Event number 6. They are looking at 3 intervals. Time to have a little buy-in of 75 double unders, 20 chest to bar, and then accumulate 80 total calories. Scored a beat from the previous heat. Chelsea Hansen, she got through 72 calories, but right behind her, Elizabeth Lane, 71 calories. So we'll see how those 2 scores factor into this final heat of women.
Lane number 12, Hope Cicero. Lane number 13, Rebecca Voigt.
First interval is going to be 4 minutes, then they will have a 1-minute reset, then 3 minutes and a 1-minute reset, and then 2 minutes to accumulate as many or finish all 80 calories. What is our key to success?
Well, you're going to have to come out firing on all cylinders in this first interval. You know, from the wise words of my former colleague, Pat Sherwood, he said, anytime you have a 3-round workout, you treat it like a 2-round workout and pretend the 3rd one doesn't exist. And I really think that is the mindset you're going to have to take here. Attack early and just hold on as best as you can. And, you know, you're going to have to work through the end. You don't have to worry about the recovery time because it's not enough to make a big enough difference if you don't push the bike to the very last second and get those rollover calories.
And while we had a couple of athletes within that 10-calorie range of finishing, this is your top heat. Your overall leader on the day, Carly Newlands, she's going to be in the left side with your odd lanes in the center, lane 11. And then across from her, Carlene Matthews sits in second, and then in lane 16, Rachel Green. I'm sorry, Rachel Green sits in second, Carlene Matthews sits in third.
And it's going to be important to pay attention who gets to these bikes first, flexing the high-level gymnastics capacity, because we have a few tight races. Green and Matthews only separated by 2 points. And then they're only 9, Green is only 8 points ahead of Andrea Pinheiro. We have some heavy hitters in this heat for sure. Pinheiro doing the double on the season, competing as an individual at the games just a few weeks ago and reloading for Masters with this new separated format. It allows athletes to maybe do both. And then, you know, you do have some former individual athletes. Carlene Matthews, a multiple-time qualifier out of the Northwest. Rebecca Voigt-Miller, one of the most tenured athletes of all time here at the games.
Carrie Miley all the way to the left. She's just cut off of the screen. She was your first athlete to hit that set of 20 chest to bar. Just got a no rep, but hasn't come down yet. But all the way on the right on the even lanes.
Kelly Jackson Essigwood's the first to the bike. She's also a former individual and team competitor at the CrossFit Games. She was followed closely behind by Carlene Matthews. They were the first 2 athletes to the bike. I would not be surprised if Kelly Jackson Essig is the first to the bike every single round. When she was competing as an individual athlete, she was tremendous at upper body gymnastics like pull-ups, like chest to bar.
And just a minute and 40 in of 4 total minutes on this interval. We have all of our athletes on their bike.
In round number 1, it's that longest time domain.
80 total calories is what this age group is looking to accumulate.
This is heat number 2, women's
Halfway through their first interval. And it's their final event on the day. This is the 6th event that this age group has tackled. 10 total events on the weekend. So after this, they are more than halfway done with their 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
You're at 90 seconds.
If you're just joining us, rollover calories do count, so you want to make sure that you continue to pedal and use those arms as the judge counts down, or the MCs count down that 3, 2, 1.
No doubt. And this is the last event of the day for these women. And if you haven't tuned in yet, We have multiple competition floors going on all weekend long. Event 5 for the younger divisions is going on now. There's an alternate stream, the same place you found this stream. Chase Ingram and Sean Woodland are on the call there.
And all of our updated scores and full standings on the leaderboard is going to be at competitioncorner.com. Just search CrossFit Masters Games, and you'll be able to see the latest on the leaderboard of all 14 games divisions that we have competing this weekend. There's also a team event happening here this weekend. More than 400 athletes. It's busy here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex, as this first interval has just 10 seconds left before they have a 1-minute rest and reset for their second of 3 intervals.
1, rest.
All right, let's see where these ladies are at on their cows.
And we are having the judges helping us out to tally up the calories on the Echo Bike so we can keep you updated on the current standings
36
as these women head into their second interval.
You see Becca Voigt-Miller there sitting on her bike, kind of in her zen moment for a split second.
Matthews at 45.
She's been competing at the CrossFit Games since 2008.
Pinheiro and Jackson.
She is the only woman on this field to have competed at every single CrossFit Games venue in existence.
That is the definition, Tommy, of OG. Some women within just a couple reps of each other. Carlene Matthews sitting 3rd overall in your overall standings. She is in first after just 1 interval with 46 calories. Just 2 calories behind her with 44 calories is going to be Carly Newlands, who is your overall leader in the 40 to 44 division.
20 chest to bar pull-ups.
Just 3 minutes on the clock for this second of 3 intervals.
You can see Carlene Matthews looking at the field, kind of center left. She's got the crop top, white shirt. She's got the reddish hair in the center. Her double unders are blazing fast. She was the second athlete to the bike in that first round, and she can absolutely hammer these gymnastics movements.
Carly sitting at 45 calories. We're going to add to that total.
Carly Newland's one of the last athletes to the rig there. She was, you know, just behind Carlene after this first round, but she's slowing up on those double unders.
We're headed back to the bikes. Here comes Matthews.
And Matthews,
Number 10, here's Jackson.
with the braids and the messy bun, shirt rolled in the front, white. She was the first to her bike. And just look at her body structure right now. She looks like she's a woman on a mission, very composed. She was your leader, 46 calories heading into the second interval.
I'll never forget, but a few years back when the team series was still an event that CrossFit hosted, she came out to HQ in Santa Cruz and having conversations with her about how, you know, her trials and tribulations as an individual have really helped her dial in her game pace and focus on the pain in events like this. She's 13 years sober, in recovery, and she helps run a recovery program for people suffering from drug and alcohol addiction, helps them kind of find their way as someone who's gone through it herself. And competing on the floor like this is actually therapy for her in many ways, and she channels that energy in a good way now, and it's really cool to see.
Less than 1 minute left in this second of 3 intervals.
40 seconds. Seconds.
If you're just joining us, 80 calories is what they are looking to get through. And we had about 4 athletes that were more than halfway after just 1 interval.
3, 2, 1, rest.
All right.
Interval 2 complete. 1 minute rest before they then will begin their third and final interval with just 2 minutes on the clock. Body language a little bit different right now.
Look at Carleen Matthews, top center of your screen, chalking up. She looks like she just took a walk in the park.
67 for Latimer in lane number 9. 67 for Newlands in lane number 11.
We have a couple of ties, but right now, nobody is touching Carleen Matthews' score. She led the way after one interval. She will stay in the lead with 74 calories, just 6 calories left to complete this workout. And then the next best scores behind her is a tie with 67 calories for Jamie Latimer and Carly Newlands.
Somebody across the line. We have Carly Matthews, number 10, that is currently at 74 calories. We are going to 80.
You see Newlands in the center of your screen, knee on top, black headband. She barely made it to the bike last round, so even though she has the top score, if she follows suit from last interval, she might not be able to add to that score in this third round, which is huge for someone like Carleen Matthews, who right now is 42 points back of Newlands and needs to make up some ground, and winning an event will certainly do that for you.
Just 2 minutes, so just 1 minute left in this final interval. These ladies gotta go if they want to get back to that bike and power through as many calories as possible. So we have Carleen Matthews has already surpassed the best score from the previous heat, which
She
was
is
72.
hammering right now. Look at her. She knows the finish line is within sight. She is just ripping into that bike, hand in the air, top center.
1 calorie to go, and then she will get off her bike. She has to make it back to her placemat, and with 25 seconds to spare, she makes it back with an event win for Matthews and 100 points.
And on the center of your screen, the knee on top, that is Carly Newlands, and just to the right of her is Jamie Latimer. Those were the top 2 athletes. Latimer has a hand in the air right now.
It looks like Latimer has maybe 2 calories left, so she should be good for a second place finish, but we'll get a total tally as the judges accumulate the calories on the Echo bike. But what a great performance from Carleen Matthews, leading the way after every interval, super composed on that Echo bike, and was able to lock in 100 points for an event win to close out day 2 of competition.
She moved like a woman on fire, and more importantly, the woman she's chasing, Carly Newlands, Carly needed 5 calories in that last round to lock up second place, because you remember Chelsea Hansen at 72 in the previous heat, and Elizabeth Lane at 71. Those scores are in play for top 3 finishes overall.
And if you look all the way to the back center of your screen, you can see her support system. They have signs over there giving high fives. She looks to be doing okay right now, Tommy, not just still laying down as we saw some previous heats. So our second best time will be Jamie Latimer with 77 calories, so she will lock in a second place finish.
Carly Newlands will hold on for third.
She will tie with Chelsea Hansen from the previous heat, who also earned 72 calories. So she will split a tie, and also bringing Elizabeth Lane from the previous heat for a 4th place finish overall. A 5th place finish, rather. And that will conclude our women's 40 to 44 division. We will continue with event 6. as we take a short break before we welcome in the women's 35 to 39 division, the final division for the women's age groups at the CrossFit Masters Games. Welcome back, everybody. This is your final age group for the women's Masters 35 to 39. We have 2 heats that will take the floor. First, heat 1, their final event on the day, event 6. This one is a burner. It is an interval style workout with a buy-in of 75 double unders, 20 chest to bar, and then getting to 80 calories on the Echo bike over the course of 3 intervals. The first interval is 4 minutes, then a 1-minute rest, then a 3-minute interval, a 1-minute rest, and then if they're still working on those 80 cals, they have a 2-minute interval to end the workout.
Lane number 15, Belinda. Lane number 16, Antea Longo. Lane number 17, Laura Stevenson.
As our women take the floor, our final group, 2 heats. What are the keys to success that we have to be focusing on, Tommy?
Well, if you've been with us for a few minutes, basically just replicate what Carleen Matthews did. She came out.
It's a good strategy.
She came out and attacked these first 2 rounds. She was able to maintain unbroken sets on the chest to bar pull-ups, so really the focus should be maximizing your time in these first 2 rounds, because with fatigue pouring in, there's no guarantee you're going to be able to work on that bike in the 3rd round. And work till you hear the announcers say time, because you get the rollover calories, and man, we've seen some tight races, so those matter.
Every second matters, especially because we're not used to having those rollover calories count. So you got to retrain your muscle memory to really fight for those last couple seconds.
All right, athletes, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heat 1 of 2 of the women's 35 to 39 is underway. Their first interval, 4 minutes on the clock as they chip away at 75 double unders.
It's important to note who gets to the bike first, because in the older divisions, both for Carleen Matthews and Val Bobrel, the 2 women to finish in their respective divisions, they were consistently the first athletes to the bike, leaning on their gymnastics to buy themselves time. It's no coincidence that both were individual games athletes just a few years ago.
Hand in the air, lane 10. Carol Costolini strikes first at her set of 20 chest to bar. And she is in the center of your screen in the white tank top.
Carol Castellani, one of the athletes hoping to complete the trifecta of competing as an individual, a team athlete, and as the Masters.
And now she was the 3rd athlete to get to the bike, because she had some runners across from her on the other side in lane 13. Elizzy Andrini.
Alize Andriani made quick work of those chest to bar pull-ups.
And she is on your screen just above center in the neon sports bra. Our first athlete to the Echo bike, as they have just over 2 minutes of work remaining in their first interval.
Not a ton of time remaining on those last 2 work periods to get it done once you complete the mile. 2 minutes, athletes, 2 minutes remaining.
This is the longest interval that they will have, as we mentioned, or if you're just tuning in with us, they lose a minute on the interval in each round.
As many calories as they can in round number 1. This is the longest time domain. They will have that 1 minute mandatory rest break.
They're just about approaching the 90-second mark.
Athletes, 90 seconds.
And then we'll have a 1 minute break before they reset. We'll have the judges update us with where these ladies stand on calories on their Echo bikes.
Athletes, 60 seconds.
We will get to see where these
This is also an opportunity for these ladies to put up a score to beat and potentially move into the final heat of their age group, which we do see factor in, especially as you get deeper into the weekend. Having the top athletes to compete against is a huge benefit to jumping up on the leaderboard.
Well, I mean, they're top athletes for a reason, right? They've consistently performed at the highest level, and it always benefits you to know what the athletes you're competing with ahead of you have already put on the board. You can also glean little bits of information because the athlete corral here is within eyesight of the floor. So the top heat can start to watch and see how things are playing out ahead of them.
10 seconds.
And the athletes that have judges or family member support system can also find out the scores and feed that information to them as they're in the corral so they know the times to beat, and we've seen that play out very well for the later heats. So that will close up interval number 1
44 here
of 3. A 1 minute rest before they then have a 3 minute interval. If you're just joining us, they will have 75 double unders as a buy-in, along with 20 chest to bar, before then they can get to work on 80 total calories on the Echo bike.
Cross here in lane number 2.
Longo with 40.
Kiristova 40 in lane number 3.
We have a lot of ties going on, but right now, Kelsey Ware is leading the way after one interval with 45 calories, and then several other athletes with 40 calories. So we'll see if she can hang on to that lead as they now begin the second of 3 intervals, this one with just 3 minutes on the clock.
Followed by 20 of those chest to bar pull-ups. Then we are headed back to our bikes.
Heading into this event, Kelsey Ware sitting in 31st. So quite a few spots that she would have to jump up to get into that final heat to start day 3.
Carol Castellani back to the rig again, one of the first athletes off the pull-up bar. She was only 1 calorie back at 39 from that batch of women that were all tied at 40. And Castellani, as I mentioned earlier, completing the trifecta, one of the handful of athletes to do that in CrossFit Games history, competing across all 3 of the major divisions.
Castellelli first to the bike, but close behind, lane 13, Andriani. Andriani was the first athlete to the bike in the first interval, so she's keeping up pace.
Amy Morton was also in that first batch of athletes getting to the bike too, so she was tied there with 40, so it's an important move for her.
36 to start off back to a bike a few seconds ago. Less than 90 seconds, athletes, less than 90 seconds.
Kelsey Ware in lane 6, all the way at the top of your screen, black sports bra, green shorts, just to the left of the woman who just got on the bike. She is your leader on the field. She was a little bit behind that first batch of athletes getting to the bike, but she had the biggest set in that first interval.
And in the shot before where we were watching her, she is looking left and she is looking right, being aware of maybe the body language that her competitors are portraying right now with less than a minute left at this interval.
As short as we go, not much time. Once you get done with your buy-in.
Now you're starting to see the fatigue pour in. A lot of women looking around, looking at the clock, slowing their pace a little bit.
30 seconds.
Less than 30 seconds to finish up this second interval.
Typically when you're looking at the clock, that means your body's telling you to stop.
You gotta fight past it.
Yep.
Especially knowing that this is the final event on the day for this age group.
3, 2, 1. Rest.
All right, let's get an update on
And that is time for our second interval. They'll have 1 minute rest before then just 2 minutes on the clock. Kelsey Ware going into this interval was at 45 calories. So she was more than halfway to that 80 calorie mark before entering her second interval. We'll get a tally and see where these athletes stand.
25 seconds.
And Ware will keep that
15
lead,
seconds.
sitting at 68 calories.
Coming up in 10 seconds.
The next closest athlete is in lane 9,
Athletes, here we go.
Amy Morton,
2,
at 64 calories. So this is the final interval, the last opportunity to earn all 80 calories or get as close as possible, but they only have 2 minutes on the clock. So a significant less amount of time than they did from interval number 1.
And we've seen a handful of athletes in the upper half of the heat basically fall off in terms of placing because they weren't able to get back to the bike in this third interval.
All different athletes waiting in the wings to take this one on.
Just like the first 2 rounds, Castellani, one of the first athletes back to the rig.
Our P2 athletes.
Nadia Gracio and Sonia Karaskova also back to the rig early.
With just 1 minute on the clock. And first on the bike in lane 12, Castellani.
50 seconds.
And then right behind her, Andriani, both the first to the bike. And now Ware, who was your leader, is on the bike.
And Ware was only 4 calories ahead of Amy Morton. And Amy Morton got to the bike about a good 15 seconds ahead of Kelsey Ware.
20 seconds.
With just 15 seconds left, they are looking to put up a time to beat before the last heat of the women's 35 to 39 division take the floor. 5 seconds left
3,
on the clock.
1, time.
Man, excellent effort from all these women here. You could really see them start to pick up their cadence and RPM on the bike there. Really
And you can tell because they're all on the floor now, Tommy.
And even just being able to kind of hit that extra gear late in this event just is a testament to their conditioning.
So no hands in the air. Nobody within that 5 calorie range of finishing, but we'll get an update to see what that accumulative calorie is to beat. I think I did just hear 75 calories, so maybe the rollover is coming into play.
I believe 77 is the top number from that heat.
And I think we did get some rollovers. So while Amy Morton was in the mix, it still was Kelsey Ware who will take the Heat 1 win, putting up the best time to beat, or excuse me, the best score to beat of 78 calories as our leader, and then a three-way tie of 75 calories between Castellini, Longo, and Morton, all at 75 apiece.
Yep, we didn't really say Antea Longo's name most of the competition, or at least most of this heat. She was towards the middle of the pack, but really, really laid into the bike on that last round. Carol Castellani deserves a ton of credit for how consistent she was with her gymnastics and giving herself a shot to make a push towards the end.
But it was Kelsey Ware just 2 calories shy of finishing event number 6. She will hold on to that score to beat, as in just a moment we welcome our second of 2 35 to 39 women athletes. The final heat of the women's 35 to 39 division is taking the floor. This will wrap up our women's age group divisions for the night of event 6. Intervals. And this one, you gotta hurt. You gotta want it. And we're gonna see how bad our final heat of women want it with 3 total intervals. They have a buy-in of 75 double unders, 20 chest to bar, and then accumulating 80 total calories. In our previous heat, Kelsey Ware, 78 calories, just 2 shy of finishing. We're gonna see where that factors into our final heat here, Tommy.
Emily Morin, lane number 20, Dina Swift.
Yeah, I have to say, it makes me more impressed with what Carleen Matthews was able to do in the older division. Same exact setup and able to finish under the time cap. Really highlighting just how proficient she is at the gymnastics. But, I mean, Kelsey Ware, she's good. The best you can do is win your heat, right? Or especially when you go on early and you have a lineup of athletes like Chelsea Hughes, Andrea Nisler, Mackenzie Riley, all who have competed as individuals at the games. Andrea Nisler, one of the most decorated team athletes in the history of the CrossFit Games.
And this year, Andrea Nisler actually qualified for individual semifinals, but opted out of it to compete with the age groups after recently giving birth to her first child, but now competing against the age groups as a new mom.
Yeah, we had a chance to speak with her about a month ago, and I mean, she gave birth this year pretty much, and she's still out here competing.
I think it was either during the open or quarterfinals, and still completed both. But several of our best 35 to 39 female athletes on the floor now. This first interval, 4 minutes on the clock as they chip away at those 75 double unders. Your overall leader heading into this final event on the day, Carolyn Klutz. She will be on the right part of your screen with the even lanes in lane number 10. So far, Klutz has 2 event wins, both yesterday. And now they are chipping away at those 20 chest to bar, and we'll see who makes it first.
Mackenzie Riley was first up on the pull-up bar.
20 set-to-bar pull-ups, the order of the day in this 4-minute work period.
And Riley will be the first athlete to the Echo Bike. A good 5 to 7 seconds ahead of the next best, and she's looking around as now several women are getting to work.
Amelia Lepinen was next to the bike. And then you can see Andrea Nisler, center left of your screen, black top, black shorts, light blonde hair, just absolutely getting after that bike.
I recently saw on Andrea Nisler's Instagram that she did test this one. She didn't put what her score was, but I don't think she enjoyed herself. That's the consensus we're getting from most of the athletes who have maybe practiced this or done it so far.
We saw with Carlene Matthews, that's the clutch thing. The buy-in's got to be pretty much flawless to get through. Got to hit all the double unders unbroken.
This is the longest interval that they will have. The amount of time they will have to get to work goes down by 1 minute each interval, as now we are halfway through the first of 3.
Well, I think this format really suits Andrea Nisler's skill set. You think about what the reality of the team competition, a lot of it is interval-based working, right? You're not just consistently going the entire time like you are as an individual. A lot of times it's work, tag out, and during that time you're on the floor, you're expected to go full speed the entire time, maximize your effort on the floor, and then recover quickly when you step off.
And Nisler is just 9 points behind Carolyn Klutz in your overall standings for the women's 35 to 39 division. Just over a minute left before they then will have a minute rest to reset. And we use that term rest very loosely. It's basically chalk up, take a deep breath, and get back to work.
1 minute, 60 seconds.
There's actually quite a few women in this field that have games level experience on a team. Mackenzie Riley, Amelia Lepinen.
And Dina Swift, who's closest to us at the bottom of your screen, it almost looks like she's doing this as an interval style, going really hard, then tapering off, then going really hard and tapering off.
Almost like a Tabata round, if you will. 20 seconds of work, 10 seconds of rest kind of style. She's also an individual games athlete as well from South Africa.
And just about 20 seconds left to wrap up interval number 1 on this final heat of the women's 35 to 39.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest.
All right, let's get an update on our...
And that is it for the first of 3 intervals.
47 for Murillo in lane number
80 calories is what they are looking to hit in order to finish. We've had no athletes in this age group complete, but Kelsey Ware from the previous heat just 2 calories shy of that total number.
York is 42 in lane number 7.
Swift with 51 in lane number 20. 25 seconds, athletes.
Ooh, we're just getting the results now, and there are some
It's about
big
to
numbers.
be a good time out there. Maybe more for us than what they're feeling like right now. But our top scores, we have a tie at 54 calories for both Julia Holm. She's going to be on the left part of your screen in lane 9 with the odd numbers. And then across from her, Carolyn Klutz, also at 54 calories.
And some athletes that are within striking distance. Andrea Nisler in lane 12. And then Dina Swift at the front of your screen here on the right-hand side. She's at 51 as well. So that interval
paid off
approach, especially given that she wasn't one of the first athletes to the bike.
This is their second interval. They will have just 3 minutes on the clock. But Tommy, as we're looking at this, several athletes more than halfway to that 80 calories on the Echo bike, and we'll see who strikes first. getting to the bike, looking for judges, hands in the air of the chest to bar.
I think it's going to be really important who gets to the bike first here in this
Mackenzie
round.
Riley.
Yep.
She's first, and Andrea Nisler right behind her as she hustles. So Riley's going to be in the headband neon shorts closest to us. Andrea Nisler.
You can see Andrea and Mackenzie both really working hard at the top of this interval to get some work done. Mackenzie was 2 calories behind Andrea with 49, but the way it's looking right now, it looks like Andrea is going to try and finish this event. And you can see Dina Swift too in the bottom right of your screen, very closest to us. She's going back to that interval style. Relaxed for a few seconds, really hammering for a little bit. You can't see it, but off the screen, Mike Catras is giving her a hand countdown. He's timing out her intervals. He's directly in line with her eyesight, and he's cueing her for these cycles.
And when you know your body that well, that this is what's going to work for you, that is what you see from veteran athletes like Swift, is knowing that that's going to pay off the best and allow her to stay composed through the 3 total rounds. Just about 40 seconds left in this interval. Hand in the air for Andrea Nisler in the center of your screen. No other judges, now 2 judges hands in the air. Andrea Nisler just 2 calories left. If she can hold on to this pace, she will be able to finish and take an event 1 for Andrea Nisler, earning herself her 2nd event win, 2nd of the day, and 100 points as other athletes cross the finish line.
We had Mackenzie Riley, Carolyn Klutz cross as well. I believe that was Julia Holm who just crossed on the left-hand side as well. So we'll have to wait and double check this on the leaderboard. I think it went Nisler, Klutz, Mackenzie Riley,
and then
Julia Holm. Julia Holm, excuse me. Lightning fast finish there.
That is what you want to see to end the day for this division. So Andrea Nisler will take the event win. Competition Corner is going to have all of the updates. But Tommy, I almost forgot, we still have one more interval. The event isn't done yet. A 2-minute interval is what we still have on tap.
Just that much more of an impressive performance from those women, knowing that we still have some time left.
Last work period coming up, folks. Here we go. 10 seconds.
And Dina Swift only has 1 calorie left. She's going to be here lane 20, closest to us on the right side of your screen. But there's not another woman that's within 5 calories of her. So really, she just got to move smoothly through this. Make sure she gets to that bike and her placement is locked in.
Just 2 minutes on that clock, counting up for this 3rd and final interval to close out the women's 35 to 39 division. Dina Swift all the way to the right of your screen, taking a break.
To her left, Kelly Clark. To Kelly's left, Yana Poppy.
And don't be confused by some of the athletes laying on the ground who have already finished. Dina Swift all the way to the right. She's still struggling on those double unders. And finished, and now she will chip away at those 20 chest to bar with just about a minute left, and then we'll just need to get 1 calorie in. But what you can't see on your screen, it's over just slightly, taking a deep breath, now jumping up, 45 seconds, but we have more athletes who have made their way to the Echo Bike with 40 seconds left.
That's Kelly Clark and Yana Poppy both to the bike pretty early on. We have a hand in the air on the far side of the field. I think that's Amelia Lepinen. And we also have a hand up for Haley Murillo as well.
And Lepinen is in.
Another one to finish, 20 seconds.
Murillo is done. Look at
You never know what's going to happen. Dina Swift off to the side. She's still struggling on those chest to bar with just 5 seconds left. She won't make it back to the bike. Another judge's hand was in the air for lane 16. Mday Gooch. I think she had 1 cal left.
My apologies. I misidentified M as Yana Poppy. Yana's on the other side of the field. She finished under the time cap as well, so my apologies to M.
And that is exactly how you want to end day 2 of competition. Andrea Nisler, your Event 6 winner, earning herself 100 points.
And you can see in the background of this shot here, Nisler and Mackenzie Riley both finished an entire round early. Same with Carolyn Klutz. You can see them still laid out on the floor. That is just the effect that an all-out sprint on the Echo bike can have.
Lucky for them, they are done for the day. They can eat, sauna, cold plunge, sleep, repeat, recover to close out day 2 of competition. For all updated scores, times, and results, you're going to want to head to competitioncorner.com, search for the CrossFit Masters Games, the Legends Masters Games, and that's where you will find all official standings. As we now take a short break, we will be back in about an hour as we welcome the final handful of men's divisions, kicking off with the 50 to 54 division. But also keep in mind, we have our second stream. If you found us on YouTube on the Legends Championship channel, same channel, just a different stream. They have Event 5, the chipper, that's still going on. So head on over to there, and we'll see you back here, Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez, in about an hour. Just 8 heats to go before day 2 of competition at the CrossFit Masters game closes out here inside the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Center. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez. If you're just tuning in and you haven't watched any of Event 6, man, y'all are in for a treat because this is all about the Echo Bike and how much do you want to hurt on the final day of day 2.
We have an absolute barn burner to close out the second day of competition, and let's just say we got to get ready for some carnage here with these younger divisions, because based on what we've seen before, it's going to get spicy. 3 intervals total, starting with a 4-minute interval, then a 3-minute interval, then a 2-minute interval. They're going to have a set buy-in amount each round, and they're going to work towards accumulating a total amount of calories on the Echo Bike. If they finish all those calories within those intervals, they are done. If not, you just keep working to the finish line, and this is stout.
We've seen some athletes hurt pretty bad. We are welcoming onto the floor one of 2 divisions for the men's 50 to 54. What they're looking at is a buy-in of 75 double unders, 15 chest to bar, and then this age group will be working towards completing 95 calories on the Echo Bike.
And we did see an athlete here or there finish under those time caps, but it's gonna get juicy here. I mean, for some of these athletes, you're really gonna have to focus on the first 2 intervals. What we've seen is that the volume of the pulling motion with the chest to bar pull-ups and the shoulder fatigue from the double unders, and given that this is the 6th event in 2 days, there's no guarantee you're going to get back to the bike for that 3rd round to work in some calories. So we've seen some athletes earlier, especially on the women's side, sell their soul on the first 2 rounds.
And for this age group, this will be their 6th event that they will be completing on 2 days of competition. Their first interval, they'll have 4 minutes on the clock and then a 1-minute reset before they get to work on that 2nd and then 3rd interval. Tommy, what are those keys to success that we're going to be keeping an eye on?
So kind of, harkening back to what I said moments ago, it's going to be ready, fire, aim. You're not going to have time to really think and try and game it too much, especially in this first round. You got to go get through that buy-in quick while you're fresh and really drop the hammer in that first one. And remember, in these early intervals, rollover calories do count. So as you pace that bike, finish strong so you get a few of those calories on the back end.
And heat 1 of 2 for the men's 50 to 54 is underway as they chip through 75 double unders on the floor. If you're just joining us, at the end of each interval, we will have the judges handing us paper to let us know exactly where the athletes are as they get closer to that 95 calories. In some of these age groups, we have had athletes finish before they even need to get to that 3rd and final interval. We'll see exactly what happens here for the first heat of the men 50 to 54 with some hands in the air for this set of 75 double unders.
And we've seen most of these athletes in most divisions get to the bike at best around a minute 10. So
RJ Mora and Dustin Beckwith, they were first to strike into their set of 15 chest to bar.
And it's important to know which athletes are utilizing the butterfly kip early on, which ones are going to the C kip. We've seen athletes fluctuate between them both based on fatigue.
And Clint Paddock in lane 14, he is in that neon shirt all the way closest to us. He was the first to get to that Echo Bike. Plenty of time, got there just over a minute, but they will be working towards that 4-minute mark on the clock.
We've seen a few different strategies on the bike. More often than not, you'll see athletes hop on the bike, really hammer early on, get the RPMs, get that computer spinning, and then find their cruising altitude for a while. One thing I do want to point out, earlier in the women's 35 to 39, Dina Swift went for almost a Tabata style of 10 seconds hard, cruise for 10 seconds, and it very nearly got her to the finish line in impressive fashion. So something we might see a few athletes employ here.
And speaking of strategy, watching body language as we're now halfway through our first interval. As you get a little deeper into the workout, you'll see athletes start looking around, looking at the clock. We have some eyes closed already as they're trying to focus, keep their composure, because they'll still have 2 more rounds of this if they don't get to those 95 calories ahead of the 3rd interval.
Yep, Clint Paddock was the first athlete to the bike. He is a very experienced athlete in the Masters division. This will be his 6th appearance
90 seconds, gentlemen. 90
across
seconds.
2 different divisions, finishing as high as 4th way back in 2017. He's pretty well known amongst the Masters athlete ranks.
The completion of round number 1.
Keep an eye on that clock for you.
And I think this is where we're going to see the most level playing field early on. You know, we've seen a couple of the larger athletes who maybe don't have the gymnastics endurance really hammer and move out in front after this first round. But pay attention to the athletes like Paddock who are consistently good at the chest to bar pull-ups. They ultimately win out over time if those bigger athletes can't get done in the first 2 intervals.
So just about 40 seconds left on this first of 3 intervals. When this one is complete, they will have a 1-minute reset, and then 3 minutes will be on the clock for that 2nd interval as they try to inch closer, pedal closer to the 95 calories. That is quite daunting for them at this stage of the game.
We're starting to see athletes check the timer now. It's right about when they're feeling they're at their limit. Want to kind of time one last little push to try and kick over a few extra calories before the break.
And now we're closing in on the final seconds of interval 1.
See where we're at. That's gonna be the
And they will take a deep breath, maybe chalk up before that next set of chest to bar and reset. We'll have our judges go up and down the lanes to look at the monitors. At this stage of the game, those rollover calories do count. They count for interval 1, interval 2. The only time that the rollover doesn't count is after that 3rd interval when the clock hits 11 minutes.
Paddock with 46. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, fellas.
49 for Brown in lane number 6.
So our leader right now is going to be on the right part of your screen in lane 8, Todd McKinnon at 61 calories.
Oh boy.
That is a hefty start, Tommy.
Yeah, and it's really going to come down to, for Chad Augustin, who's got 55, and Todd McKinnon with 61. Will they be able to maintain that pace with the chest to bar pull-ups to get to the bike quickly? Because if you sold out a little bit too hot here, you get more time in that first interval than the next 2 intervals combined.
Again, we are trying to accumulate 95 calories.
And this interval will just have 3 minutes on the clock, so 1 minute less than the previous interval.
So the leader on this left side of the field, Chad Augustin, 3rd from the left, black shorts, white shirt. For a lot of the athletes in the NorCal area, my home on the West Coast, he is an OG, having competed way back in the day on Rockland CrossFit's 2011 Games team. Just a mainstay of the NorCal competition scene from back in the day.
Again, these gentlemen have 15 of those.
And we'll see who is the first athlete to get back to the bike. We're looking for hands in the air, and it's lane 14, Clint Paddock in the neon shirt closest to the screen.
And just behind him was Augustin, so it's important to note that just behind Clint Paddock on your left-hand side, just behind him in the green shirt, black shorts, that's Todd McKinnon. Todd McKinnon is just now getting to the pull-up bar. We have 90 seconds left, so Todd made his hay in that first round, but he's not going to have much time to potentially finish this workout. Watch the clock here. If we get to 2 minutes and Todd hasn't gotten to the bike, that means he most likely will not get to the bike in the 3rd round, because the 2 minutes is all you get.
Athletes approaching that 2-minute mark. And now they will have just 1 minute remaining on their 2nd of 3 intervals, and he's still working.
How far can they get out deep into the Hurt Locker? They're going to go.
And you can already see some of the body language changing on the athletes
Still time in this block.
You see Chad Augustin on the left of this split screen, center of your screen now. He's really starting to empty the tank here in these last 25 seconds.
If someone is close, will we see it here
in just 20 seconds left.
I wouldn't be surprised if Chad's your leader overall, and he is within earshot of finishing this event.
Fellas, you have 10 seconds.
95 calories is what they are looking to get to. If they hit it before they get to the third interval, they will be done. But in order to finish this workout, they can't just finish the calories. They have to cross back to their starting line on the lane that they are in. And that will wrap up our second of 3 intervals, a 1-minute reset. Our last interval, Tommy alluded to, only 2 minutes on the clock. So if athletes were struggling to get to the bike at that 2-minute mark, they might be in jeopardy to not accumulate any more calories on the Echo bike.
67 back with
Paddock with 73. All these guys in striking distance. Do they have something in the tank?
And Clint Paddock was able to take not the lead, actually in lane 13. Augustine, 85 calories, just 10 more to go on this last interval. So he will be your leader in this first of 2 heats of the men's 50 to 54 division.
And we just cut over to the left side, but Chad Augustin was ready to go a good 5 to 10 seconds before anyone else. He is in complete control right now. He was one of the first athletes to the bike in the second round, and I think he's going to finish this one in short order.
Just 2 minutes to get as many calories as possible.
I mentioned Chad Augustine in his legacy in this sport, 2011, 2012, 2013 on a team with the Rockland CrossFit crew. He's a firefighter, paramedic. He also works as a flight paramedic up in NorCal, a first responder. So he's been a big part of this community and helping others for quite a long time. It's great to see him out here working hard. I mean, he is flowing through these chest to bar pull-ups.
And we are just 1 minute left on the screen. His judge's hand is in the air with 1 rep left to go, and now he has just under a minute to get through 10 calories. The way his body language is speaking to me, Tommy, I don't think he's going to have any problem getting through all 95 under that count.
Yeah, and right now it's Augustin, and then on the right-hand side, Clint Paddock is in the left with the green shirt, and Mark Levine were both to the bike, hand in hand on the right-hand side as well.
And Augustin's judge's hand is in the air with 4 calories left to go. No other judge's hand is in the air quite yet. 2 cals to go. 20 seconds on the clock, 1 calorie. He's got to get off and run to the finish line, and he will get in under the cap unofficially, 10:47.
You can see the effect that Echo bike had on his legs. Did the old wobbly walk back to the finish line.
So Chad Augustin will put up that time to beat for the men's Masters 50 to 54 division. 10:47 unofficially. Official results will be on Competition Corner, but that is the time that we're going to keep in mind as we watch the second heat of the 50 to 54 division take the floor momentarily.
And that's impressive. That's one of the first times we've seen an athlete from the earlier of the 2 heats finish this test under the time cap.
And it doesn't look like any athlete got close. The second best score is going to be Clint Paddock. He still had 11 calories to go, finishing at 84 calories. So Chad Augustin giving himself a decent sized cushion to have his time hold up somewhere in the final heat of our men.
And Chad Augustin started strong this weekend with a 9th in that first event and really hasn't been able to quite find his footing since. He had 3 consecutive finishes outside of the top 23, but right now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is going to be an opportunity for him to make up some serious, serious ground.
Welcome back, everybody. Your second of 2 heats for the men's 50 to 54 division are taking the floor. This is our top heat with our 1, 2, and 3. Jamie McGrava, 1, Sean Ramirez, 2, and Justin LaSala, 3. He will be in your center lane on the right side with the even numbers. In lane 10, the time to beat from the previous heat is going to be 10:47 from Chad Augustin, getting all 95 calories in just under the cap. If you're just tuning in with us, this is an interval style workout. They need to get to 95 calories or as close as they can within 3 intervals. But first, there's a buy-in. 75 double unders, 15 chest to bar for this age group, and then they can go to the Echo Bike.
It's all going to be on that Echo Bike. This is going to, help some people meet their maker, I think.
And as the last event of the day, you have to.
You have to. You don't have to worry about having like the heavy snatch event like we saw earlier in the day, or the big wall ball chipper that you had that's pretty daunting on the legs. You get to give full effort here, knowing that you get to go home and rest. We'll use rest as a relative term because after 6 events in 2 days,
yeah,
you're just trying to get back to even.
It's not for the weak of heart. Our first interval will have 4 minutes on the clock as they kick it off, and the second of 2 divisions is underway, starting with 75 double unders.
We've got those 3 rounds. Starting with round number 1, it's going to be 4 minutes of work, followed by that 1 minute of rest.
Jamie McGrava, your overall leader, he's actually in lane 11, so he'll be the left side of your screen. He's already locked in 2 event wins, has somewhat of a decent cushion ahead of Sean Ramirez, just under 30 points.
Yeah, McGrava, black shirt, black shorts, center of your screen, but Sean Ramirez just to his right in the white sleeveless top. And I will tell you one thing, if you think you're in a comfortable lead with Sean Ramirez chasing you down, you are in for it. Ramirez, one of the first athletes ever to have 4 consecutive CrossFit Games titles, winning from 2014 all the way to 2017. He was the gold standard in the Masters division not too long ago.
But as we were watching them in lane 16, you can see in the right in the neon shirt, Jason Leaves. He was the first to strike, getting on the Echo Bike, and then following him was Migrava and Lasala, almost like they're on a team with those chest to bar and running straight to the echo bike.
They were just past the 110 mark when they made it back out.
No doubt. We're seeing some athletes put some pretty impressive pacing early on. There's already a noticeable difference in the early pace for this heat versus the last one. You know, I mentioned before talking to some athletes, you know, they're planning on aggressive start, find your cruising altitude, hold it for as long as you can, and then save whatever you can to empty the tank. Not fully empty it, obviously, because you have to repeat the interval, but finish on a high note on those final 2 seconds.
And they are now halfway through this first of 3 intervals. This will be the longest interval that they will tackle with 4 minutes on the clock, then rest 1 minute before a 3-minute interval, rest 1 minute, and then tackle a 2-minute interval if they have not yet accumulated the 95 calories for this age group.
Before the completion of round number 1.
Giving an eye on Bruce McGarvin there in lane number 11, leading hard to it with 90 seconds remaining.
And you can see the body language of Ramirez. He's in the black shirt to the top of the screen. Look at how he leans over much more than his competitors next to him.
And he looks pretty calm right now, and McGarva as well in the black. He's a larger athlete. He's a heavier athlete. He's really leaning into those handles. You know, usually for me, that tells me that you were relying more on the push of the handle than the pull necessarily. There's just enough where you can utilize both, but when you're leaning like that, you want your body weight to lean into the handle. He is, I'm not going to lie, Jamie McGarva is holding a very impressive pace right now. Just by watching his put cadence, he's been ahead of the rest of the field on pacing the entire time.
And if you watch his arms and handles, he's about every 2 for the men on either side of his 1.
So Todd McKinnon in the previous heat had the top round 1 score, 61 calories in that first interval. I wouldn't be surprised if McGarva is somewhere around that.
And we have just about 20 seconds left here in interval number 1. Rollover calories in these first 2 intervals do count. So it's important to keep the pedal going through the final second on the clock.
3, 2, 1, rest.
All right, let's see.
And interval 1 will close out as they rest for 1 minute. We will have the judges update us with how many calories they were able to get through on that first of 3 intervals.
Ramirez with 58 calories.
48.
Ramirez with 58 calories, we just heard from the MC. We'll wait to see how that stacks up against the other athletes.
And we just heard the floor announcer say McGarva 67. We'll have to confirm that with the judges' scorecard, but
Okay, let's take a look here. 68 for McGarva.
that's going to be the best round 1 score that we've seen thus far. And 27 calories to go. That puts him within earshot. Remember, he was one of the first athletes to the bike as well with Sean Ramirez. So if his gymnastics hold up under fatigue now, then there's an outside shot he could finish this in the second round.
So going into the second interval, McGarva will have 68 calories out of that 95. And then to the left of him, right next to him, Ramirez.
Already McGarva 2 trip-ups on the double unders. That's a 3rd trip up already where everyone else is pretty much staying and broken. That's one of the things that starts to happen. You rip through double unders fresh, suddenly fatigue starts to set in your shoulders, your upper body, and your hand positioning changes. That's 5 slip-ups from McGarva already.
And Ramirez 10 calories shy of him with 58. McGarva in the black shirt, Ramirez in the white, as Ramirez is one of the first to reach the pull-ups, but in lane 16 in that neon shirt leaves got to the chest to bar, just about a rep ahead of him.
And his chest to bar look effortless. You can see him all the way on the right-hand side of the screen. Look how upright his torso is. That means he doesn't have to kind of invert horizontally to get that huge hip pop. He's just naturally strong and is able to rip through that butterfly motion without too much hip influence.
And Leaves, once again, was the first athlete, he's on the left in the neon, to start his second interval. This interval will last for 3 minutes. He got onto the bike at about 1:10, similar to what his pace was in that first round.
90 seconds, gentlemen, 90 seconds.
It's important to note that McGarva just finished the double unders.
And meanwhile, Ramirez was the first athlete on this left-hand side to get to the bike 2 lanes down from him. Eric Smith was another one of the athletes that got there early, but Eric was about 17 behind Ramirez. So right now,
those calories before the completion of round number 2.
And they have 1 minute left for this second of 3 intervals.
McGarva is going to have to empty the tank if he really wants a chance, because he just got to the bike with 2 minutes in. That's the length of the interval that we're about to see coming up. So if he can't string his double unders together, or he falls prey to the mistakes he just had in this round, this is going to be his last chance to earn some calories.
Keep your eye on the judge there. It's your favorite athlete with that hand to go in the air. 30 seconds.
30 seconds left. Chad Augustin, 10:47. But it doesn't look like any of these athletes will finish up in the second round, meaning that they will all have to advance into that third and final interval, as we have just 5 seconds left before that 1 minute rest.
All right, let's see where we're at.
And this will be telling here. How do athletes make their way back to the start? What is their posture? What did it look like in this recovery process?
Ramirez at 87 calories.
87 for McGarva. They're tied up going into the final period of work.
We're just waiting as our judges give us their updated scores.
30 seconds on the clock.
But it looks like now we have a 2-way tie between Ramirez and McGarva, both at 87 calories.
And right now, I got to give the advantage to Sean Ramirez. He looks so much better on the buy-in, and McGarva really struggling with his double unders. At this point, I'm going to lean into the experience of Sean Ramirez and his ability to fight through these gymnastics under high fatigue.
And their final of 3 intervals is underway. Only 2 minutes on the clock to get to 95 calories. So less than 10 away for Ramirez and McGarva. We'll see if they can beat that top time of Augustin from the previous heat.
And both Ramirez and McGarva have had a few slip-ups on the double unders already. We're starting to see the shoulders fatigue, the hands start to trail a little bit behind the body.
We are 30 seconds in. 90 seconds remaining, guys. 90 seconds remaining.
Time to be 10:47 set in the previous heat.
And just for reference, McGarva and Sean Ramirez, Jamie McGarva, center of your screen, black shirt, black shorts. Ramirez just to his right. They were 15 calories clear of the next closest athlete on the right-hand side.
And already to the chest to bar is Justin LaSala. He's in the neon shirt in the center. He was the first to strike. Just 1 minute left before that time cap.
LaSala was the athlete that was 15 calories behind, so 45 seconds. He's got to have a bit of a Disney moment here if he wants to catch one of the top 2 athletes, but 15 calories in 45 seconds at this state of fatigue isn't out of the question.
LaSala and Leaves, both with about 30 seconds left, and we also have Ramirez.
Gonna be looking for that hand.
You see
On the right of your screen in the white shirt, tank top, towards the top, we're going to be looking for his judge to get his hand. is in the air. He's got 3 calories left, but I don't know that he'll be able to beat Augustin's time. And he was not able to do it, but he will get the second best time as the only other athlete to finish the workout. So Chad Augustin's time will hold up from Heat 1 of the men's 50 to 54, with Sean Ramirez locking in that second overall time. And what a comeback he made. Was 10 calories behind McGarva after that first interval.
A tremendous performance by Sean Ramirez to dig deep. He had a few slip-ups in the double unders on that last set, but he ripped off 2 big chunks of chest-to-bar pull-ups, able to get in under the time cap. Now the question is, where does Clint Paddock's 84 calories factor in? McGarva wasn't able to get any other additional reps. To Justin LaSala able to make up the gap. He had 72 calories coming in.
Guys, make sure you sign your scorecard, grab whatever gear.
And so in that third overall spot, it is going to be LaSala edging out McGarva at 89 calories, where McGarva stays at 87. So he was able to make up quite a bit of ground in that final interval.
Hats off to Justin LaSala. I mean, he paced it extremely well. You know, he didn't get under the time cap all of the calories, but you know what? Able to notch another top 5 finish and beat out some very talented athletes in the process.
And that will close out the men's 50 to 54 division with 10:47 unofficially for Chad Augustin. We will now welcome in your men's 45 to 49 division with 2 more heats. And the men 45 to 49 will now take the floor. This is one of 2 heats, their final event of the day, event number 6. It is an interval style, and it's all going to rely on the Echo Bike. For this age group, we are looking at a total of 95 calories on the Echo Bike. But before they can start chipping away at those, they have to make it through 75 double unders and 20 chest to bar. In the previous age group, it was 15, but now we're upping the ante, potentially 60 chest to bar within this workout.
And on the women's side, there was a noticeable gap once we added more volume specifically to the upper body pulling. We'll have to wait and see here for some of the men, but even those five pull-ups, 15 total over 3 intervals, start to pile up under fatigue.
What are the keys to success for this one? We've seen a lot of different strategies. What is your tip?
I might adjust the ready, fire, aim just a little bit. It's going to kind of depend on your skill set. For some of the larger athletes that maybe know that, by round 3, 60 chest to bar pull-ups is going to get difficult. You really have to sell your soul in the first 2 when you're fresh before you hit failure. For some of the other athletes that are really good at chest to bars and it's not a problem, you can play a little bit more of the long game knowing you're going to get back to the bike every time.
And as we've made it deeper into these age groups, some of the younger divisions, we haven't seen any athletes finishing in the earlier intervals, because that is possible. If they finish in interval 1, which we saw in the women's 65 plus division, which was almost an anomaly, or in the second one, they don't need to do the following intervals.
Yeah, we've had some impressive performances from the older divisions. Patty McGill finished in the first interval. We've seen Val Bobrel finish in 2 intervals when no other woman finished, period.
And these men are underway with the first interval, 4 minutes on the clock. 75 double unders for the first part of their buy-in here.
And for the most part, a lot of these men look comfortable with their double unders. Somewhat relaxed shoulders, hands relatively stable next to their hips. Not seeing a whole lot of movement from the forearm.
And in lane 13, Jesse Williams.
And on the opposite side, lane 12, Jim Royce was the first athlete to the pull-up bar. White headband, yellow shirt facing away from us in the center of the rig.
But who will be first to the bike? And in lane 16, in the neon shirt, right part of your screen, it's going to be Marcella Riella.
Looks like Riella and then Williams made it to their bikes as 1-2 in this heat.
And now he is joined just a few seconds after by nearly the entire field of men. This is one of 2 heats. Just a minute and a half in, looking to get through the first 4 minutes and accumulate as many of those 95 calories as possible before that fatigue starts to set in.
We've seen it takes about a minute 20-ish on the high end, on the fast end, rather, to get that buy-in.
You can see right here on the left side of your screen, Michael Cox in lane 15. All of the athletes got on the bike pretty close to one another. He really hammered that first minute.
One of 2 of the men, 45 to 9, taken on event number 6.
A lot of the athletes hit cruising altitude pretty quickly. He hammered for the entire first minute. And you can see him a little bit more upright. He seems pretty comfortable at this pace, and he's still going faster than some of the athletes like the one to his left.
About 90 seconds left in this first interval.
With 90 seconds remaining.
Starting to see a few heads pop up and look over to the clock. The Echo bike is a time warp. You think so much more time has passed. You think you've done so much more work, and you look up and you realize it's been like 10 seconds and 3 calories, and that can be a real mental battle.
And our 7th athlete, if you count them all the way up, the white tank top, we'll check what lane he was in. He's a similar style. You can see he's doing the Tabata of sprint, rest, sprint.
Yeah, that's in lane 7. That's Spencer Whiteley. We saw that technique earlier today from Dina Swift. She basically went 10 seconds hard. I spoke to her coach, Mike Catras. The plan was 10 seconds really hard, cruise for a bit, look up, and guess who Whiteley's coach is? Mike Catras.
Yep, there you go.
Same exact technique from the same athlete camp. For Dina Swift, she was able to get 51 calories in that first interval. It paid off in a very big way for her.
And similar to Dina Swift, what you don't see on your camera is her coach, is his coach over in front of him, telling him when to sprint, when to rest, keeping him on track. And we're going to see how that pays off in relation to the rest of the field here, as they have now completed round interval 1 of 2. So a 1 minute rest. The next interval, it's going to have less time on the clock, only 3 minutes, and we'll check in to see where the calories are for this 1 of 2 men's 45 to 49 heat.
And it will be very interesting to see how Whiteley recovers from that, because you saw just a second ago he was going head side to side. He was going full headbanger like he's
at a rock concert.
Like he's at a Metallica concert, I was going to say, or maybe more of a Pantera or Megadeth, one of the big 4. For all my metalheads out there.
20 seconds. Brandon Tondo, 44.
So Whiteley was able to get 49 calories, which I think will put him in about third place going into the second interval. But in lane 8, he's going to be on the right side of your screen. Heath Moody is your leader after one interval with 55 calories. And then right behind him, he's going to be in the lane to the right of him, lane 12, Jim Royce, 53 calories. If you're just joining us, they are making their way through 75 double unders before they then advance to the rig for 20 chest to bar, and then we'll continue to chip away at that 95 calories on the Echo bike. This time the interval just 3 minutes.
And as you mentioned, in lane 8, right here on your screen on the far side, he's got the shorts rolled up in a white top, just about to get up onto the rig right now. That's Heath Moody. He's the leader on the floor, 55 calories in that first round. Moody, a 3-time games athlete previously in the younger division, a former Division I collegiate football player.
And again in lane 16, Riella, he is the first to the bike in the neon shirt, center of your screen right now. He was able to accumulate 47 calories in his first interval.
And that's going to be important for this last interval, right? He's got plenty of time on the bike here. We're going to see some of the other athletes' gymnastics fall apart and not be able to make it through. For most of these athletes, they're looking at maybe 20 to 15 seconds in that last interval if they're able to maintain this pace. So this could be an opportunity for Riella to make a move.
Just over a minute left in this 2 of 3 intervals. They are looking to put up a time to beat, as we will still have the second and the top men from the 45 to 49 division.
And you can still see Spencer Whiteley hammering and doing that interval style.
Such a dance of fine. You don't want to blow it too far out.
And Marcelo Riella, second athlete from the right in the green top, dark hair. He's been the first athlete to the bike every single time. So if he's able to close the gap with the overall leaders, this could be an opportunity for him to maybe seize the heat lead on the third round.
And in the last division, we were able to see a top time hold up from heat 1 of 2 for the men in the 50 to 55 division, 54 division, excuse me. And with just 5 seconds left, this will close out interval number 2 of 3. No judges' hands in the air quite yet. They will have a 1 minute to, air quotes, rest and reset before the third and final interval, where they will have just 2 minutes on the clock. And we'll see where these athletes stand with their calories on the bike as they chip away to 95 total.
63 for Fontenot, 70 for Riella in lane number 16.
Now we're starting to see the cumulative effect of all that time on the bike. Athletes a little bit more rest, a little bit more slow, getting back to their start mats.
Williams at 70, 20 seconds.
And the gap is starting to narrow, and we actually had in lane 12, Jim Royce, he surpassed Moody,
3, 2,
who led the way.
All right, gentlemen.
Royce is at 76 calories and now will lead as they go into the third and final interval.
Double under 75 of those, followed by 20 of those just of our plus. And we will make it
Just 2 minutes for this last interval. So if athletes weren't able to make it back to the bike or didn't have a significant enough time to get that engine moving, they're not going to be able to accumulate any more calories for this last opportunity to put up a score.
So your leader on the floor, Jim Royce, with the white headband, center of your screen with no shirt. He's already taken a break. And just to his right, 2 lanes over, that's Marcelo Riela. He's only 3 calories behind Royce for the lead.
And for the third time, the first to strike on the chest bar.
And he is well ahead of everyone else getting back to the rig. A few other athletes making their way to the rig. You can see these long breaks here, really taking their time hopping up. They're not going to have much time to get on this bike here.
And Riela, center of your screen, but he doesn't look like he's moving very fast to get to the bike. He's got 45 seconds left to do as much as he can. 71 calories entering this third and final heat.
And just on the top, on the right screen, upper right corner with the white shirt, that's Spencer Whiteley back to the bike. He is only 1 calorie ahead of Riela. They're the 2 highest ranked athletes that are on the bike currently.
And Riela keeps on looking up at that time. How much is left? We have 10 seconds before the cap, looking to see if any judges' hands will get in the air. And Riela slowing down with just a few calories left, or a few seconds left rather. We'll see how the time stacks up, or how the calories stack up, as we get the total scores from the judges.
And someone to keep an eye on, Gerard Garcia in lane 9. He was in the mix too after that second round. He got to the bike when everyone else was kind of cruising. He really hammered that last 15 seconds. There's an outside chance he could have stolen the top spot overall if Riela wasn't able to maintain his pace.
Number 1 here, men's 45 to 49. Take it on. Even number 6. Full snatching. You can see it.
You see
its name.
Garcia there laying out on the floor, full effort in that last round. He just went bonkers in those last 15 seconds.
And Riela was able to accumulate 82 calories. So for your lanes on the right side, he is the leader as we get our odd numbers. And there will be a tie between him and Spencer Whiteley, who is doing the Tabata style with his coach off to the side. Both of them finishing at 82 calories.
And just 1 calorie behind him, Gerard Garcia with 81, and 1 behind Garcia, Heath Moody in lane 6 with 80. So we talked about getting those rollover calories. We're seeing 1-2 calorie gaps overall. That little extra effort matters.
So 82 calories is going to be the score to beat as we reset the floor and welcome on our second of 2 men's 45 to 49 division. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are now welcoming to the floor the men's 45 to 49 division, heat 2 of 2, with a 2-way tie from the previous heat, accumulating 82 of that 95 calories, putting up the score to beat. But this is the heat with the top men, event 6, the final event to close out day 2 of competition, and this is all about the Echo Bike.
No doubt. athletes are going to work through a 4, 3, and 2-minute interval with 1 minute rest in between. They're going to have their buy-in, like you mentioned, 75 dubs, 20 chest to bars, and then the remaining time, work towards 95 total EquiBike calories. If you get done early in one of the earlier intervals, you are done. That is your reward, but we have yet to see an athlete in this division finish so far. We've had one heat to go, and the top score is 82 calories from Marcelo Riela and Spencer Whiteley. Now, this is important. The overall race for the top spot, the top three, Robbie McCord, Kane Hayes, and Jason Grubb. All three are separated by just 9 points. Robbie McCord is in first with 437. Hayes and Grubb are both tied with 428, with Hayes having the tiebreaker by virtue of an event win earlier today.
And these men have made some moves today. They're not going to be in the center of your screen. Robbie McCord, he's going to be to the left in lane 17. He's your overall leader. And also on the left, Jason Grubb in lane 19, right next to him. And then in second place overall, Kane Hayes in lane 20.
10 seconds.
And both Hayes and McCord are trying to stand in the way of history right now because Jason Grubb is going for a 5-peat. He's a 4-time consecutive CrossFit Games champion. As you see, he's all the way in the corner in lane 19, bottom left of your screen. But he's absolutely going to be in the mix here.
A 4-minute interval to get this thing started. 75 double unders, 20 chest to bar as a buy-in, and then 95 calories is what they're looking to accumulate on that EquiBike.
What I absolutely love is that all three of the top three athletes are all the way in this corner.
They're close to us.
And what we do get, if you're just joining, you haven't been watching all weekend, the lanes are split up by odds and evens. All the odd ones on one side, all the evens on the other. So the top 2 to 3 athletes are looking at each other as they work towards the middle.
And Hayes, on the left part of your screen, you're not going to be able to see him right now. He's in lane 20. He was the first one to his chest to bar. His judge's hand is in the air. You'll be able to see him as the first athlete to now make his way to the bike in the white tank top. Already on there, but he is joined neck and neck with Jason Grubb, who's going to be right across from him. And this heat might be a battle, Tommy.
So Grubb is on the bottom left of your screen with the sleeveless top, white shirt, and directly across from him. I mean, they are staring eye to eye. We got a regular old standoff at the OK Corral between Kane Hayes and Jason Grubb, and it's a little bit different, but I like the fact that you can see the athlete you're closest to on the leaderboard, and they're both right here by the clock.
You can stare them down. You can look at their body language. Are they suffering? Are they going to hang on? And who's going to hurt worse? That's really what this type of event comes down to. We are now halfway through of their first interval. We're looking to get to 4 minutes on the clock, and then they will have a 1 minute rest to reset before they get into their second of 3 intervals.
And Hayes has been pretty much eyes locked just off screen of his bike. On the other side, just a second ago, you could see Jason Grubb. He is dialed into the computer. He's watching every little detail, occasionally peeking up to look at Hayes. You want to know why he's been able to be a CrossFit Games champion 4 times in a row? His attention to detail on the little things. We saw it yesterday where on the rope climbs, he didn't jump up because he knew without a jump he could make it in 2 pulls and save a little bit of energy. It's those details that matter over the course of a long weekend like this. You see the full row of athletes all on their bike. We still have over a minute left in this first interval.
Score to beat, 82 calories with a 2-way tie between Whitley and Riella. But this is our top heat for the men's 45 to 49 division.
And in the previous heat, Heath Moody, I believe, was about 55 calories in this first interval. So well over halfway towards those 95 calories. I wouldn't be surprised to see 2 or 3 athletes here slip just ahead of that in this first interval.
Just 30 seconds left to get as many calories as possible. because the next interval is only 3 minutes, and then the third interval is only 2.
Ten seconds.
And as we close in our first interval,
And I'm not going to lie, I think Kane Hayes made a minor mistake right there. 2 seconds or so before we hit the timer, he stopped pedaling. He could have put just a little bit more, and if this comes down to 1 to 2 calorie difference, remember that. That could be the difference in such a hotly contested race like we've seen so far.
and it's also important to keep in mind that for the most part, these athletes are blind. Unless they're listening to the MCs announce how many calories each athlete's getting, they don't really know where they are relative to the rest of the field.
Doused with 60.
So Jason Grubb is at 63 calories. He's got company right next to him with Robbie McCord at 62 calories.
We're still waiting on the results from the other side of the field.
So at least on the odd side of the field, Jason Grubb will lead the way.
This is round number 2. We've got that 3 minutes of workout here. It's always going to start.
And we are now getting the results from the even side of the field. And Hayes at 51 calories. So Jason Grubb significantly ahead of Hayes by 12 calories. But somebody else that we got to keep an eye on is going to be in lane 8. He is going to be on the right side of your screen.
He's the athlete in the green short shirt all the way to the left on the right side of your screen. That's Jason Luukkonen.
And he is at 63 calories. So a two-way tie between Luukkonen and Grubb.
And keep your eyes on who gets to the bike first. I mean, both of them clearly proficient at chest to bar pull-ups, but Grubb is just flying through these.
And in lane 10, it was Leonardo.
Cristiano Leandro first to the bike, followed by Jason Grubb, and then actually Nunu Costa here at the right side of your screen, closest to us. He's putting in some work. He was on the bike fairly quickly, but he's got some ground to make up calorie-wise.
Still looking to finish up. A lot taken out of him in that last round. 90 seconds.
Making his way back to his bike in lane number 15.
Athletes are more than halfway through.
We got to make a quick correction. Kane Hayes had 71 calories in that first one. Apologies to Kane. He put in the work. He deserves the recognition. 71 calories. There was a typo on our report card. He is in the lead by 8 calories over the rest of the field.
And now he's doing somewhat of a Tabata style that we've seen in some of the previous heats. Hits it hard, recovers a little bit slower, and then gets back at it.
But he was well behind the rest of the field in getting to the bike, and that's important for this last round. We've seen multiple athletes come out hot, but their gymnastics don't hold up over time. And Grubb's got his hand in the air.
And this is only the second interval. He's got 30 seconds to get it done. 1 calorie to go. And he's got to get across to the finish mat. And a bit of some wobbly legs at 7:41 for Jason Grubb. And another judge's hand in the air in lane 14.
Robbie Perovich. He's done.
And and Hayes, if you're looking at your screen, his judge's hand was in the air, but he got off of his bike about 5 seconds early.
I mean, look, these athletes know their bodies better than anyone else. They know their strategy and what they're capable of, but I gotta say, it's a bit inexplicable as to why he would have gotten off that soon. He got off early on the first round, he got off early on the second round, and I think he's gonna be about 4 calories shy of finishing. Yeah, he's got 91 calories. I mean, that could be the difference.
30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds.
Martin Doust
20 seconds.
on the left of your screen. He will now lead the way
All right, fellas, here we go.
with 91 calories for our odd lanes, but he will be all tied up with Hayes at 91 calories as well. So this final interval will just have 2 minutes on the clock as we have two athletes who now are done with their second day of competition. That's Jason Grubb crossing the finish line first, and Robbie Perovich crossing second.
And it looks like Robbie McCord is also done.
The last compressed work.
He was your overall leader. He was only 9 points ahead of Jason Grubb. So in the very least, Grubb is going to pick up 3 points on McCord. Depends on whether Perovich got in first. We have a few other athletes that are done as well. Lane 9, Mike Kern is done. Big Mike Kern making that bike spin. He was able to get done under the time cap. Looks like lane 4 maybe, Emerson Magalis. Oh, sorry, Magalis.
But if you look at the right part of your screen, Kane Hayes seems to be struggling on those double unders. Only a minute left, less than a minute left in this event. And back to the bike, lane 16, he also has company, Chris Anderson, but just a couple lanes ahead of him in lane 10,
Cristiano Leandro, he was close too. He had about 11 calories left. In lane 11, we've got Martin Doust. Final few calories. Looks like he's going to be able to get it done.
Judge's hand is in the air, and you can see he's got the pain face. The mouth is open.
Man.
He's in the neon shirt at the top of your screen there. And he's running, and he will get in under that cap with just 10 seconds left in this final heat of men. Oh, in lane 16, we also have Chris Anderson, who's able to get in under the cap. A couple other judges' hands in the air.
Cristiano Leandro was also able to make it in. But important to note, and this we've seen this time and time again, one of the early leaders, Kane Hayes, he was your leader after round 1, unable to get in under the time cap.
Leave a mark somewhere on their skull, for sure.
Jason Grubb will lock in 100 points and an event win to close out day 2 of competition, his first event win of the weekend.
And honestly, he was in a tie with Kane Hayes, and Kane Hayes had the tiebreaker by virtue of an event win. If we get into a close points race, those event wins are huge to give you those tiebreakers against some of the other athletes. And honestly, Jason Grubb just put on an absolute clinic of pacing there. That's why he's the best, or has been the best the last 4 years, and is looking to maybe try and stake that claim again.
Putting a target on his back as they head into day 3 of competition. Full scores and results will be on Competition Corner, where it will have the exact times and or calories of these athletes as we now close out the men's 45 to 49 division and then reset before we get into 2 heats of the men's 40 to 44. men's heat 1 of 2, 40 to 44 division will now take the floor. Tommy, we are upping the ante. We'll go over the workout, but there's going to be more calories that they have to accumulate on the bike. So if you've been watching this, the workout is only getting more difficult as we get lower into the divisions. Test 6, the 6th event on the weekend for these age groups, and it is a interval style. It's all going to depend on pacing and how hard they go on that Echo bike within 3 total intervals. But first, they have a buy-in of 75 double unders, 20 chest to bar, and then this time, not 95, but 105 calories accumulate on the Echo bike.
2 things I don't like in triple digits, Lauren. The temperature outside and my Echo bike calories.
Any machine calories in the triple digits doesn't look like my cup of tea. The first interval, it will be 4 minutes and then a 1 minute rest. The second, a 3 minute interval and a 1 minute rest. Rollover calories count up until there. And then 2 minutes to get to 105 calories or as close as possible. What are our keys to success?
So, I mean, we just saw Jason Grubb win in under 2 intervals finishing, and I think he paced it perfectly. He really went for it on those first 2, but didn't quite fully empty the tank on that first one. He basically treated it like a 2-round workout. And really, if you do that, then and you still have some energy in the tank and you don't finish, then you can reassess from there. But make sure you stay on the bike all the way through the finish. You get rollover credit for calories on those first 2 rounds, and you want to make sure you get every little bit that you can from that bike.
Especially knowing that there are 2 heats and that times within both are going to play a factor. There is no tie break in this workout, so every calorie is going to count as these men are now underway in their first interval with 4 minutes on the clock. They are chipping away at 75 double unders.
Round number 3 is they're going to have 2 minutes of work. On each round, 75 double unders, 20 chest to bar pull-ups. Then once we get to that Echo bike, we've had 100.
And we'll be keeping an eye for those judges' hands in the air. And all the way at the top right part of your screen, left part of your screen in lane number 1. In lane number 2, Matthew Axman.
And then if you look to about middle right of your screen, yellow shorts, furthest to the right, that's Guido Trinidad, 2012 individual games athlete out of the Southeast, owner of Peak 360 CrossFit, where Noah Olson and a lot of well-known games athletes train. He was one of the first athletes to the pull-up bar.
But in lane 17, John Hasdavac was the first, and he is revving his engine on the right screen, white shirt. Second man in with some flow that's really getting going from the wind on that Echo bike.
I mean, you gotta love it. Feathered and lethal, letting those curls flap in the wind.
Let it be free.
Yep.
And all of your men are on the Echo bikes as we almost approach that 2 minute mark halfway through this first interval.
And this is where, conditioning integrity comes into play, right? Like a lot of these athletes, they're elite. They're the best of these age groups. They can push for a minute. How well can you maintain that pace through minutes 2 and 3 on this bike?
1 of 2 of the men, 40 to 44.
That's going to tell me if you put in the sucky bike intervals in the off season and in your time leading up to the games.
It's the work that nobody wants to do.
Exactly. It's the stuff that nobody wants to do.
But it makes you a better athlete and also gives you a little bit more grit than you might have had. If you've done a tough interval or Echo bike, assault bike workout, you're just different.
I mean, you talk to some of the best to ever do it, right? I mean, conversations with Matt Fraser, he's like, the ones that I feel like made the difference were the machine workouts in the basement, nobody watching. That's the stuff that pays dividends on the competition floor.
And here we're closing in on just 1 minute left of this first interval. the longest interval of all three.
Starting to see some of the paces slow here. We got some athletes on the far side of the field from the camera. They've been able to maintain some impressive
45
pacing.
seconds.
We're already seeing some pain faces as well.
And the numbers when they go to their rest period in 30 seconds.
Just about 20 seconds left. 105 calories is what they are looking to accumulate within these 3 intervals.
10 seconds.
And in the age group above this, we saw Kane Hayes get 71 calories in that first round, but wasn't able to finish. We saw Jason Grubb get 63 and finish 95 in 2 intervals. So it's certainly possible, but it's going to rely on how well do these athletes just tiptoe up to that red line and still be able to walk it back from this minute break.
About 45 seconds left of this break before then they start their second interval, which will have just 3 minutes on the clock, as we're keeping an eye on what the whiteboards say, but we'll get an official tally from the judges
30 seconds.
of where these athletes are.
In lane 9, Rolo Gomez was on his back on the floor.
56.
There's not enough time to recover from that. If you went that hard, then
You
ooh,
might have made a mistake.
you might.
Mistakes were made.
If you're on your back after the first round, you're gonna have a bad
10
time.
seconds.
So in lane 15, with 62 calories, David Borkstrand. He is going to be your leader into this second interval of 3.
And to his left, John Hasselback, who was one of the first athletes to the bike, just a few calories behind him with 59.
So in lane 15, your leader, he's going to be to the left in your center in the pink headband, keeping the flow back as he's on the Echo bike.
And I really think this second set of chest to bar pull-ups is going to be kind of the canary in the coal mine for which athlete is going to be able to be successful here.
Good numbers here.
So the next athlete that is going to be breathing down his back is actually who is on the left of him, John Hasselback,
And then
at 59 cals.
and on the right side of the field, three athletes in from the right, white shirt, black shorts. That's Michael Walsh. Someone to keep an eye on, lane 16.
And he's the first to the bike.
He's the first guy to the bike. He's only 6 calories behind Borkstrand.
Starting at 56.
Borkstrand right there in lane number 15.
Athletes are about halfway through this second of 3 intervals.
Back on their bikes, again, looking for a total of 105 calories.
105 calories is what they are looking to accumulate.
Calories there, leg number 15, less than 90 seconds. Prepping his way back out. He gets started on the bike at 51 as we approach the 1 minute mark.
Borkstrand still holding on to a
1 minute.
heady
60
pace.
seconds.
And you can look how he leans into it and really uses those arms, pushing and pulling.
He's a bigger athlete. Use that body weight where you can. Get the upper half of your body centered over those pedals. If you can lean into them a little bit extra, as well as the handles, take advantage of your size.
Yep, and he's keeping his eye on the clock with just about 30 seconds left of this second interval.
Oh man, you can see the pain setting in on these athletes'
Oh,
faces.
and his judge's hand is already in the air with 20 seconds, 2 calories left. And Borkstrand will get in under the cap, 7:48. Unofficially, he won't have to do the third interval. No other athlete within striking distance. That is 105 calories, Tommy.
And I'm not going to lie, he looks pretty good right now. He's on his
walking.
feet. He's walking.
7:48.
That is unheard of.
In round number 2.
He's going over to his fan base, still on his feet, giving a high five and hands on the hips.
Lots of good scores, though.
That is not what we've seen
30 seconds, fellas.
from most athletes to finish this in 2 intervals.
4 was 79.
And now we'll check in with the other athletes to see where they ended.
This is for Baker in lane 10.
All right, here we go, gentlemen. 10 seconds.
So in lane 16, that's going to be our second closest athlete, Michael Walsh. He is at 92 calories as he approaches his third and final interval.
Final round.
Only 2 minutes on the clock here.
55 for double winners. 20 chest
We'll
bar
see if any other athlete can make it through to the finish.
to that 105
Michael Walsh on the left screen. He's the leader on the floor with David Santa Cruz Borgstrand already through to the finish line. Good thing for Walsh, he's been one of the first athletes to the bike each round.
Made that short trip to 105.
A couple other athletes in the 80s, but not much time to get the rest of the work done, as a couple have advanced to the chest to bar, chipping away at 20 reps here with just over a minute left.
We hit 1 minute and 60 seconds.
Final set of those 20 chest to bar.
And we'll see who can make it back to the bike. And it's going to be a close your eyes full send. Walsh, your first athlete with about 45 seconds left on the clock. He's at 92 calories. Can he do it? Can he get to 105 with 35 seconds left on the clock?
Oh yeah, he's
The
got
way
it.
he's moving.
He's got it in the bag. 13 calories, 45 seconds.
Judge's
Oh, yeah.
hand is in the air. 5 calories left. 4.
25 seconds.
2 calories left. 20 seconds. And he's got to get across the finish line. And 10:46
10 seconds.
unofficially. And he will be the second and only athlete to finish all 105 calories under that cap for heat 1 of 2.
Michael Walsh, lane number 16. Really give it.
But Borgstrand, what an incredible performance, finishing all calories in just 2 intervals. Unofficially, 7:48 for that time to beat, is now the top athletes of the 40 to 44 age group. Will take the floor in just a moment.
And this is the first time we've seen multiple athletes in the first of 2 heats finish under the time cap, and that's with the added calories on the back end for this division. I know they're not currently the top-ranked athletes, but hats off to them and the performance that they just put out on the floor, because that is a heck of a way to end your day, too.
And that'll do it for heat 1. They'll reset the bikes, maybe wash them down a little bit. They're getting a little sweaty now.
Nah.
It's the end of the day as we welcome our second of 2 heats.
That's how you know it's broken in.
That is, you know that it's been warmed up properly.
Nothing like getting on an Echo bike and the seat's warm.
Oh, God.
Right, folks. Go.
The second of two heats of the men's 40 to 44 division are taking the floor, but we have some tough times to beat 748 from David Borgstrand. That is what these men are looking to beat if they want to take an event win for the final event of the day, event number 6, intervals. It's all about the Echo Bike, looking to accumulate 105 calories. But before they can do that, they first need to have a buy-in of 75 double unders, 20 chest to bar, within 3 intervals. The first one, it's going to be 4 minutes on the clock, followed by a 1-minute rest, then a 3-minute interval, a 1-minute rest, and then the final one, the final opportunity to get all of those calories, just 2 minutes on the clock.
And we've already had 2 athletes finish in the previous heat. If you're just joining us, we had one athlete, David Santa Cruz Borgstrand, finish in 7:48 in the second interval, and then Matt Walsh finished in the third and final interval in 10:46. So if you want a top time here, if you want a top 3 finish, it's more than likely you're going to have to finish under the time cap.
With just one event to go, this is the final one. You have to sell out, and you have to take the opportunity to let those calories roll over, because for this event, the rollover calories do count for the first 2 intervals. So you want to make sure that you ride the bike until the very end. Tommy, what are our other keys to success?
Well, you know, ready, fire, aim, that's going to be more about the mindset that you're going to approach this event with. You really have to come out firing without thinking much about what's coming down the pipe for you in terms of the pain in the later rounds, because you have to make up some ground on this first one. You have more time in this first interval on the bike than the other 2 intervals combined. And then after that, you know, make use of the fact that we get rollover calories in these first 2 rounds. Make sure you pedal all the way through to the finish.
And they are off 20 seconds into this 4-minute interval. You have your 1, 2, and 3 leaders on the day of the event for this age group. In lane number 10 on the right of your screen, Jonathan Edel. On the left side of your screen, rather, excuse me. The left side from where we see.
Right side of the field, left side of the screen.
Left and right, you got to put the L's up, Tommy, sometimes. And all of our athletes in this heat are now on to their chest to bar. We'll see who is first, with the judges' hands in the air for the Echo Bikes, looking to get to 105 calories. In lane 11, it was Julian Cerna. He sits second overall. He was the first to get to the bike and start powering away at his Echo Bike calories.
And this first round's going to be close, right? Most of these athletes fresh, they're going to be able to do 75 unbroken, 20 chest to bars unbroken, and put in some good work on the bike. It's really going to come down to how well you pace this first one so you can maximize your time on the bike, get as much as you can while still being able to recover and rip the buy-in on this second one.
And we've seen some athletes pace poorly in that first round, where then they weren't utilizing the entire time domain to continue to get those roll-over calories.
Yeah, a couple athletes missed out on finishing under the time cap because they stopped 4 to 5 seconds early each round.
Under 2 minutes, fellas, under 2 minutes.
You can't see it on the stream, but the clock is dead center 50-yard line, so all of the athletes can see the clock very clearly here. No reason why you shouldn't use that to your advantage.
As they now approach just about 90 seconds left in our first of 3 intervals. The longest interval to start. The biggest opportunity to maximize those calories on the Echo Bike.
But right now, it's all about the fellas on the floor, 40 to 44. And on event number 6. Rapidly approaching the 1-minute mark. All right, we have 60 seconds, guys.
When we get to that rest time, we're going to run it down, check on the calories.
Just about a minute left.
Round number 1.
You see Julian Cerna on the left screen here.
40 seconds.
Longtime competitor out of the Southeast, or what we used to call the Dirty South Regional. High-level regional athlete, competing on a team, now making it to the highest level at the games as a Masters athlete.
Seconds.
And he sits just 12 points behind Adele in second on your overall leaderboard. So looking to make any opportunity to earn 100 points
And you
to
can
close out day 2.
Yep, and just to his left in lane 9, Chicho Quesada. He's only a he's about 60 points back in third, so a little bit of a gap there to make up, but at least he's in a podium position.
And athletes will now take a 1 minute to rest as we get an update from our judges to see where these athletes stand. 105 calories is the number on the board that they're looking to chip away to.
You can see Julian Cerna already laying on his back. Maybe that's just, his routine, but usually if you have 2 more intervals and you got about 30 seconds left, let's hope that he's just gonna, maybe playing possum here a little bit.
If I'm laying down, I am not getting up, Tommy.
Quesada 64 in lane number 9.
15 seconds.
So in that lane, number 19, Brett Owsley has 67 calories after the first interval. And right behind him in lane 9, Chicho Quesada at 64. So that's going to be your 1 and 2. On this side of your screen that we're looking at right now, we have Owsley all the way to the left, black shorts, taking a break on the double unders. He's at 67.
The eye on all the fellas and how we saw it done was obviously some serious grunt work on the bike. But smooth buy-in, all the jumps knocked out, all the chest to bars done on the program.
This interval, just 3 minutes.
You're starting to see the double under technique break down a little bit more whipping of the shoulders and arms here as the athlete's upper body starts to show some fatigue from the day.
Knocking out this next set of 20 chest to bar pull-ups. Then we're headed back to the fight.
2 minutes.
And we got a hand in the air in lane number 12, Danny Burke. And he was one of several athletes first back to the bike. And that's also going to make a difference, Tommy, is that transition. A couple of athletes next to him were taking a little bit more of a jog, and that's going to add up.
Well, just to left of him is Jonathan Edel, your overall leader. He had 61 calories, so about 3 back with the lead.
More than halfway into the second interval, they're looking to get to that 3-minute mark.
And on your screen all the way to the front here on the left-hand side, your leader, Brett Owsley, last to the bike in this heat. So even though he was your leader coming out of that first round, maybe flew a little too close to the sun here, as he could potentially see that lead slip up if he can't turn around and make good use of this second interval, because he was dangerously close to the 2-minute mark, which means he's not going to have much time in this third interval.
Less than a minute left to accumulate the calories.
45 seconds.
And we are approaching, from the previous heat, David Borgstrand's time of 7:48. That is when he crossed the finish line. On our screen right now, we have 7 minutes and 30 seconds into this workout, so it looks like his time will hold up, and he will be able to lock in an event win and 100 points from the previous heat. But we do have a hand in the air.
10 seconds.
No, that's Pierre-Luc Labbé in lane number 7. Nope. No, there's Chicho. Sorry, my apologies. And there's Chicho Quesada.
Chicho Quesada able to get in under that 8-minute mark.
Just barely, and that's huge, right? Because if you're just joining us, one of the rules, if you finish all the calories on the bike and you don't get back to your start mat, you have to reset and still do the buy-in to finish the event in the next interval. And we've seen some athletes ride that line so closely that they weren't actually able to finish the buy-in on the next round. So
with just 1 calorie left, or some, the rollover gave them all the calories, meaning that they would still have to do the buy-in. So in lane 10, Jonathan Adele, he has 103 calories, so he'll just have 2 more to go.
10 seconds.
And nobody else is within striking distance, as we now have 2 athletes in this heat who have crossed the finish line.
So Chicho will finish second in this event. Now it's important for Jonathan Adele that he gets through this buy-in quickly, even though he only has 2 calories, because remember, Matt Walsh in the previous heat finished in 10:46. He had about 12 calories or so to go to finish, but he was one of the first off the bike. So we're gonna see both, not just the top time, but the other athlete finishing in Walsh from the previous heat factor in here.
90 seconds.
And this interval is only going to be 2 minutes left, or 2 minutes total, excuse me. You don't have it on your screen, but we'll keep you updated.
So Jonathan Adele right there in the center of your screen, getting back to the pull-up bar. He's your overall leader for the weekend so far, and he has a chance to lock up another top 5 finish in this event. That would be huge.
And these athletes have now 1 minute left to get to that 105 calories.
Finishing up here, he's only got 2 calories remaining.
And Adele came down, and now he's running back to his bike. He's got company, but he has a pretty good cushion. Just 2 calories left. Judge's hand is in the air, and he should be good to lock in that 3rd place time, unofficially 10:28. And a 3rd place finish on event number 6.
10:46 is the next time from the previous heat, unless we see a hand up go now. Well, looks like everyone's fighting for 4th now. Lane 14, James St. Ledger.
And with 5 seconds, and he will be good.
St. Ledger able to make up 12 calories in that final round and get underneath the time cap.
But it was David Borgstrand from your first heat of the men's 40 to 44 division who was able to lock in an event win at an unofficial time of 7:48. And our second best time was Chicho Casada for a 2nd place finish. All results are going to be on Competition Corner. That will give you the latest updates. You'll be able to see the full standings of all 14 games divisions. Those are just the games divisions. We also have 70 plus competing this weekend. We have team divisions competing. We're just halfway through competition, 2 more days to go, and we now have our final age group of the night to close out day 2 of competition coming to the floor. 2 heats of the men's 35 to 39. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are welcoming our final age group division to close out Friday evening of competition here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games inside the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. I'm Lauren Khalil, Tommy Marquez. It's about to get rocking for the 35 to 39 age group. It's all about the Echo Bike, and we've watched some people burn it down.
Absolutely. You know, they're going to have 3 rounds to do it. The first round, a 4-minute interval with a 1-minute rest, and you have 3 minutes, then 2 minutes. The buy-in for this division, 75 dubs, 20 chest to bars, and you're going to work towards 105 calories overall. And we have some absolute studs in this division, some familiar names from the individual side of competition and team competition, multiple individual games athletes here with Elijah Easy Muhammad, Paul Tremblay, even going way back to the days of the ranch in 2009, Brandon Pastoric. You got some pretty well-known athletes. You got some team athletes, Dex Hopkins, who earlier today was able to snatch 225 with an underhanded grip due to a wrist injury. But on your screen, Paul Tremblay, I gave him this nickname back in the sanctionals era, the old human hand grenade, because at any competition, he's ready to just explode and blow up the leaderboard with a couple event wins. He does it every time. He's an excellent power athlete, and so for his size, very good at upper body pulling and pull-ups.
Some heavy hitters. 2 heats here, but it will be interesting to see how these times in the first heat stack up as they take on their first of 3 intervals. We have 4 minutes on the clock. This age group, what they are looking to do is a buy-in of 75 double unders, 20 chest to bars, and then accumulate 105 calories. In previous heats that had to do 105 calories, we saw athletes finishing in the second interval, and I feel like in this age group, it is very likely we will see the same.
No doubt, and the bulk of this work is going to be done in this first interval. It's super important because you have more time on the bike in this first interval than the next 2 intervals combined. For some athletes, you're not going to have much more than 15, 20 seconds in that third interval due to the fatigue caused by these double unders and pull-ups.
Tommy, what are the keys to success for these men on the floor?
Well, with that being said, if the third round isn't guaranteed for you and you think you might be able to finish, you got to pin your ears back and go. Not really much strategy to it other than going unbroken and hammering the bike. But one thing that does count for these first 2 intervals is you do get rollover credits, so make sure you pedal all the way through to the finish.
And Chris Sergey in the neon shirt, center of your screen, he was the first to strike to get to that Echo Bike, and now just 1 minute and 15 in, joined by the rest of the field.
We're seeing most of the field already out on the bike and working. You can see in lane 14, that's
Jason Lucas.
Yep, Jason Lucas got to the bike pretty quickly, and for the first about 30 seconds on the bike, really hammered it home, trying to get that RPM and cadence up nice and high.
And something to pay attention to is the body language. Who is leaning over? Whose cadence with the arms going back and forth seems to stay consistent through this total interval? They're now halfway through with 4 minutes on interval 1.
And 4 athletes in from the left. Paul Tremblay, I mentioned, that he might do well here, and you want to talk about body language. He just looked over to the clock, looked up, we locked eyes, he nodded and winked. He might have even blown me a kiss, I don't know.
He looks like he's smiling right now. Yeah, he's looking at you again.
He's got it, he's ready to go. That's someone who's comfortable on the competition floor. See Elijah Muhammad, left hand screen, right side of that screen.
And he didn't want to let his hair blow all over the place with his headband. He has it pinned down to keep everything locked in place. No wind from that Echo Bike.
3 minutes of work done.
We are approaching that 3-minute mark, just over 1 minute left in this first interval. If you're just joining us, they will then have a 1-minute rest to reset before interval number 2 with just 3 minutes on the clock. then a 1-minute rest before the third and final interval with just 2 minutes on the clock. 105 calories is what they're looking to accumulate, and in between we will get the total scores from the judges to update you on the overall standings after interval 1.
30 seconds.
You're starting to see the pain reel in on some of these faces here. You see Dominic Marici just a second ago was in the center of your screen. Really starting to dig deep.
10 seconds.
Just about 5 seconds left of interval 1. This is one of 2 heats for the men's 35 to 39 division, so they have to put up that time or score to beat, knowing that our top men in this age group will be taking the floor after, and some of their coaches might be in the wings making notes to feed them information before they take the floor.
Most of these athletes look pretty good right now, and despite the pain faces, a lot of them standing tall, taking the time to chalk real quick, reset their jump rope. You don't have much more time than that. And this is going to be a big tell here this second round.
So at this point, we have a close race, but in lane number 4, Jimmy Woodard, 64 calories. He also dabbles in the tactical games. So a little bit of CrossFit, a little bit of tactical games training. Close behind him, we have 4 athletes with 63 calories as they head into their second interval. So it's going to be a tight race, but this 3-minute interval is going to be telling all on how they approach that echo bike and if they paced correctly in that first 4-minute window.
In most of the heats before this, the athlete that got to the bike first in the second interval pretty much was guaranteed to get to the bike first in the third interval. So you know you're going to have more time than any other athlete moving forward from this point on to get work done on that bike.
Just 3 minutes in this interval, about 45 seconds into it. As most of the athletes are now moving to their 20 chest to bar pull-ups.
At the 45-second mark. Two minutes, guys, 2 minutes.
And most of these athletes should have no problem going 20 unbroken, but it's the cumulative effect of those movements that's starting to set in here as they get back to the bike.
Lane 9, Michael Hernandez. He's going to be all the way to the top of your screen, to the right. Now to the left of your screen, black shorts. He was the first to strike on the Echo bike for this second interval. And he had 51 calories heading into the second interval.
And on the right of the 2 screens here, closest to us in the green top, black shorts, the braid up top, that's Piotr Mielek-Zarek. And he was one of the top athletes after that first round too. He had 63 calories, so he was close, just 1 calorie back of lane 4, Jimmy Woodard.
And he was tied with Mark Hutchinson, who had 63, as well as Brandon Pastoric and Blas Gonzalez.
Brandon Pastoric.
Excuse me, Adam Vincent at 63.
Yep, and Brandon Pastoric has one of the distinctions of having one of the longest careers in terms of bookends, right? First made his debut in 2009. That's 15 seasons ago. I bumped into him on the way and he goes, it's nice to be back. It's only been a little while. I was like, it's good to see you, buddy.
That's one of the things that I love about the age groups is the longevity that you really see as you see the athletes progress decade to decade from elite individuals, some team athletes going through the Masters division. And they'll have about 20 seconds left in this second
And you see
interval.
Mielek-Zarek really emptying the tank here on this bike. About 12 seconds left. That's what you want to see, right? He's going to get
and
the
his
rollover
judge's
calories.
hand is in the air. And he's got to cross under the cap at 7:57 unofficially. And we also have
Brandon Pastoric just crossed the finish line, just a few seconds back Milik Zark. I don't know if he got it.
I think his judge just gave him a thumbs up. We'll have to see if he gets off the floor.
I want to say he got it at the 8-minute mark exactly. Now that's important, right? Because if he didn't get to this finish mat by the time the clock hit 8, he would have had to reset and do the buy-in amount again.
Which we saw happen in some other divisions, specifically with the women's. They were getting through the calories but couldn't make it back to their start mat, so had to go back to the buy-in of the double unders and chest to bar. But we will have Piotr Milazarek. He is your your Heat 1 winner, and he will just continue to hang out on the floor because he's done for the day, as the rest of his competitors, almost the rest of his competitors, take the floor for interval number 3. Only 2 minutes on the clock to accumulate 105 calories. We'll take a look at who else we have here. So yeah, it was Brandon Historic, who was able to get in under the cap at 105 calories. And then in lane 8, Mark Hutchinson at 96 calories, so just 9 away from finishing.
Mark Hutchinson, a member of the CrossFit Mayhem crew. Seen him on some of their YouTube videos training, the Flying Hutchman.
And just 1 minute left to complete as many calories as possible. And again, lanes 13 and lane 9, Hernandez and Sergey, the first to strike on the bike, about 40 seconds left. We'll wait to see which judges can get their hands in the air with just 30 seconds left. In the top left part of your screen, judges' hands are in the air.
That's Mark Hutchinson, he's almost done.
And he will walk and get in under the cap, 10:45. Unofficially, another judge's hands in the air in lane 14. Jason Lucas gets in under the cap.
And lane 7, looks like Adam Vincent got in as well.
So we had a handful of athletes that were able to get in under the cap in our first heat of the men's 35 to 39, but it was Piotr Milazarek with unofficially 7:57 on event 6 to put up the time to beat as our second and top men of the 35 to 39 age group take the floor.
Fellas, make sure you grab whatever you can.
It is the final for event 6 on the day to close out day 2 of competition for the 2024 CrossFit Masters game. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez as we welcome in the second of 2 heats for the men's 35 to 39 division. If you're just tuning in, you know what you want to do? You want to scrub back and watch the heat before this, because we have some tough times to beat coming from heat number 1, and this interval is going to be all about the Echo Bike. But before the athletes can get to the Echo Bike and try to get to 105 calories, they have to get through 75 double unders and 20 chest to bar each round for their buy-in.
And each one of these intervals is going to decrease by a minute. You'll have 4 minutes to work, then 3 minutes to work, then 2 minutes to work. And if at any point along the way you get to that 105 calories, you are done. So for this top men's heat, Freedom is going to cost $1.05.
And Freedom looked really good for Piotr Milazarek, with the top time to beat from the previous heat at 7:57. I think he listened to your keys to success, but if nobody listened, if these athletes don't know what they are, what should they be following to make sure they put up that top time?
Well, especially to have a top time here, you're going to have to go ready, fire, aim. You won't have time to think during these first 2 intervals. You're just going to have to know that you're going unbroken and hammer that bike. Particularly make up some decent ground in that first one. We saw Piotr get 63 calories in that first one alone. And then, take advantage of the rollover. I've said it time and time again, but if you really hammer the bike on the last few seconds of this interval, you get credit for the rollover calories.
And they are off. This is your final heat, the final event of the day to close out competition on Friday evening. 4 minutes on the clock to get through as many calories as possible. As we mentioned, a handful of athletes were able to get it in under the time cap. We'll see how their times factor in to our final heat, where our leaders are. Will Morad holds the overall top placing with 2 number 1 event finishes on the day.
And he's got a massive lead, 90 points over second in Nick Anapolsky. And I love this journey for Will. He made his debut at the games 10 years ago in 2014. A year later, he missed qualification. He had a bit of a hill to overcome because he was misdiagnosed with an autoimmune disorder, thought his career was over, switched over to the corporate world. A few years later, went back and got checked up, realized it was an error in the diagnosis. He's back on the competition scene. He's made it as an individual multiple times since, and right now he's in the driver's seat for a potential CrossFit Games championship.
Henry Matthews to the right of him. He was the first to strike and get onto the Echo Bike, but then right behind him, Will Morad. That was your 1 and 2 to get into the driver's seat, as now all athletes in this age group are chipping away, trying to get to that 105 calories.
And here's the thing, Will Morad isn't one of the biggest athletes in the field, and we're used to seeing the bigger athletes hammer the bike here. Don't be surprised if he's up near the top. Last year, in preparation for this season, I did a bike workout with him in Kauai for the Ultimate Hawaiian Trail Run. We did intervals on this Echo Bike, holding 25 calories a minute. Basically, it was a death by 25 calories on the bike with a minute on, minute off. The length that man went on the bike was offensive. And I was laying in a puddle of my own sweat in about half the time.
You're a rig shaker.
And I like the bike, but that just goes to show the aerobic capacity that he has.
There's definitely a potential to have several athletes finishing not just under the time cap, but before they even make it to that 3rd and final interval. This is the longest one that they'll be taking on. It's 4 total minutes. They are now more than halfway.
And given what they've done so far today, finishing in 2 rounds is nothing short of superhuman. The event before this, they did 150 wall balls in 75 set chunks. They did box step overs. They did dumbbell shoulder to overhead. Earlier in the day, they did a speed squat snatch ladder. They've used their legs a ton. They did that 3-minute burner yesterday with the sets of 25 air squats. They have really had high power output with their legs so far this week, and then the fact that they're still churning is just a testament to their fitness.
And after this event, they will be more than halfway through their entire weekend. 10 total events. This is the 6th that they will take on for 2 more days of competition. 3 events tomorrow, 1 event on Sunday.
We're not a second ago. We will see what their scores are.
Less than a minute left to get as far as possible into these 105 calories.
20 seconds.
The fan favorite here on your screen, Bronislaw Olenkowicz. Big Bron, as he's known. Known for slinging some heavy weights, and he can really maintain a high power output on some of these machines. He was an individual games athlete just a year ago. Some mishaps in quarterfinals. He ended up here in the Masters division and thrown down.
And right now he's sitting in 3rd on the leaderboard, was able to take an event win, and we're getting the tallies as we speak. And we have some tight races already. But in lane 16, Bronislaw Olenkowicz, 73 calories to be your leader after interval 1. The second closest score behind him is going to be in lane 10 with Will Morad. So body types very different. Couldn't be more different, but they're going neck and neck. Will Morad, 69 calories, just 4 calories behind Olenkowicz at 73.
And fitness rules above all. And one of the athletes close by who's had a tremendous weekend so far, Nick Anapolsky, who's currently in 2nd overall. I mean, outside of a 27th place finish that he had this morning to start the day, all top 10s. And he has been one of the best in the field consistently as he sits 16 points ahead of Braun in 3rd place. He's sandwiched between 2 individual games athletes and really kind of making a name for himself in this division so far through 2 days.
So this interval will be 3 minutes, and they're just about 1 minute in. Although Bronislaw Olenkowicz was ahead, he was the last to the chest to bar. Will Morad is the first to get back on the Echo bike. And we'll see if that could be a big enough lead to edge ahead of Olenkowicz, as he has 2 reps to go on the chest to bar, and now probably close to 20 to 30 seconds behind Will Morad.
I think that's enough for Morad to move ahead, and really what it comes down to, Morad has 1:50 total in this second interval to get 36 calories. I'll tell you right now, he can do that. He can absolutely do that, and I will not be surprised for him to be pushing for the top spot here and finishing in this second round. And he's going to be joined by some athletes. We're talking to some of the judges here a second ago. They were saying, I think 3 athletes are going to finish in this second round. And looking at the way some of these athletes are moving, you see Big Braun moving in the center of your screen. He's biking with some authority right now. I think we might see 3 or 4 athletes finish in this round.
So we are in the 7:06 minute mark of the workout from the previous heat, 7:57. Milazaric is the time to beat, but we have Will Morad's judges hand in the air, 1 calorie to go, and he will cross his nameplate, and he is good, 7:22 unofficially from Will Morad, and Bronislaw Olenkowicz making up a ton of time. His judge, 1 calorie left, and he will try to make it in 7:40. And other hands in the air.
And Apolsky's done.
In lane 11, and Apolsky.
It looks like Stefan Cosette is done.
In lane 18.
Ivan Verdun is done.
Lane 14. Simon Paquette is done.
We have 6 athletes done. That was chaos. Oh my goodness.
That is how you want to end day 2 of competition with our 35 to 39 division, but still 1 interval to go. Let's see, let's count the amount of people laying down, Tommy, so we can fact check how many are in. We have 3 in your even lanes.
At least, I think there's
2?
4. I think there might be 4. There's
No,
someone
I think
hiding
there's
behind
2,
the
yes.
rig.
20 seconds.
So we have 4 on our even sides 7 athletes from this heat have finished in just 2 of the 3 intervals. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 105 calories in under 8 minutes, on top of 2 sets of 75 double unders and 2 sets of 20 chest to bar.
And there's going to be plenty more athletes joining the party in this last round. Lane number 9, Mitch Wagner, is only 3 calories shy of finishing. And we have 6 more athletes within 15 calories, and that could very well get across the finish line. We have yet to see an athlete cohort finish with this many athletes finishing across under the time cap. That these guys are just superhuman.
And this interval is just 2 minutes, so just over a minute left. And Will Morad, all the way to the left of your screen, he's not still working out. He's now just sitting on the bike.
Active recovery. Got to get those legs working again. Most of the other guys
are laying down.
Yeah, they can't stand yet, but.
And back to the bike, less than a minute left.
That's Henry Matthews was first to the bike. He's only 12 calories shy. Carlos Albadejo, just a second ago in lane 13, he was to the bike as well with 12 calories left.
And just about 30 seconds left. Hands in the air for Matthews. 4 calories left. We also have in lane 19, Anthony Vasquez with 1 calorie left. Matthews gets in. Vasquez gets in.
Albadejo's in.
Hudson Fricky is in. Chase Smith is in. With 3 seconds left. And nearly all of the athletes in the second heat of the men's 35 to 39 division were able to lock in a time.
Great googly moogly. Gary Jones was the last athlete to try and cross. I think he came up maybe a second or 2 shy of getting to the mat, but nonetheless, I mean, the 75% of this field finished 105 calories, and I can't overstate how impressive that is given everything that's happened so far today and this weekend.
Will Morad locking in a second event win on the weekend, finishing around that 720 mark. All of the scores will be updated on Competition Corner. We have now closed out day 2 of competition for the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. If you're watching now, we have 2 streams throughout the weekend where we are showing full coverage of the Games athletes through 2 stages, 2 events rather. We kick off competition around 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Tommy Marquez and I will be covering one floor, and we will have Sean Woodland and Chase Ingram on our other floor to begin day 3 of competition tomorrow, Saturday.
Yep, and it's the last big day of competition. Only one event on Sunday, so, you know, typically we call Saturday moving day because the most points are up for grabs when we talk about most competitions like regionals, semifinals, the games, because there's usually a few extra events. Well, tomorrow we're going to have to call it moving day because it's your last chance for a big chunk of points to really make a move heading into Sunday with only one event.
300 points on the line tomorrow. Competition Corner will have all of your updated scores and standings. 14 divisions over the course of 4 days for the Games athletes. Thanks for tuning in today and joining us for the first year of a new format for our Masters athletes. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez. We will see you back for more competition tomorrow.